Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Kiesel K. This is Grizzly True Crime and we are here for day 7 of the Brian Walshe trial happening in Massachusetts. And I don't know what's going on. It's been silent for half an hour. The court feeds have been silent for 30 minutes. So you know where my mind goes. If you were in the live with me, if you're watching the replay, hello. If you're in the live stream with me, my mind went straight to, oh, is he going to plead guilty today? Just plead guilty to all of it. Yeah, just stop putting everyone through this, okay? But who knows what's happening? It's just been quiet. I thought we would go live anyway. At least we saved ourselves half an hour of staring at Brian Walshe in silence. So hopefully they come back, soon, meaning with sound and activity and what's happening. We're supposed to be continuing on with the cross-examination of Matthew Sheehan, the MSP Crime Lab forensic scientist. So we ended off yesterday on day 6 with that cross-examination. Oh, which was quite something. Oh my goodness. All right, so welcome to all my moderators. Thank you for everything you do, and thank you to everyone who's spoiling the moderators with coffees. I really appreciate it, and of course for me as well. Welcome to all my patrons, members, subscribers, and any locals in chat. If you're from Massachusetts, let us know. It's always great to have locals in the chat. I see you looking, and Drew said, yes, plead guilty, Brian Walshe. I know, right? We'd encourage him. Do it, do it. Just do it, okay? He's shaking his head at something. I don't know what. Interesting. Okay, yeah. Brown Eye Girl says, oh, maybe. Right? Where does your mind go? What's going on here? This judge is so punctual and so well organized that there's something happening here with whatever this marathon sidebar is. And this lady behind me here, she's scribbling. She's writing something. What is it? What are you writing? Tell us. Fill us in. Give us the tea. Right? Okay. So if you missed day 6, it is certainly one that is a must watch because they finally showed us all the, well, most of, not all, okay, a lot of the surveillance that we have just been really wanting to see. So Stefan said, is Walshe boy wearing a cardigan today? Donna vibes. Yeah, he's got his little cardi on. So he's trying to look very, very sweet and innocent. Okay. It's actually a nice cardigan and top, but okay, that's beside the point. Janet, welcome. So yesterday they went over a lot of records from January 1st of 2023. And so we finally, firstly, we got to hear from some Tishman Speyer witnesses, Teresa Marchese, who Brian Walshe had called. Yeah, they're going to stand up and start talking, aren't they? We heard from, oh, wait, that's not a good pause. Okay. Oh, crap. We're looking at the fan. Oh, my. I thought we were like, ooh, they're going to stand up. What's happening now? Anyway, Teresa Marchese, who worked at Tishman Speyer, and her conversations with Brian Walshe. And then obviously the head of security as well from Tishman Speyer, Hugh Dunleavy. We also heard a little bit from Davis Gould just to verify something from a previous testimony he gave. And my goodness, then we heard from people from all these stores, Walgreens, Stop and Shop, the Lowe's. And you remember all that stuff that Brian Walshe bought on January 1st, $450 worth or more, $463 worth of dismemberment equipment. Yeah, we saw that surveillance footage, and he definitely did look very dodgy. Esme says, been here since Gabby Petito. That's like from the beginning. I started my channel at the end of June of 2021, and obviously covered Gabby's case, September of 2021. So, wow. Thank you, Esme, for being a member for 15 months. Susan, you also see, we're all guessing that, right? You're like, I bet he's decided to plead guilty. Is it for the sake of his mummy? Is it so that he won't put his mother through it or what? That's the only person he's pretty much got left, right? Wow. So while we wait, I don't know about you, but I cannot just look at a fan. I can't do it, man. So what I'm going to do is let's hope that if I start reading something that they come back, because that's normally how it works. The sound is on. We'll know when whatever's happening, and we'll certainly hear the bailiff. But let's read this, which is, everyone's been sending me a video, which is called The Secret Life of Brian Walshe, right? Podcast, which, man, I don't remember which now it was on, because I've got to put my VPN on for it. Can you believe it? Really hate it when on YouTube some videos are limited to a location. Like, why? Imagine if I uploaded videos that was only available in Switzerland. Who wants that? No one. Make it available to everyone, man. Okay, so that podcast episode, which is also called The Secret Life of Brian Walshe, is based on this article, The Secret Life of Cohasset Conman, Brian Walshe. So I thought we could read this together because it's very interesting. So by Wyndham Lewis, and this was written the 20th of April of 2023. And so, let me just, in case somebody joins in, wait, first we're gonna, let me just say, court, what must I say? They're not on a break. Court has not started yet. Not started yet, you know? And if you see anyone rolling in and they're like, what's happening? What, please help explain, because I'm gonna be reading this, right? If you don't know about the case, hope you'll expand the description box. There's a case background right up there for you, as well as the playlist. There's trial prep. There's lots of coverage we've done since Anna went missing as well. So, okay. Now it says, the grey colonial with a large red brick chimney and a pool in the backyard was quiet. From the outside, they saw no signs of life. None of Anna's colleagues at Tishman Speyer in Washington, D.C., where she commuted each week for her job at the real estate firm, had seen Anna since before the holidays. She hadn't shown up at her desk on January 3rd and wasn't answering her phone. Her frequently updated Instagram account, filled with inspirational quotes and glamour shots of the petite brunette in designer clothes, had also gone silent. Concerned when Anna didn't come in the next day, the company called her husband, Brian Walshe, who said that he hadn't seen her either. Concerned, Tishman Speyer's head of security dialed the cops. So that's slightly incorrect based on the testimony we've heard now at this trial, and that's what happens a lot of times, right? There's lots of reports, including myself. We're all reporting on it when Anna's missing, and there's lots of information that's out there, but at the trial, all those creases really get ironed out. Like yesterday, we found out for sure where Anna Walsh's car was, and it wasn't in Massachusetts. It was actually in DC at the Crossings building. Oh, so she probably took an Uber from there to get to the airport to fly home for New Year's. Didn't have a car there, which is probably why Brian Walshe also thought the Uber story would be making a lot of sense, right? Now, BB Glazer said, is her Instagram still up? It really is, and it's shame, man. Like, her last post is, I just want to quickly see that, I don't want to show the kids, so, okay, hold on. I'll show you like this. This was her very last post, which says, take the risk of optimism. Shame. Yeah, and so, I'll go, quickly like this. There we go. So, yeah, she's posted a lot on here. So, it's still up. If you just say Anna Walshe Instagram, you'll find it. Just checking. I don't want to show kids, right? Don't want to show kids. Okay, we're looking. There we go. Okay. So, I mean, shame. Let's look at this last post again, which was hashtag take risks, hashtag optimism, hashtag 2023. She tagged Simon Sinek, and it was, posted when? What is it? December 31st of 2022. Like, oh my word. Wow. So, who is it? Kristen, thank you so much for the 3 delicious coffees. Okay, so they said concern when Anna didn't come home. Okay, so we know that didn't happen. Brian Walshe, in fact, called the company and said, hey, haven't heard from my wife in a few days. That was on January 4th. So, like, have you seen her? And then they're like, oh, let's just get the head of security, the chief of security involved, who's a former Secret Service agent. And Brian got all emotional on the phone when that happened. And then the chief of security, Hugh Dunleavy, called the Cohasset Police Department, meaning from DC, called the Cohasset, Massachusetts Police Department, and also let people know in Washington, D.C., right? There you go. Zinjanot said Boston 25 News. Whatever the legal matter was, it seems to have been resolved. Sidebar's over, but the judge is off the bench. Lawyers are back at their tables waiting for the jury. All I could see is the fan. Hold on. I can only see the fan. Oh, that's from the Boston Globe. I see what you're doing there. I see what you said. Thank you. Whatever the legal matter was, resolved. Sidebar over. Judges off the bench. Lawyers are back at their tables waiting for the jury. Okay. so I better read quickly. The Walshe's home sits snugly in the suburbs, less than 2 miles from Cohasset's charming downtown, and is set back in the woods behind Chief Justice Cushing Highway. A small used car dealership is around the corner, with a stop and shop just a 2-minute drive away. When police arrived, Brian answered the door. With his long, dark hair swept back, he said he hadn't seen his wife since the pre-dawn hours of New Year's Day, when she rose from their bed and left the house in an Uber or a Lyft heading for Logan to catch a flight, thank you, Kristen, to DC for work. Police tried to piece together what they could find. On New Year's Day, Brian told them that he'd made breakfast for the couple's 3 boys, all between the ages of 2 and 6, before heading to Swampscott to run errands for his mother at CVS and Whole Foods. Now we know he was really at a dumpster and then buying hacksaws, hand saws, terry cloths, buckets, like lots of buckets, 6 buckets or more. Anyway, the next day, he said he left the house just once to take his son for ice cream. Liar. By the time officers drove away, Anna was considered missing. 2 days later, investigators were still seeking answers. At a press conference, Cohasset Police Chief William Quigley announced that there was no evidence Anna had ever gotten into a rideshare on New Year's morning, much less on a flight. Perhaps Quigley told the public the busy working mom just needed a break. We just need a call from her or someone who has talked to her. Waiting anxiously for the news, the couple's friends, many of whom were regular members of Boston's high-end restaurant scene, where Brian was known as a lavish spender, buzzed with speculation. One theory was that Anna had jetted off to a fabulous island somewhere and was waiting for her husband, who'd landed in some legal trouble related to his business dealings, and boys to join her. No one suspected foul play. In no time, search and rescue efforts launched into action. Cohasset police converted the Stop and Shop parking lot into a mobile command center, while canine officers with dogs trampled through the trees and dry brush near the Walsh's house searching for Anna. Divers submerged themselves in a nearby frigid stream, and helicopters buzzed overhead. Meanwhile, television trucks lined the street near the Walsh home as reporters fanned out across the neighborhood, knocking on doors. Media coverage spread like wildfire, even reaching Anna's native country of Serbia. Now, let's take a quick break. Ali Kebab said, "Love spending time with you when you do these trials, Gisela." Oh, thank you so much. I am monitoring the court feed, just so that you guys know. I'm sure they're just gathering the jury. They're probably finishing their coffee. You know, go for a little last shake a leg, as the judge says. And as soon as they're back, we'll switch over. In the meantime, instead of staring at the fan, which just gives me anxiety, I'm reading you an article. Okay. As police continued to investigate, a picture of Brian began to emerge. Detectives pored over hours of grainy security footage from the CVS and Whole Foods in Swampscott, where Anna's husband said he'd been on January 1st. They didn't spot Brian. They did find evidence that he'd bought ice cream for his son on January 2nd, but it wasn't the only time he'd left the house. Police also found surveillance footage of Brian, clad in a mask and gloves, at Home Depot that day, buying mops, brushes, tape, a Tyvek suit with boot covers, goggles, buckets, baking soda, and a hatchet. It was actually Lowe's. Get your facts straight in hindsight. I'm just kidding. I'm just like, we didn't know at the time, right? It's what was out there, what was leaked, what information we knew based on documents. So anyway, we saw the footage yesterday that he went to the Lowe's, right, on January 1st. He did on January 2nd go to the Home Depot. He did, in fact, okay? And he bought more things. He did. Anyway, so it says, and he was still wearing those gloves and that mask. He wore it in the Lowe's and he wore it in the Home Depot the next day as well. And he bought more buckets at the Home Depot, which was probably trigger warning to section out his wife that he had dismembered. You know what I mean? I think he was trying to manage that, which is really scary, because people asked yesterday, why so many buckets? And I'm like, do you really want to know what I think? Why? That's probably why. Oh, man. Okay, so it says they didn't spot Brian. Okay, so we saw this footage, right? Buying mops and brushes and all of that. When officers searched Brian's basement, suspicions grew with the discovery of drops of blood and a bloody knife. Now, they've always reported that the bloody knife, there was a damaged bloody knife found in the basement. Well, since hearing the evidence, we haven't heard of a bloody knife found in the basement. But we did yesterday see evidence of a knife, which looks like quite a special chef's knife, right? Found in the kitchen above the refrigerator, and it had blood on it. So we saw that. So I'm thinking that that's the knife that was always being referred to. And so it says if you like this, by the way, if you like it when I entertain you with lots of information that I line up for you, just in case things like this happen in the unlikely event of the fan going for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, however long, hit the like button if you like how I read things to you. Okay, so the bloody knife. On January 9th, just 5 days, thank you, Jeannie, just 5 days after Anna was reported missing, police charged her husband with obstructing their investigation by lying about his whereabouts after she vanished. When authorities led Brian in handcuffs out of the courthouse in Quincy, he smiled broadly for the TV news cameras. Remember, it's because he's a fancy, fancy boy. Former friends reported that he wore Armani and loafers when he was 13 years old. So he's kind of like the Temu version of Chuck Bass. Chuck Bass is a character from Gossip Girl, if you've never heard of Chuck Bass. I think he thought he was Chuck Bass. I think his mother thought he was Chuck Bass, but he's not. He's just Brian Walshe, okay? Anyway, so soon more clues surfaced. Anna's body was still nowhere to be found, but surveillance cameras had caught Brian straining under the weight of heavy garbage bags. I think he'd strain. Okay, sorry, I just want to snark at him all day. He'd strain under the weight of anything, any pressure. Anyway, so at apartment complexes, at those dumpsters in Abington and Dover, the day before his wife was reported missing. Authorities were unable to recover the trash bags from either facility. Brian, according to prosecutors, also drove to his mother's housing complex where he unloaded more bags in another dumpster. These bags were later recovered by investigators, searched and found to contain items including a Prada purse, a portion of a necklace seen worn by Anna in previous photos, and the Hunter rain boots she was last seen wearing. Well, that she was reported to be last seen wearing. Yeah, Mary said the Temu version of Chuck Bass. You know, if you've ever seen the series, then Chuck Bass is like, I'm Chuck Bass. Ah, okay, he's got his Mr. Bass, the dad. Yeah, but this one is like, I'm Brian Walshe. Hello, everyone. Good day. I see the cameras have arrived for my arraignment. Yeah, and here we are. Stefan says, Temu Armani. Mm-hmm. And so, it says both Anna and Brian's DNA were detected on the objects. We're getting to that today, I think. We're getting to that today. I think today there's going to be a lot of DNA evidence confirmation that Anna's DNA was found on this, and this. And Brian Walshe was a contributor to this. I think they're going to do that today. So, Brian's Google search history didn't do him any favors either. Oh, you don't say, right? Can you imagine? Like, whoa, what we knew then and what we know now. What we know now is so much worse. From his son's iPad, he queried, which has also been clarified, am I right? Yes, it's always been reported from his son's iPad, but then, when Trooper Garino was on the stand, spilling all the tea on Brian Walshe's digital activities, he actually said that the searches originated from the MacBook laptop, the laptop, and then it was synchronized with the iPad, right? Anyway, how long before a body starts to smell? Hacksaw, best tool to dismember? Dismemberment and best ways to dispose of a body. How long for someone to be missing to inherit? 3 days after he should know, because when he couldn't get hold of his dad flew to India in September 2018. It turns out his dad died in India. Brian Walshe was like, ooh, let me inherit his house and everything he has and steal all his art. Let me make myself the executor of his will. Let me go in there somehow. Somebody left a key for him under the mat because he'd conned them to. And so somehow let me go in there. And there was the father's will on the table. Brian is alleged to have destroyed that will and made his own will to inherit everything from his deceased father. Anyway, we can go over those documents after this if we have time, depending on what on earth is going on here, right? Anywho, so 3 days after Brian's initial arraignment, Cohasset residents bundled up in scarves. Hey, excuse me, we're busy reading an article. Okay, we're going to switch over now. Let's read this one paragraph here. 3 days after Brian's initial arraignment, Cohasset residents bundled up scarves and cupping candles in their hands, gathered on the town common to pray for Anna's safe return, struggling to comprehend what might have happened. Murder is so far out of his character, said Brian's former best friend, who asked to not be named for privacy. At worst, he could throw a tantrum, but he wasn't violent. In fact, friends say they haven't seen any signs of marital strife between the Walshes, even on the night before Anna disappeared. Could he really have fooled them all? Yes. The town's prayers for Anna's safety went unanswered. Less than a week later, police charged Brian with murdering his wife. Now see, we do probably want to go over this, right? I'll link this for you so you can read it yourself. And if we have more time, we can just continue where we left off, okay? So follow the timestamps so that you know, if we do that, you'll see in the timestamps, continue with article. We might not have time, but we shall see. If we don't have time, just read it yourself, or we can discuss things as it comes up because, yeah, he thought he was a very, very fancy boy, okay? Brian Walshe definitely thought, I think he thinks highly of himself, and he's like, the audacity. I am wealthy, okay, because my dad was. And therefore, I shall not spend the rest of my life in prison. Or will you? Okay, are you ready? Here we go. Hello, Judge Diane Frenier.
Back up here.
Oh man, now we've got sidebar already. It's like, hello, and sidebar. Retro AI Unleashed says, you're right, Mrs. G, with the boat shoes, esprit. Yeah, the boat shoes, the Armani, his cardigan now. D says, psychopaths wear their mask sometimes. You don't see it until it's too late. Mm-hmm. And we know he's a little chameleon because he's a little con artist and a little thief. He stole from his friends. I mean, like friends that he met at university. He never finished the university. He was studying business. Wasn't actually interested because remember, he's Chuck Bass, Brian Walshe. So didn't finish that. Decided he's rather going to grift off family members and friends. Told a friend that he went to college with, hey, like your dad, your parents collect fine art? Well, I'm an art consultant. I could sell that for you at a really good price. Took the art, made copies of the art, showed everyone on wherever he advertised, including eBay, okay, the originals, like look at the back, look at the front, see? And he sold prints of the art, even to an art gallery. That's why he was, charged with art fraud. And the FBI said a lot of the art that he stole, the originals, they couldn't track down. So, yeah. Okay, now there's sidebar, and I don't know for how long. Let's go forward. Okay, so while we stay at Brian Walshe, in early 2010, Brian glided from table to table, I'm still reading the article, as though he were the father of a bride at a wedding inside the sumptuous Art Deco dining room of Sandrine's French Bistro in Harvard Square. Over the din of conversation, and I see I've got to get my British accent on now. I've got to sound fancy. Over the din of conversation and the gentle clinking of silverware, he checked in with his guests, who were savoring the tasting menu and wine pairings that he and renowned chef Raymond Ost had spent days fussing over together. The guest list that night had been carefully curated, as if it had been time and time again over the years, whenever Brian threw dinner parties at Boston hotspots such as Select Oyster Bar, Puritan Company, I don't know how to say that French word, d'oeuvre, and Boston Chops, as well as suburban favorites Bistro 5 and A Tavola. Toward the end of a meal, a hush settled over the room before Brian, the master of ceremonies, introduced Ost and his kitchen crew to one ovation after another. Brian had long sought to make a name for himself among the city's top restaurateurs, wanting to be known as a whale or a big-ticket patron, and he often succeeded. Am I having too much fun reading this? A little bit, hey. This is too good. Okay, I drank up a lot of tea, a whole lot of spicy hot tea I found today. I was like, ooh. Grizzly Cat sent me a whole bunch of documents. I was like, I'm curious about this, and this. And the person, by the way, who intervened when Brian Walshe tried to be the executor of his father's will was not Brian Walshe's nephew. It was his dad's nephew, therefore Brian Walshe's cousin. Thank you, Laurie B. Okay, just to clarify. He is an only child. And I'm allowed to snark at it because so am I. I'm an only child. We don't share. That's problem number one. This guy doesn't share things, okay? So that would set him right off. Anyway, but in the worst way for him. Okay, not for me. I don't speak for all only children on that front. Just him. He had a huge tantrum, apparently. Anyway, a homicidal one. Moving on. One former friend in the restaurant industry who asked not to be named for privacy recalls meeting Brian the same night Brian ran up a $6,000 tab at the restaurant where he worked. He worked? Oh, where the friend worked. Okay, and Brian worked? Never. Okay, sorry. I don't think so. Okay, when it came time to settle the bill, the friend says Brian had credit card trouble and was unable to pay. He left his Bregu watch as collateral and returned the next day and paid his tab in cash, adding an extra $2,000 to smooth things over. Another time, the friend says Brian took them to dinner at Charlie Trotter's in Chicago and bought a $25,000 bottle of wine. He insisted on having chef's tasting menus everywhere he went, regardless of whether it was even offered, said the friend. He'll only have the chef's tasting menu? Well, Brian, they have a job for you in prison. How about you be the chef? And you serve up that oatmeal and bologna sandwiches, okay? No basil for you. No parsley for you. Okay, he insisted on having chef's tasting menus everywhere he went, okay, regardless of whether it was being offered or not. And then there was a time, the friend recalls, when Brian ordered, see, this is that restaurant, DeVos, I don't know, entire inventory of truffles in a feat so outrageously decadent it was memorialized by local food writers. Oh my word, this is too much. He's a bratty boy, Stefan says. What a wannabe snob. I know, this is the worst kind. Because the way that podcast, which is based on this article, quoted it, was that Brian didn't want to be rich. He didn't want to like work to be rich or wealthy. He just wanted to pretend to be. That's all he wanted, okay? So Brian didn't stand out only for his spending, but also for his worldly air and sophistication. He knew a lot about wine and art, and no one in his social circle could mention the name of their next vacation destination, no matter how far-flung or obscure, without Brian offering travel advice, hotel recommendations, and of course, restaurant suggestions. He also seemed able to secure near impossible reservations, jetting off to dine at Copenhagen's Noma, widely considered the world's best restaurant, and a Noma pop-up in Tulum, Mexico. Italian Princess, I can confirm about that chef tasting menus. And I do remember, I think you were talking to us on day one, right? I know you've been here all along. I'm just saying, on day one, you said that you remember him and ordering all sorts of things at restaurants, huh? Thank you for your sticker. Okay, so even as Brian wanted to be known, you're known now, Brian Walshe. You are known worldwide, just for all the wrong reasons. He didn't let many people know much about him. He often told people that he was wealthy and Persian. He also let on that he owned a home on Beacon Street, a 5-story, 6,000 square foot brownstone. He'd often meet friends outside ahead of an evening on the town and later see them off at his stoop before entering his home's glass vestibule. He never entertained, listen here, we have to finish this one paragraph. He never entertained in any of his residences multiple ballrooms, nor did he ever throw a dinner party there. In fact, with one or two rare exceptions, the close friend from the restaurant says, Brian never let anyone inside. The source of Brian's wealth was also a mystery. When asked, his explanations were often varied and vague. According to former friends, Brian said he dealt in art. He also claimed that he and a college roommate had sold an airline ticketing service to Expedia for close to $200 million when he was in his 20s. Okay, Elon Musk. This guy thinks he's Elon Musk and he thinks he's Chuck Bass at the same time. At other times, he said he made his money off the oil fields of Papua New Guinea and the Yucatan Peninsula. His moniker among acquaintances, according to the restaurant friend, was aptly International Man of Mystery. Until Celebrite came along. Am I right? International Man of Mystery. And then we saw your Google searches and surveillance. So, yeah. Here we go. Zen Jen said defense requested the sidebar according to Boston 25. Okay. Just know he's an international man of mystery. He's wealthy, Persian. His mother is, okay. And that he's just extremely successful, has fine taste, okay. He only eats at Michelin star restaurants. And even there, even from Gordon Ramsay, he'll be like, I'd like the chef's tasting menu, please. And they're like, sir, this is a franchise. We don't offer that. Oh, no, I'd like that. That's all I'm settling for. Shall we all have the $25,000 bottle of wine? Okay, yes. Justice Junkie, thank you for your sticker.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to go?
this back?
Yes, please. Still silent. Now you're standing. So jury's coming in. So I wasn't far off when I said he either looks like a dog who's looking at the Christmas table like, am I going to get a bone? Or he looks like someone like, yes, I'll have the pea soup. He does give off that energy, doesn't he? Which there's nothing wrong with that. But with him doing that, with no hard work himself, there's something wrong with that.
Here. All persons have an interview for the Honorable Justice Diane Fernand, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Roddy, give your attention to
Got a boost.
President of Massachusetts. In this Honorable Court, please be seated. Please turn up your cell phone.
Thank you so much, Jinxie. Oh, damn, a $50 sticker in the morning. Well, for me, it's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but you know what I mean. Thank you so much. You said you are so good. I'm in such a happy mood after your read. Thank you.
Good morning, jurors. Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. We'll start today, as we do every day, with the questions. Were you able to comply, jurors, with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Be able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Be able to comply with my order that you not access any social media or go on and take in any news media?
Definitely not me. Any of you?
And you still all have open minds? Thank you, all jurors. For the record, all jurors answering in the affirmative to all 4 questions. We can have the witness back on the stand.
And we resume with cross-examination with Matthew Sheehan, MSP Crime Lab Forensic Scientist.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes.
You may proceed, Attorney Tipton.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm going to return to the home in a minute, but I want to ask you some very specific questions about some of the specific evidence that you testified to yesterday. Yesterday, you were asked about Exhibit 248 that you described as white powder residue on the portion of the rug that was labeled 16-7. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And this white powder residue, that has nothing to do with what we were talking about on cross-examination about this white coloring or discoloration up in the second floor bedroom, correct? That's completely different.
Yes, completely different.
And I think I heard you say on direct examination that the white powder residue on Exhibit 248 had been sent out to another unit?
Yes.
Examination?
Correct.
And was that the arson unit of the?
Yes.
And right now, as you sit here, do you know what that white powder was?
Yes.
And what was it?
From what I recall from the report, it was baking powder.
Okay, it's baking powder. And Mr. Sheehan, you've seen photographs of the rug that was found in Peavy, in the dumpster area, and you've seen photographs where there are additional clumps of what appears to be baking soda or some other substance, correct?
Correct.
And if you know, on those other portions of the rug where you see those clumps, is it your assessment that that's also baking powder?
I don't know. It was not tested.
You would agree, wouldn't you, with me, Mr. Sheehan, that throughout the home that was searched in Cohasset, that not only was there certain items seized that may have been opened, for instance, bottles or containers found in the basement, but there was also items that appeared to be never opened or ever used, correct?
In regards to what bottles?
In
Like,
regards to
what bottles are you talking about?
Well, I'm actually talking about some of the cleaning items that were located in the basement, the mops, brooms, buckets, pails, some of those having the label of Lowe's. They didn't appear to have been used for any reason.
Correct.
And so, if you recall, you testified yesterday about a cabinet that was up above the refrigerator in the kitchen, and you said that in that cabinet there was a knife and also a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, correct?
Correct.
And pause. Sorry, hold on.
Was that?
That's a better pause. Okay. The blue buckets, there were some blue buckets. I think we may have counted 3 or so stacked out of the 6 he bought at the Lowe's on January 1st, right? That they found in the basement. And they showed us those pictures from the search at the house from January 8th and 9th. Now, the thing is, on January 2nd, he bought at least 3 more buckets, bigger ones, from the Home Depot. So, maybe he'd started the dismemberment process, which would have been on, maybe he started on January 1st, that night, and realized, hey, yeah, these buckets are not going to work out for me, because why else would he go the next day and buy more buckets, but bigger ones, and those they didn't recover, because, well, we haven't seen them anywhere. They were orange buckets. Do you remember? So, yeah. So the fact that he didn't use them at all, what about the other ones? What about half of them that he did use? Where are those? What about the other ones, huh? I think he used them.
Hydrogen peroxide that was found in that cabinet up in the kitchen above the refrigerator, had that been opened?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So it's fair to say, without going down an exhaustive list, that there were numerous items found in Cohasset that had apparently never been used for any purpose. They were still in, for lack of a better phrase, brand new, unused condition.
From what I recall, but I didn't specifically look at each and every item.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in an investigation like this, you're looking for red-brown stains because you told us on direct examination that you were looking for blood, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in no report that you wrote did you ever use the phrase blood spatter or anything similar to blood splatter, correct?
Correct.
And so it's fair to say,
Sir, it's called spatter. And to everyone that commented on my community tab, just remember it's called spatter and not splatter. Okay, that's a side note.
say that you did not determine that what you saw anywhere in the house was indicative of blood spatter evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And if you can, sir, can you tell the jury briefly, or in your own words, what you consider to be, as a forensic specialist, blood spatter evidence?
Blood spatter in general is blood in flight.
And it results from somebody, perhaps, stabbing someone with a knife, and in the movement of the knife, blood evidence flies off the knife and spatters onto a surface, correct?
Yes.
And then when you see blood spatter, then you would analyze it and you would look for directionality and things like that to determine the directionality of the blood flowing from an instrument, correct?
I wouldn't be doing that. It would be a assigned bloodstain analyst. It would be done in the lab, however, just not by me.
All right, and I apologize. I really wasn't implying that you would do it, but in describing what blood spatter is, you would agree that that's what some analysts that may examine biological evidence found at the scene, that they would analyze it in that way. They would look for directionality and things like that.
Yes.
And there was nothing in this home that you're aware of that could be described as blood spatter evidence.
That is correct.
You were also asked questions yesterday on direct examination about luminol toward the very end of the direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you gave a brief definition for the jurors of what luminol is, correct?
Correct.
You saw no evidence of any container that had contained anything like luminol in the Cohasset home, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, you have no evidence that luminol was ever used in the home in Cohasset by anyone, correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you something a little bit about this testing, the instrument that you used for testing. Yesterday, you referred to swab K in Exhibit 216, photograph 1066. If I could have, if you don't mind, Exhibit 216, Ms. Gilman. And those are the swabs that you would then use, that you collected from some of the basement floor stains, the A through G, correct?
Yes.
And could I now have Exhibit 217, photograph 1067? That, what we saw yesterday is, that is a Ceratec instrument, so to speak, that the Mass State Police uses to then analyze something like a stain you would find on the floor, like you did in the basement, to determine if it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And is that, can you tell the jury, when you talked about screening tests and confirmatory tests, was that the screening test or a confirmatory test?
This is the confirmatory test.
Now, there are certain protocols that you, as a forensic analyst, have to use the Ceratec product, right?
Yes.
And without going into it, I think it's fair to say, and you tell me if I'm wrong, whenever you used that instrument, you used it correctly, didn't you?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to believe that the results that you relied on in testing the biological evidence in this case, that the evidence that flowed from this Ceratec instrument was erroneous, correct?
Correct.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that these instruments are very sensitive, correct?
Yes.
And the protocols actually suggest in using this instrument that you shouldn't use a liquid that is undiluted because it may overwhelm the instrument. So you dilute it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the sensitivity of the Ceratec HEM instrument that you used, by the way, HEM, H-E-M, does that stand for hemoglobin?
It is I believe so. I'm not sure if it stands for hemoglobin or not.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. That is the substance of the blood that this testing instrument is testing for, correct?
Yes.
And it's sensitive to the point that it can determine the presence of hemoglobin at the quantity of 20 nanograms per milliliter. That's what it says in the protocols, right?
It sounds correct. I would have to review the protocol.
Okay. And just as I'm going to look for that, I'll just ask you this. 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm correct, aren't I, that a nanogram is 1/billionth of a gram?
Yes.
So 20 nanograms is simply 20 billionths of a gram, correct?
Correct.
That is, and I'm not a scientist like you, but that's a pretty small amount of substance, isn't it?
Yes.
It's something that you can't even see with just your plain old eyes, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that in checking this home for blood evidence, that you were using an instrument that if you swabbed an area of the home, you could detect the presence of hemoglobin if it only was there in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Correct.
And the only place in this home in Cohasset that you found anything of blood evidence of significance where those areas you told us about in the basement, correct?
Correct.
Good point to pause. Firstly, Mimir Janice, thank you for upgrading to Grizzly Super Supporter. Very few people do that, and I really, really appreciate it. Denicia said, I think he found out about the affair. Otherwise, how could he hate her so much to this member? I agree with you. And his phone had called William Fasto's phone one night when William and Anna were out for dinner. They didn't specify the exact date, but when Anna had later contacted Brian Walshe, he'd apparently said something about, oh, the kids had by mistake called William Fasto. But all three of them knowing about that is interesting, number one. And that was obviously preceding Anna's murder. And then the other thing is that the status said that Brian Walshe had Googled William Fasto around Christmas time. I'll go look exactly. Wait. I've got it written down here somewhere. Me and my notes everywhere. I know I saved it over here. Okay, wait. Firstly, he looked up William Fasto on December 25th of 2022, on Christmas Day. On the 29th, he looked up the best dates to divorce. And then he also looked up Tishman Spire emergencies. So that's premeditation. To me, that shows a lot of premeditation. And also on December 29th, he'd researched buildings and emergencies that Anna had managed in the past. So that, I also think he found out about that before, right? Wait, I remember what I just want to add on. I think that Brian Walshe was so hurt by his father leaving his mother to allegedly run off with a man. He said he called it living an alternate lifestyle, okay? So he ran off, I think, with a man from everything I've read and the documents I've read. Brian Walshe was so hurt and so angry for so long. That's when they started being estranged already when Brian Walshe was young, but especially once Brian Walshe was an adult, he apparently stole $1 million from his dad. So he deeply resented his dad, you know what I mean? And stole from him, which made it much worse. And then Brian was disinherited, which made it much worse. And in documents, Brian Walshe said that he was just so angry with his dad's new lifestyle and how happy he was and moving on and all of that. So now imagine if we put ourselves in his shoes for 1 second, okay, his loafers with his Armani on. Okay, imagine if for 1 second that would have been like a trigger for him. If he'd found out about the affair, it's disproportionate for him because it's like, oh my word, here we go again. It's like a deep resentment for him that this person is starting this new happy alternative lifestyle, with somebody else. She's moving on and she's got lots of money, which is just like his dad. So it's almost like childhood trauma that then he relived and he reacted disproportionately, in my opinion. Sharon, thank you for your sticker. You're like, he is so rude. The tipped in the attorney. Okay, thank you for your sticker. I really appreciate it.
May I approach you?
You may.
You mentioned the protocols and that it sounded right when I said 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm just going to show you page 2 of the protocols. Just ask you to read it to yourself. And after having done that, if you could just look up and tell me you read it. You ready?
Yes.
So having reviewed that document, do you recognize that document as protocols applicable to the blood testing instrument we've been talking about?
That is the protocol that comes with the Sarachek card itself. We also have internal lab protocols that we follow for the specific testing.
You will agree that the protocol that I just showed you, though, does specifically state that the sensitivity of this instrument is at 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes.
So when you collect biological evidence at the scene it cohabitated. You're not trying to quantify what it is you're finding, correct?
Correct.
So it can be a very tiny amount, correct?
Yes.
And that tiny amount, and we're talking about something of 20 nanograms per milliliter, you didn't find anything even in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter in that.
And now what's going on?
Yes.
Yes, no, you did not find.
Cross-examination is glitching.
Correct.
That's fine, it's my fault. And you did not find it anywhere in the kitchen area, correct?
Correct.
So somebody can try to clean a floor, and somebody can try to clean a bathroom area. But if they leave something as small as 20 nanograms per milliliter of biological evidence, this instrument that you rely on could detect it, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
Could I have exhibit number 97, please? You see the rug in exhibit 97?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that that rug is the rug that you testified to yesterday?
It looks similar, but I can't confirm if it is or not.
And do you recognize the room that that rug is in with the fireplace?
Yes, this looks like the first floor living room.
Okay, and that's the room that you examined, correct?
I did not do a full examination. It was one of those areas that I did a brief visual exam as I was walking through to the second floor and first floor.
And that's the carpet that was all cut up into pieces and had all that blood on it and everything. So I don't know what the deal is with the carpet, you know what I mean? I thought maybe he could have, I still think he could have, one scenario, stabbed her in this area. But there was no cast off, no blood spatter in this room unless he cleaned it very, very well. But that's unlikely, right? But this is the carpet in the living room. Yeah, and we saw a lot of it yesterday as well. Footsie's girl said, gee, do you know of his educational background? He went to a private school. He went to, what is that university called? Tell me someone, something Mellon. Carnegie Mellon, something like that. He went there to study business, but dropped out in the second year, and that's it. Beyond that, he was a fraudster. And just pretended to be very, very wealthy and has some businesses allegedly. Like he claimed his sports memorabilia business. He claimed that he sold an airline ticketing system for $200 million, him and a friend. I don't know, there's no evidence of that. The only evidence is that he went to university for a little bit and he dropped out. And that's it, that's what we know. So I think the rest is right in the coattails of his dad, Dr. Thomas Walshe, a neurosurgeon.
You can take down exhibit 97. Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. In any event, when you went into that living room, whether you made a cursory inspection, and no one told you you could only spend a little bit of time in the living room, that's fair to say, right?
Correct.
You could spend as long as you needed to find whatever it was you were looking for, and that was blood, right?
Yes.
And you could have torn up the floor in the living room like they did up in the second floor room if you had any reason to believe that there was blood or biological evidence in that living room, correct?
Correct.
And you could look for what we just talked about, the blood spatter evidence on the fireplace that you see in Exhibit 97. You could do all those things. But what happened was when you went through the living room, you saw nothing that gave you pause to look at that room for biological evidence other than walking through it, looking, and then moving on to another area, correct?
Correct.
And that rug that is seen in Exhibit 97 lying on the floor, there was simply no evidence on the floor area in front of the fireplace that there was any biological evidence of any significance. And when you, right, let me cut that off, right?
Correct.
And when you were examining that area, and was that on January 9th or January 8th?
January 8th.
So when you were examining that area on January 8th, that rug wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
So that entire floor was in plain view, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it'd be pretty easy, wouldn't it, for you or any one of your colleagues to examine that particular area of the floor to see if there was any biological evidence on the floor where that was evidence, correct? And you testified yesterday extensively on direct examination that there are numerous parts of pieces of rug that you examined, and you told the jury about the red-brown stain you saw on that rug and those pieces, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever, as one of the forensic scientists involved in this case, did you ever piece together the fragments of the rug that you testified to yesterday?
I did not. That would not be my unit if it was requested for analysis.
Do you know if anybody did in the Mass State Police crime?
Not that I'm aware of.
I want to turn your attention now briefly to the knife that you testified to yesterday that was found in the cabinet above the refrigerator, okay? And if we can have Exhibit 201, please, Ms. Gilman. Once again, that's the cabinet, correct?
Yes.
And inside that cabinet, you found a knife, correct?
Correct.
And inside that cabinet, we see various items, including boxes, what appears to be bottles of hydrogen peroxide.
Yes.
And we also see can you tell the jury what they see in the right side of Exhibit 201, another container with a red label and white lid on it?
That is hydrogen peroxide wipes.
Okay. And were those wipes also in apparent brand new condition? They hadn't been opened?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could we have Exhibit 202, Ms. Gilman? And if I may, do you know, Mr. Sheehan, if then when someone was taking this photograph, if that is the exact condition of how the knife was found?
Yes, it is.
And that was after someone removed, and I say someone like one of your colleagues, they removed that bottle of hydrogen peroxide and those wipes.
Yes.
You told us yesterday that there was a screening test conducted on that knife, correct?
Yes.
But there was no confirmatory test, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say then that as you sit here today, you can't tell us whether whatever you characterized as screening test results as possible blood, you don't know if it's blood or not, do you?
That is correct.
And since you didn't do a confirmatory test, you certainly can't tell us that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that on item number 1-8, which is the knife, Exhibit 215, that you otherwise didn't see any visible stains, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say, if I understand your testimony from yesterday, that on this knife that was found above our refrigerator, you neither saw any visible stains, red blood stains, and you don't know what it was on the preliminary screening test, whether it was blood or not, correct?
Correct. It was only a screening test positive.
And if you know, Mr. Sheehan, that sample that you collected from that knife was never subjected to any further testing.
Correct.
So there is no evidence whatsoever that that knife had any biological substance on it, like blood at all, right?
Aside from the positive screening test, no.
But the screen test doesn't tell us it's blood.
That is correct.
If I could have, Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 208. Yesterday, you see that photograph, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And you described that as the bottom basement step in the Cohasset home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how that step came to become broken, or however you want to characterize it?
I was notified that someone, when they were doing a preliminary search around the house, had stepped on it and it broke.
Okay. And so you don't know if it was cracked before that person you just described actually then completely broke the stair, do you?
I don't.
You have no idea, as you sit here today, what condition that stair was in when it then thereafter was reported as being broken by, I'm just going to say, one of your colleagues or one of the Mass State Police people?
Correct.
But you did say that there was a blood stain that's indicated there on the bottom piece of wood lying on the concrete floor.
It was a red-brown stain. I did not do confirmatory testing in the lab on this one.
Okay, so we don't know if that stain is indicative of blood or not.
It is indicative of blood, but so it had screened positive, but no confirmatory testing was done.
Okay, but you can't, it could be blood though.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, Mr. Sheehan, that who specifically from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, other criminalists, were there examining the home on January 8th and January 9th?
On January 9th, briefly, Davis Gould was there before he had went to do the Volvo and to do the examination at the trash collection site.
And also, do you know a trooper named Stephanie Devlin?
Yes.
And she was there, correct?
Correct. She's assigned to the crime scene services section. She's the one that took majority of the photos.
All right. And she was involved in also not only taking the photos, but was she also involved in conducting and assisting in conducting latent print examination?
Yes.
And who else was there?
I would have to refer to my notes. There was a large amount of people there from both the crime scene services section and the detective unit.
Do you know of anyone named Sullivan?
Heather Sullivan?
Well, there's two, I guess. Heather Sullivan. Tell us about Heather Sullivan.
She was assigned to the crime scene services section, and I believe she was the one who took photos of everything at the trash collection site.
Okay. Are you familiar with any other Sullivan who was a trooper that was at the scene examining the home at Cohasset?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. And could you just estimate, as the best you can from your memory, how many people from the Mass State Police were there examining the home? Let's start on January 8th.
I would approximate about 10.
Okay. And how about January 9th? Once again, we understand it's an approximation.
I'd say about 15.
And it's fair to say that both on January 8th and January 9th, that those people were there for all day doing their work, correct?
Correct.
And their work included looking for any evidence and examining every single room in that house for evidence, correct?
Correct.
When you differentiate between the crime lab and crime scene services, can you just briefly, once again, tell the jury the difference between the two units?
So the crime scene services section is essentially the sworn division of criminalistics. They do all of the testing for fingerprints and any type of impression evidence, as well as documentation with both photo and video. We are both criminalistics and crime scene services are under the umbrella of the crime lab.
So they're trained professionals with combined years of experience looking for any and everything that could be significant in the investigation of a case, correct? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you're working with groups like that, number of people, 5, 10, is it fair to say that when you get together at a crime scene or where you think a crime was committed, you collaborate, you talk with each other about what you saw or what you might not see? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in the course of an investigation like this, you would then review perhaps your colleagues' reports or their notes, so you have a better idea of the entire scope of the investigation.
Correct.
And you rely on those reports, don't you, to be accurate and to reflect what was found at a scene, correct?
Yes.
And so there's something called field notes that you and your colleagues.
Yes.
And what you do is and tell me if I'm wrong, you fill out specific things in handwriting as you're making observations, or shortly thereafter, and then later on, you take those handwritten notes and you put them into a typewritten report, correct?
Correct.
And those field notes are included in the file, and the case-related file, the criminalist file, the CSS file, regarding a particular case like this one, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, I asked you if you were aware of the fact that in one or more rooms, if baseboards have been removed to examine a particular room, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize. I implied that it was one of your reports. You said, I don't remember that.
I believe so.
But it's fair to say that, based on your review of your colleagues' notes of examining this Cohasset home, in fact, the notes, the field notes, and the reports do indicate, at least in some instances, that baseboards of certain rooms were removed as you and your colleagues were searching for any evidence of biological.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Is this a question? You said answer to chat? Question? He started being seen throwing things away. Already on the first, he threw one bag away at Vinin's Liquors at the dumpster. They were closed that day, but he went to the dumpster, which was in Swampscott on Paradise Road near his mother's house. Then he went shopping and shoplifting. And then the next time that we know that he was seen throwing things away was on January 3rd at those 3 apartment complexes. And based on the timeline and everything we know, I think that's where Anna's body parts were thrown away. They were never recovered because the trash from there was incinerated by the time the police had gotten to it. You know, they only knew Anna was missing on January 4th. So that was all incinerated by January 8th. Yeah, so he went to throw away things on the 1st, on the 3rd, and on the 5th. The 5th was his last trash run near his mother's house. And that they were able to recover. About 8 bags with lots of incriminating evidence that we've seen exhibits of, which is timestamped for you. It was on day 4 and 5. We saw more yesterday as well. Okay, we can actually go forward a little bit here. Are we there yet?
Judge, before I ask this next question, I think maybe I come to sidebar.
Yes, you may.
Oh, man.
Mr. Sheehan, you told us a moment ago that you do collaborate with your fellow colleagues at a scene like this,
Yes.
and that you do review their reports and their notes so you get a better picture of the entire scope of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you said you acknowledge that you know who Trooper Devlin is, correct?
Correct.
And did you in fact review her reports in conjunction with all your other colleagues' reports specific to the examination of the home at Cohasset?
Yes.
And it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, Mr. Sheehan, for you to look at something in this particular home, Cohasset home, on January 9th, and it would be important to you to know that that's something like discoloration on the floor. that you observed on January 9th had not been observed there on January 8th. Would that be important to you in assessing the scope of the evidence that was being looked at?
In regards to my examination, I don't believe so.
Do you recall reviewing Trooper Devlin's notes regarding whether the discoloration on the second floor bedroom was not seen on January 8th?
I would have to actually review her notes again. I definitely reviewed her report, but in terms of her actual field notes, I did not review.
I asked for the court's permission to approach the witness with the report.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Oh, my word. Okay. I'll see you at sidebar. And we're back. This was a good comment. Right and Run said he's trying to show there was no violence before the dismemberment, proving a natural death before the dismemberment. Yes, that is what he's trying to do, and he sure has a lot of stamina, right? Mr. Tipton.
May I approach your honor?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, I'm showing you a two-page report. Can you just tell us if that report indicates whose report it was?
Yes, it does.
And whose report is it?
Trooper Stephanie Devlin.
And that would be one of the reports that you just told the jury that would be one of the reports you'd review in the context of the investigation you did.
Yes.
And I would ask you, if you would, sir, to read to yourself this second numbered paragraph. Just read it to yourself and then look up and tell us when you're done.
Such a nice witness. Okay. Sir, Bold and Snarky, thank you for being a member for 25 months. You said, come on, Grizzlies, hit that like button. Yes, do people want me to get a D or a C report card from YouTube or what? My YouTube report card daily depends on you. And if you hit the like button or not. Okay.
Okay.
Does Trooper Devlin's report indicate that the discoloration that was observed on January 9th was not observed on January 8th up in the second bedroom?
As to that form sustained,
Does the content of that second paragraph of Trooper Devlin's report refresh your recollection about whether the discoloration in the second floor bedroom upstairs was not seen on January 8th, but was seen on January 9th?
In terms of her report, I did not visualize the bedroom on the first day, so I can't say for certain if it was there or not. I would have to go by her report.
So her report does not refresh your recollection?
Correct.
I want to focus now your attention on what was described yesterday as dark gray slippers, item number 9-27. If I could have Ms. Gilman exhibit 230. You recognize that, don't you, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And that is an item that has been marked as 9-27?
That is correct.
And you described for the jury yesterday that there was red-brown stains on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Top and bottom, correct?
Yes.
And you went into some detail on direct examination describing how you took pains to try to collect samples from the interior of Exhibit 230, Item 927, to try to find, quote, skin cells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were purposefully trying to avoid collecting red blood cells, or collect samples from what you perceive to be red blood cells. Red blood stains.
Yes.
You actually used the word control. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did use the phrase to avoid, quote, cross-contamination, correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by cross-contamination?
During a sample collection, if there are visible red-brown stains in an area, I would try to avoid that when collecting for potential recovery of skin cells. Knowing that these red-brown stains could be potentially blood, I wanted to avoid combining a skin cell collection with a blood collection.
And what was the purpose then of trying to collect, quote, skin cells, epithelial cells?
The skin cells themselves would help identify a person who would have been using the item or wearing them, how they would normally be worn.
And you have no direct knowledge of of who these slippers are, do you?
I don't.
And you have no direct knowledge how any of the red-brown staining came to be onto this Exhibit 230, do you?
I don't.
And do you, in fact, know, Mr. Sheehan, exactly where these dark gray slippers were found?
I don't recall which trash bag, but they were recovered from the trash collection site.
And so do you know what specific bag these slippers were found in?
No, I don't.
And I'll just ask this, and we understand. You then can't tell the jury what other items were found in the same bag that these slippers were found in, correct?
Correct. I would have to review the case file.
You are aware of the fact that a number of bags, black bags, were found at a dumpster site in Peabody, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go to that dump site?
I did not.
And you are aware of the fact that there was a compactor. Aside from the dumpster, there was a compactor that was also searched that resulted in the bags being found, correct?
Yes.
And a compactor is different than just a dumpster bin. It's a compactor that pushes items and condenses them into a smaller physical size so it can collect more trash or garbage or debris, correct?
Correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that when you're concerned for cross-contamination, and you were taking pains, as a forensic analyst would, to try to avoid cross-contamination, it's fair to say that when things are put into a bag and compressed by a compactor, they are pressed together with whatever else is in that same bag, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
And so when they are pressed together in a compactor, they are pushed together and they can then be cross-contaminated, correct?
Objection.
You can answer it.
Correct.
And so when you look at these items as a forensic analyst, and you did so, when you see something like hair that may have been attached to an item like the slippers, you have no idea if that hair was on the slipper when it was put into the bag, or if it came to be on the slipper because of the compression that resulted from being compressed by a compactor.
That is correct.
So I guess the question, the next question is this. When we look at these photographs of various pieces of evidence, like these gray slippers, the dark gray slippers, and other pieces of evidence that you look at, the photographs are not representative of how that item may have appeared before it was placed in a bag, correct?
Correct.
As to that form, sustained.
The photographs do not depict how an item, right there, if I may do. The photographs that have been placed into evidence of certain items may not depict the condition that a particular item was in prior to being deposited in the black bag.
Correct.
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you very much. And yesterday you testified to some hair that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to Exhibit 232, you examined 2 of the hair fibers that you found, correct?
Yes, from item number, I believe it was 9-18. Sorry, 9-28.
9-28,
Yeah.
yes. And one of the 2 hairs that you examined, you determined was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
And then the other hair you examined was consistent with animal hair, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware, Mr. Sheehan, that, I've been calling you Mr. Sheehan. You're not a trooper, are you?
Correct.
Okay, so I've been right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of the fact that there was an animal that also resided at the Cohasset home?
Yes.
During this period of time?
Yes.
And and are you aware of where this hair that you were examining, Exhibit 232, was found in the Cohasset home?
From what I recall, it was found from the trash area.
Okay. The trash area of Peabody?
The trash collection site.
Okay. And you also told the jurors yesterday about another exhibit of hair, Exhibit 250, correct?
Which exhibit is that?
That was a hair clump?
The item number was 16-12.
Okay, could we have Exhibit 250?
I'm gonna pause so we can talk a little bit in between and keep ourselves awake. Right? So, a lot of questions in the chat about what exactly Brian Walshe pleaded guilty to and what is the point of this and all of that. The jury doesn't know, as far as I know, from what I've been following, the jury doesn't know that Brian Walshe pleaded guilty to misleading a police investigation. The other charge, so he was charged with first-degree murder, misleading a police investigation, and improper conveyance of a human body. But when he pleaded guilty on that day, they phrased it differently and they called it disinterment of a human body. They didn't say dismemberment, they called it disinterment. So that was a different phrase, but it's part of the same code, the same legal code. So it's still related to the improper conveyance of a human body. So throwing Anna's body away. But because the jury doesn't know that he pleaded guilty to that, I guess this is all, even though it's a first-degree murder trial, that's what Brian is on trial for. That's the only charge the jury is going to have to decide on. There's all this other evidence around that to try to also prove that. You know what I mean? So, I hope that makes sense, because he didn't plead guilty to necessarily, the phrasing wouldn't be dismembering her. He pleaded guilty to the improper conveyance of a human body, otherwise referred to as disinterring, pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 270, Section 16. So it says, this statute prohibits the unauthorized removal, concealment, or disposal of human remains, including acts such as transporting them across state lines or disturbing them from their resting place, a process known as disinterment. The charge was worded that way to encompass disinterment because the alleged conduct involved not only the improper disposal of Anna Walshe's remains, but also their transportation and concealment in locations such as trash facilities and quarries in Massachusetts, right? So the prosecutors argued that these actions constituted a form of disinterment by disturbing and relocating the body from its initial site in the family home, thereby violating the law's broad protections for the dignified handling of human remains. So that is what he pleaded guilty to. And we're seeing a lot of evidence of that, right? Yeah, so Jen said they can't say the 2 guilty pleas because they are prejudicial. Yeah, so I think somebody asked earlier, why can't they know? The judge was yet to decide on that, but that would be very, I mean, we know about it and we were like, guilty, right? Wow, he pleaded guilty, and I think he did, I'm speculating. I think on the day the jury selection started, he pleaded guilty to those 2 counts, hoping that the state would then, and it would be a defense strategy, that the state would then say, oh, okay, so you admit you plead guilty to those 2? Okay, well then let's offer you a plea deal. Like, how about you plead guilty to second-degree murder and then we call it a day? But that did not happen. The state was like, oh, okay, no, we're going ahead. We're putting you on trial for first-degree murder. So, yeah, in that way, that did not help him at all. Didn't help him at all. As for the jury, they'll have to decide if Brian Walshe committed first-degree premeditated murder. And I do think, depending on how the closing arguments go, and the rest, of course, of the evidence that they're going to put on, closing arguments is not evidence, right? But depending on how they wrap that all up, reminding the jury, because I've gone and re-watched hearings and re-listened to testimony, all sorts of things to remind myself of how do they know it's premeditated. Why do they say that? They say it's because Brian Walshe had knowledge of the affair, that he gained that around, he already had suspicions, and then there's the private investigator that he asked his mother to hire, and around Christmas Day, he'd actually Googled William Fastow. I mean, there was no reason for him to do that at that time, right? And he was apparently obsessively looking at one male friend's Instagram, and so he was suspecting that Anna was having an affair. Particularly then around that time when she wasn't home for Thanksgiving, she wasn't home for Christmas Eve, she got home late because the flight was cancelled, but on Christmas Day, and maybe on the 1st of January, she's like, yeah, I gotta go. Maybe she said there's a work emergency. Maybe he just stuck with that story, but I think he reacted to it. Because like, oh, hell no, we're supposed to go for brunch. Because remember, he made reservations at that noodle restaurant on the 1st. I think he intended to take her for not brunch, but he called it that, a late lunch. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Let's continue listening to cross-examination.
Is that the item 16-12?
Yes.
And that would be Exhibit 250?
Yes.
And the hair found in this exhibit, what is that substance that we see in the photograph?
I do not know.
So it was never examined?
No.
And of course, it'd be very important to determine if that substance that we see in this exhibit, if that substance that the hair rests on was skin tissue or anything of the sort, right?
Visually, it did not have any visual similarities to skin tissue.
Okay. So there's no question in your mind, as a forensic analyst, that that has anything to do with someone's skin tissue. But as you sit here today, you don't even know what it is.
Correct.
And the fact that we saw an exhibit, and it's Exhibit 233. Could we have Exhibit 233, please? This exhibit was indicative of Exhibit 232, and it's the hair that you described as consistent with human hair, correct?
Correct.
And it's the root section, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that a hair that contains the root, that hair falls out naturally, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's nothing to indicate nefarious about the fact that there is a root attached to this hair?
Correct.
It's just the fact that when you examined this, you examined it with the protocols that you use, and you made a determination based on its structure, as the term you used, that it was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
When you use that phrase, consistent with human hair or consistent with animal hair, what you're saying is you can't say positively that it's human hair, but it's consistent, correct?
With this root, you can confirm it's a human hair. If it did not have a root, it would have to be consistent with.
Okay. With regards now to these various items and tools that you testified to yesterday, and I'm talking about the hacksaw and the hammer and things like that, correct?
Yes.
All of what you told this jury, without repeating it, later, all of that is, it's fair to say that you're unaware of exactly where those tools were found, other than they were found in that compactor dumpster area of the meeting, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you're not sure what particular bags those tools were found in, correct?
Correct.
And so, even though you detected the presence of red-brown stains and determined that some of those stains had hemoglobin in them, you can't tell the jury how that biological evidence came to be on each and every one of those tools. You just can tell us there was biological evidence on these tools, correct?
That is correct.
And once again, the biological evidence that you detected on those tools could have been on any one tool or more, could have been deposited as a result of transfer, correct? Or, as you called it, cross-contamination, correct?
That is correct.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions about the testimony regarding a hatchet that you testified to about yesterday, right?
Yes.
You did detect something that you described as greasy or oily film or something on that hatchet, right?
Yes.
You never did examine what that greasy or oily film was, correct?
Correct.
You never did any further testing of anything on the surface of that hatchet with regard to the greasy or oily residue that you saw to determine if, in fact, it was an oily residue that was deposited on a tool to prevent it from rusting or things like that, correct?
The testing that I did was the screening test for blood, and it was in the same area as the hatchet head.
But other than that, other than trying to determine if there was a presence of biological evidence, you did not specifically try to determine what the greasy, oily residue was. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't, well, I shouldn't put it that way. You didn't take any effort to try to go to a particular store, find the exact same tool, and see if that tool contained a greasy, oily residue, did you?
I did not.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sheehan.
Redirect.
Briefly.
Breathe. Cross-examination is over. It's time for redirect. Okay, so let's see how they bring that in. Also, you know what I was wondering is why did they charge him like that with the improper conveyance of a human body? Why not like other dismemberment cases? What about abuse of a corpse? How about that? How about actually charging him with dismemberment? But see, maybe that was risky because they never found her body, but like, damn, look at all that evidence. Look at the tools. I think they could have proven it. Maybe that was risky. Maybe that's why they said that. They took the safe route, right? Anywho, okay, redirect. Are we ready?
Mr. Sheehan, do you test all areas of a potential scene?
I do not.
Did you test all areas of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
No.
Why not?
I tried to identify the most forensically relevant areas and move from there.
And what are the reasons that testing could be negative?
It's possible that a particular biological substance was not present, and it's also possible that it was present at some point, was cleaned off, or it is present and to the point where it is not detectable by the tests.
So how does cleaning a house impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
If it was thoroughly cleaned, I would imagine the test results would be negative.
Does washing the walls impact your ability to find blood?
Yes, it does.
What type of cleaning materials would impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Virtually any type of cleaning material, bleach, alcohol, ammonia, anything, even water if it dilutes the sample to an extensive amount.
Would hydrogen peroxide impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Yes.
Are there other ways that blood can be destroyed or diluted?
Really any type of cleaning materials, as well as environmental factors such as extreme heat.
Did you test, actually, if I could have published for the jury, Your Honor, Exhibit 21. Well, that's not the right exhibit. One moment. Skimmin, we're looking for 7236. Photo 7236. Thank you. Do you recognize that room?
Yes, this is the living room.
And this is the living room from when you were there during the search warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you recognize in front of the fireplace?
There is some looks to be a repair work around the brick, as well as a carpet.
So there was a carpet there when you were there over the hardwood floor on January 8th and 9th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
But he obviously, Brian Walshe boy went shopping. He got new rugs, okay? And the babysitter did notice. I don't know, I've read so many documents at this point. Don't know which one I read it on, but the babysitter, well, it's probably one of the search warrants or something. The babysitter noticed. Oh my word, there's different rugs. Interesting. Can't wait to see the babysitter testify, Robin, and Jeb Mootlu, who was there for the New Year's Eve party. We still haven't heard from him either. We've watched clips of his interviews, like as in media interviews, but we've not seen him testify yet, so that will be interesting.
And that is not the carpet that you tested in the lab, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what the objects looked like before they went into the bags that we just talked about, that you talked about on cross-examination?
I don't.
And do you know what the objects looked like if they went into the compactor at all?
I don't.
So do you know where those bags went?
The bags were, as far as I know, the bags were recovered from the trash site. I'm not sure where exactly they were recovered from before that.
I might have one moment.
You may.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Just a couple of questions. When you looked at Exhibit 21 just now, you said you described that fireplace as having what looked like a repair work, right?
Yes.
Did you examine it?
I did not.
Would you agree that also what's depicted in Exhibit 21 could be foam that's taped around the fireplace to prevent a small child from hitting their head on the corner of brickwork? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
The witness may step down.
And an applause for Matthew Sheehan. It's quite the cross-examination, went over 2 days.
Jurors, in light of our late start today, I'm going to keep on. Everybody good? Thumbs up. You may call your next witness.
Who is it?
Commonwealth will call Bryce Raymond.
Bryce Raymond, okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. You just watch your step for me.
Now, that was a Massachusetts accent. Watch your step for me, huh? There was a late start today. We don't actually know why. There was a sidebar. Apparently the defense asked for the sidebar, but they started like an hour late. And we entertained ourselves. We started half an hour late, and then for half an hour we read a very interesting little article on Brian Walshe. We're yet to finish it. But anyway, we could do that in a break or so. Thank you, Stefan. Bryce Raymond, MSP Crime Lab. Are we going to hear DNA evidence now? Maybe.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Bryce Raymond, Raymond.
Could you please tell?
Bryce, Bryce.
Could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Penn State University and a Master's of Science in Biology from Tufts University.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 2 in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since June of 2019.
Let's all say it together now. As Roar Lovey said, DNA, right? Now it's DNA time. Okay, here we go. Already from documents we know that Anna Walsh's DNA was confirmed on many of those items, with all the stains on it, blood stains, and that Brian Walshe was a contributor. Yes?
And can you please tell the jury your present duties in the DNA unit and the nature of the work that you do?
Yes, as a Forensic Scientist 2, I am in charge with processing evidentiary items through our DNA lab processing, as well as interpreting and making any conclusions to known standards.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received at least 6 months of specialized training in which I read all the protocols and procedures at the lab. I attended lectures and took quizzes, as well as worked on mock evidentiary items through the lab processing. And at the end of testing, I take a competency test.
And did you pass that competency test?
Yes, I did.
So does your testing and training stop after that initial 6-month period?
No, every year we have to do at least 8 hours of continuing education in order to stay knowledgeable in the field.
And do you continue to be tested at the lab?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of testing is that called?
That's called a proficiency test.
And how does proficiency testing work at the lab?
Yeah, so twice a year we have to take a proficiency test to continuously show that we have the skills and knowledge in order to perform DNA analysis. This is given by an outside accrediting body, and when we complete our work, we send in the results to that accrediting body for them to grade.
And what are the results of your proficiency testing?
I have passed every one I have taken.
So approximately how many samples have you had the opportunity to analyze for DNA testing?
Approximately 2,000.
And have you testified before in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Does the Massachusetts DNA unit at your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, we do.
And who sets those protocols and procedures?
They are based on some accrediting bodies, such as the FBI, as well as validations that are done at the lab.
Well, you anticipated my next question, which is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, accredited?
Yes, we are. We are accredited by ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, as well as the FBI Quality Assurance Standards for DNA laboratories.
And what does accredited actually mean?
That means we are following specific set of standards to make sure that the scientific work that we are performing is accurate and reliable.
And is that a national accreditation?
Yes, it is.
And does your work undergo any kind of review process?
Yes, all work goes under two different types of review processes, a technical review and an administrative review.
And is that review process required under the accreditation standard?
Yes, it is.
And so if you could just explain technical and administrative review, please.
Yes, a technical review is one that is done by a qualified analyst that takes a look at your work to make sure that you followed all the proper protocols and procedures and made sure that any conclusions you made are scientifically sound. An administrative review looks over the file to make sure there's no spelling mistakes, no grammar mistakes, all the pages are numbered and initialed, and other administrative things such as that.
And why is that all important?
That's important to make sure that we provide the best quality work that we can.
I now want to talk about DNA. What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic blueprint of life and what makes you, you. You inherit your DNA from your parents, so you get half of your DNA from your mom and half of your DNA from your dad. And no two individuals have the same DNA profile except for identical twins.
Is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, so whether we test blood, saliva, hair, skin, we should expect the same DNA profile if they came from the same person.
So what type of biological material can DNA be found in?
So that can be blood, saliva, skin, hair, sweat, urine, anything biological.
So can you explain generally the process that is used for forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, at the lab we have a 4-step process. The first step is extraction. This is when we break open the cells and collect the DNA. The second step is quantitation or quantification. This is when we can get an estimate of how much human DNA is present as well as how much male DNA is present. And that's so we can target an appropriate amount for the third step. And that third step is amplification. This is when we make millions and millions of copies of specific areas on the DNA and are fluorescently tagged. And then the fourth step is separation and detection, also known as capillary electrophoresis. This is when we put the DNA on an instrument that separates out the DNA by size and has a camera to detect those fluorescently tags. And that produces raw data.
And what is the goal of that raw data?
The goal of that raw data is to then be read by an interpreting analyst in order to interpret the DNA profile.
And what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile, so the specific areas that we are copying during amplification is called STRs, or short tandem repeats. That is just areas on the DNA that repeat different lengths for a person. So one person could have 5 repeats, another person could have 6. And it's the combination of all those numbers is what makes up a DNA profile.
So how many locations are you testing?
We test 26 locations as well as a sex determining location.
And what is batch testing?
Batch testing is what we do at the lab and is a common practice in forensic science, in which if many items need to be processed for the same lab step, one analyst will process all those items at once on the same instrument.
So why do you use batch testing?
We do that for efficiency, as it is better for one analyst to process, say, 50 items at one time on one instrument than 50 analysts trying to process one item each on the same instrument, one after each other.
Is there a protocol that you follow prior to retrieving any evidence to prepare your lab area to avoid contamination?
Yes.
So how do you avoid contamination?
To avoid contamination, I first put on protective personal equipment, and that can include a lab coat, a mask, a hairnet, and for me, a beard net. When I go to my lab bench, I also put on gloves, and I spray the lab bench with bleach, clean that off, and lay down lab bench paper before I proceed with any testing.
So why do you use bleach?
The bleach is to destroy any DNA that may be present on the lab bench.
And why do you use bench paper?
We use bench paper to prevent any contamination from items that I may be testing to be deposited onto the lab bench for the next person.
And why are you wearing PPE?
The PPE is also to prevent any DNA that I may touch to go over to another lab bench or any of my DNA to be deposited on the items.
And once your area is prepared, can you please tell us what you first did and what you first do with items that you're going to sample?
Yes, so for sample preparation, I get a list of items that have been selected for DNA analysis. I get those items out of storage in our secured walk-in room. I take that container of evidence back to the lab bench. I scan it into my custody and take a photocopy. I then open up the container, grab the items that I need, and put those aside ready for testing. I seal up the container with my initials and date and put the container away.
And did you work on lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I did.
And what did you initially do to prepare the samples for DNA analysis?
I did sample preparations on some items.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you specifically about samples. Did you prepare samples 5-1.1, sample from swabs of red-brown stained K on basement floor, 7-10.3.1, sample from the stained area C on the blade of the hacksaw, 7-10.4.1, sample from the handle of the hacksaw, 9-22.1.1, sample from stain A on white towel number 1 with red-brown stains, 9-28.1.1, sample from stained area A on apparent hairs, 9-31.1, sample from cutting of red-brown stain from piece of rug from bag number 5 from 300 Forest Street. Did you prepare samples from those?
Yes, I did.
So after preparing the samples, what did you next do?
After preparing the samples, I then did the first lab step of extraction.
And how did you do the extraction step?
Yes, to each of the tubes, along with the controls, I added chemicals to the tubes and put them in an oven, and that is done to break open the cells in order to free up the DNA. I then take those tubes and put them on an instrument that separates out the DNA and puts them in a separate tube in liquid form, and that tube is called an extract.
Did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
What equipment did you use?
I used an oven, and the instrument was an Easy One robot.
And how did you use the equipment?
For the oven, I just placed the samples in and took them out. For the Easy One robot, I put the samples on the robot and then programmed the robot with the proper protocol to use for the extraction and collection, and then got the tubes off of the robot when the process was done.
And I think you said that that is now called, what is that now called?
That is now called an extract.
Okay. And then what did you do next?
Next, I took a small portion of the extract, known as an aliquot, and put that into a separate tube and prepared that for the second step of quantification.
So now we're on step number 2?
Yes.
Okay. And what items did you do quantification for?
The same items that were previously mentioned.
And how did you perform the quantification step?
Yes, so for each of the aliquots, I put a portion onto a 96 well plate along with other chemicals. I then place that 96 well plate onto an instrument, and that instrument does a series of heating and cooling, and that produces the data that gives us the estimation of DNA.
So I believe you just named the equipment that you used.
Yes, it is a real-time PCR system.
Okay. And so how did you use that equipment?
So I put the 96 well plate onto the instrument. I then used the computer program associated with it to say that to start the quantification process. And then after it was done, I collected the data off of the equipment and then put it on our computer drive.
And then what did you do next?
After that, I discussed the quantitation results with the interpreting analyst of this case, who is Saman Saleem.
And then what did you do?
Then we came up with how to do amplification strategies for each of the items. And then once that was decided, I went forward with the third step of amplification.
So step number 3 is amplification.
Correct.
And what items did you perform amplification for?
Those same 6 items.
That we previously named.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you perform the amplification step?
Yes. For each of those items, I got the extracts, and I either used all of the extract or a portion of the extract to target an appropriate amount of DNA for testing.
Let me just stop you for a second. What's extract?
Extract was the product from the first step of extraction.
Okay. And now finish your answer. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. So for those samples, I added chemicals and put them into an instrument known as a thermocycler. And that also does a series of heating and cooling, which makes the copies of the DNA that are fluorescently tagged. And at the end of that process, the tube is now known as an amplicon.
And then what did you do next?
Next, after the amplicons were done, I then proceeded on to the fourth step of separation and detection.
And which items did you do the fourth step for?
The same 6 items that were mentioned.
So you did all the steps of DNA for those 6 items.
That's correct.
And how did you perform the detection step?
Yes. Of the amplicons, I took a small portion of each amplicon and put it on a 96 well plate, added chemicals to the plate. I then put that plate onto an instrument known as a 3500 genetic analyzer. I then programmed the genetic analyzer to perform the separation and detection. And then the instrument separated out the DNA fragments by size and with the camera detected those fluorescent tags.
And then what happens next?
After that data is generated, I take the data off of the instrument and put it on our computer drive.
And then what happens?
After I'm done, I let the interpreting analyst know that data has been collected, and I hand over any worksheets that I generated to them.
And who does the interpretation?
In this case, it was Saman Saleem.
So you did not do the interpretation here?
I did not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Just a few questions. Mr. Raymond. Good morning.
Good morning.
And you've taken a lot of proficiency tests. You've passed them all, correct?
Yes.
You take pride in what you do, don't you?
Yes.
And you're running the
And you don't like microphones, Mr. Defense Attorney. Come on now. Go to the microphone.
these machines, the analyzer and everything else, and you're running them consistent with the protocols that are required to be followed to run them accurately, correct?
That is correct.
And what you do is you depend on the fact that the samples that you get for testing are samples that will result in reliable results, correct?
Correct.
But what is your title at the lab?
I am a forensic scientist too.
Okay. And are there forensic scientists 3 and stuff like that? Forensic scientist 1?
Yes,
Okay, but you're a 2, correct?
correct.
And with your knowledge and experience, it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea where the samples that you subjected to DNA testing came from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you have no idea how they were collected, wherever they were collected from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you can tell the jury that at times when you conduct testing like you just described, the results will indicate that there are mixtures of different DNA in a particular sample, correct?
That is correct.
And whenever you get the results that result in a mixture, you can't determine, as a forensic scientist 2, or for that matter, forensic scientist 3, you can't tell how those 2 different substances came into contact with each other, resulting in a mixture, correct?
Our testing does not determine how DNA got onto an item.
And hopefully it's a simple question. Your DNA results do not tell you anything about what happened at let's just call it a crime scene, what happened at a particular scene or where they were collected, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
And who's next to tell us the results of that DNA? Even though we know it a
So
little
jurors,
bit.
with
eh?
that little extra bit, we'll take our morning break. We'll be back in 20 to 30 minutes.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
What can we hear on the hot mic? Judy said, just a few questions equals half a day. A little shake a leg break? Or what?
Does anyone need anything?
Could I bring one housekeeping order to Your Honor?
Yes.
Defense had asked for a potential voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, and he's going to be available here. So I thought before the jury comes back from the luncheon recess, we could do that brief voir dire, and I can call him as the next witness in order after that.
Do that.
From the lunch recess or from this recess?
Well, I don't even know if he's physically here right now.
All right,
But,
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
yes, but I thought the lunch recess, I thought that he was going to be here either by 11 or 1. I just want to make sure he's in the building.
All right, speaking of that, I'd like to talk to you about scheduling. Why don't I talk to you at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jim Mutlu is going to testify. Okay, that's the friend who was there on New Year's Eve, the last person to see Anna Walshe when he left around 1:30 in the morning. Besides, obviously, Brian Walshe being the last person to see her. Okay, maybe that's what the late start was about, hey? And the voir dire that the defense wants. Okay, let's just go. So now we got the fan, yeah, and we caught up. We've got about 10 minutes to wait, so hold on. Let's go like this. Refresh. Okay, and bring back our snobby boy article. That's Brian Walshe. Okay, put this here. And we're just going to continue from where we left off. So let me just put this down on the timestamp so that I know when the article continued. I'm just going to write article. Okay, there you go. So if you missed the beginning of the live stream, we started reading this article about Brian Walshe. And this was written by bostonmagazine.com, and I will put the link in the description box for you afterwards. I always link my sources, right? So if we just look at this for a second here, while we wait for them to come back from recess. Ooh, we're going to hear from Jem Mutlu. Interesting. Mary said, yes, Judge, we need coffee and a guilty plea. Thank you for asking. Coffee, a donut, and a guilty plea. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's look what they're going to say about Brian Walshe here, right? Behind the enigma. So remember, Brian Walshe is pretending to be ultra wealthy and all of that. I think his mother and his mother's side is apparently very well off. And then so was his father's side. The father, Dr. Thomas Walshe, was a neurosurgeon. So, okay, but he disinherited Brian Walshe. So, says behind the enigma, though, was less than meets the eye. Brian didn't own the fabulous brownstone at 225 Beacon, despite what he told his friends. His mother, Diana, held the deed to the home, and she allowed him to live there with her. As much money as he spent around town, his former friends say Brian was seen bouncing checks and having trouble with his credit cards. He borrowed money from a lot of people. Brian's former best friend says, adding that Brian often blamed his accountants and the money managers for his financial woes. Of course he blamed others, right? I'll do this for us for now so it's not so bright, and then I'll just resize when we've got the court feed again. That's better. By the way, thank you so much for the coffees. I really appreciate it. I've been giving a thumbs up and smiles. Thank you very much. Okay, so his mother owned the house that he was pretending to own. He was saying like, oh, no one can go inside though. Okay, so then it says he blamed his accountants, borrowed money from a lot of people. He was always buying time. Still, not everyone in Brian's orbit bought his act whole cloth. I sensed an emotional neediness behind the extravagance and expense, says Amy Traverso, the senior food editor of Yankee magazine, who was among those invited to Sandrine's in 2010. The evening was a production, and Brian very much needed to be the center of attention, the person everyone had to thank. The need for attention may have been rooted in a troubled childhood. People close to Brian say that he told friends that his mother and father, Thomas Walshe, a neurosurgeon at Brigham and Women's Hospital, were physically and emotionally abusive to him while growing up. According to Brian, says his restaurant friend, Brian's father was particularly abusive. Now, these are Brian's allegations, okay? We're just reading the article. His father was particularly abusive, beating the crap out of him and telling him he was a loser. Anna echoed this in a letter of support that she filed on her husband's behalf in a court case involving Brian's business dealings. A deep feeling of shame governed his life, she wrote. He was taught to lie and hide. He was told that he was a loser, that his parents should not have had him, that he had no chances of making anything of himself in life, and that he was a lost cause. Okay, now while that's all very, very sad, if true, a lot of people have been through a lot of things. How about don't kill people? Don't dismember your wife. You know what I mean? Okay, choose something else, different outcome. As hard as life can be. Okay, according to a sworn affidavit by his father's close friend, Brian even spent time in the Berkshires at a psychiatric hospital where he was diagnosed as a sociopath. Sociopath is not an official psychiatric diagnosis, but it's often used colloquially to refer to someone who has an antisocial personality disorder, which is characterized by a disregard for others, a lack of empathy, and dishonest behavior. I don't think anyone would be surprised by that, but of course that's just something a friend said, right? But I don't think we're like, what? No way. Okay, so at the same time, being accepted by others was survival for Brian, his former best friend said, adding that money wasn't Brian's end game, but rather something that he used in order to build relationships and buy acceptance. It was all pay to play for him. There was one thing that Brian told people about himself that was true, at least, almost. He claimed that he often dealt in art. He didn't mention it was... he just didn't mention it was art forgeries. They said, again, yeah, they wrote it even bigger, right? Let's highlight that. He dealt in art, just left out the forgery part. On a sunny November day in 2016, Brian was seated at a table in a well-appointed lounge inside the Four Seasons Hotel, 2 paintings tucked inside his designer bag, waiting for the assistant of a Los Angeles gallerist to arrive. Earlier that month, Ron Rivlin of LA's Revolver Gallery, which holds the world's largest gallery-owned collection of Andy Warhol pieces, noticed an ad on eBay that Brian had posted. It read in part, "We are selling 2 Andy Warhol paintings from our private collection only because we need the money for renovations to our house. Our loss is your gain." The ad claimed that the true auction value of the pair of paintings was anywhere from $120,000 to $180,000, but that he was merely asking for $100,000, and doing so on eBay of all places because Christie's was unable to auction them until the following spring. Included in the ad were photos of the Warhol Foundation authentication stamps and pictures of the works. Rivlin called Brian and agreed to pay $80,000 in cash for the art. Satisfied that the paintings were genuine, Rivlin wanted to know if the seller was too. He asked Brian to forward an image of his Massachusetts driver's license and then Googled the listed address. Again, Beacon, right? When Rivlin saw that the home was worth an estimated $6.6 million, he exhaled. Brian seemed to check out. Soon after, Rivlin dispatched his assistant to Boston with an $80,000 cashier's check in her bag and strict instructions. I told her, Rivlin recalls, examine the canvases and then step away and call me with your impressions. Inside the Four Seasons, after Brian pulled the paintings out of his bag, Rivlin's assistant called her boss. She explained that she couldn't examine the authentications on the back of the artworks because the paintings were in frames that were screwed on tight. He's a really cool guy, Rivlin recalls her saying. He's dressed nicely and the paintings were in a Prada or Gucci bag. Wow, he really fooled everyone, huh? Rivlin told her to execute the deal, package the paintings, and return home. By the time Rivlin's assistant landed at LAX later that day with her precious cargo in tow, Brian had already deposited the cashier's check. The following morning, Rivlin eagerly unwrapped his new paintings. Then his heart sank. The color was off. When he unscrewed the frames, he saw there were no authentications affixed to the back, and the canvases had strings hanging off them, a telltale sign that they'd been freshly cut. Rivlin knew he'd been had. He quickly grabbed his phone and dialed Brian. There was no answer. Rivlin called again. No answer. Rivlin fired off a text. Still no reply. In all, Rivlin tried to contact Brian 16 times over the next few days in vain. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, Brian had paid off $24,900 in credit card bills. A week later, Rivlin finally received an email from Brian in which he promised to pay the gallery owner back. Yet over the next several weeks, court records state Brian made excuse after excuse for why he hadn't refunded the money, including that he was having trouble with his bank. In the end, Brian transferred $30,000 to Rivlin, a small portion of what he owed, followed by more excuses. When the rest of the money never came, Rivlin called the FBI. The federal investigation took nearly a year and a half, but the law finally came for Brian. On a spring day in May of 2018, FBI agents walked up to the Walshe's recently refurbished industrial loft in Lynn, where Brian and Anna had moved from Boston, and raided the home. Soon after, prosecutors indicted Brian on charges of wire fraud. Authorities fitted Brian with an electronic monitoring ankle bracelet as a condition of his pretrial probation. When the legal dust settled, Brian's business model became clear. For more than 5 years, he had been running a scam. It all started, according to court records, on a 2011 trip to South Korea, where he'd convinced his college friend's family to give him 3 Andy Warhols, 2 Keith Harings, and a Chinese statuette, plus all of the paperwork proving their authenticity. He had assured the family that he could sell the artworks on their behalf. When Brian returned to the United States, he hired a skilled New York-based forger to copy the Warhols. From there, Brian orchestrated a classic bait-and-switch operation. He showed buyers the originals and the paperwork and then sold them the fakes. He ran the scam numerous times on 2 different continents until the feds finally caught up with him. If found guilty, Brian would have to pay nearly $250,000 to his victims in restitution and return the original paintings to their Korean owners. Even worse, he was facing jail time. To his friends, Brian's life seemed to be unraveling. Just weeks after being indicted, he met with his buddy who worked in the restaurant industry and talked to him for more than 4 hours. According to the friend, Brian confessed that he was not an art dealer, as he had told people, but rather an art swindler, and that he was in legal trouble. As the friend recalled, Brian said, "Everything about me is made up." Damn, and now the only authentic thing about him is that he's going to be a very likely convicted killer and dismemberer. Like, whoa, bro, that's hectic. It didn't take long to find a new potential source of income. In typical fashion, though, it would require yet another illusion. In September of 2018, court records state that Brian learned his father had died while on a trip to India. A few days later, he and Anna pulled up in front of Thomas Walshe's charming oceanfront home, perched just north of Nantasket Beach. Nantasket, did I say it right? Nantasket Beach, and parked in the brick driveway. They walked up the salt-weathered front steps to the front door and let themselves inside. According to court records, there were papers on the middle of Brian's father's desk labeled Will of Thomas M. Walshe III. The document had a single line that referred to Brian, his only child and heir apparent. It read, "I hereby bequeath to Brian R. Walshe my best wishes, but nothing else from my estate." Oh dear. It wasn't much of a surprise. Brian had been estranged from his father for more than a decade, after his father had accused him of swindling him out of nearly $1 million from a real estate deal gone bad. Scammed his own dad. Damn. According to an affidavit from a close friend of Brian's father, the disinheritance was consistent with the elder Walshe's desire to remain estranged from his son. In essence, it was payback. Still, by all accounts, Brian wasn't ready to accept his dad's decision. In court records, he denied that he'd ever seen his father's will, and soon after his visit to Thomas Walshe's house that day, he filed paperwork in Plymouth County petitioning the court to name him as his father's only child, the sole representative of his father's estate in the absence of any will, and by December of 2018, the court agreed. On the first business day of the new year, according to court filings, Walshe approached a Santander Bank branch and drained his father's account of $76,488.04 in it. Later, Brian logged onto his computer, uploaded photos of more than 100 of his father's prized belongings, and posted an ad online for an estate sale. He listed Merona glass, Persian rugs, Art Deco platform beds, China and Asian art, before ending the estate sale ad with bonus car for sale. Large amount of jewelry just discovered. We'll post pictures soon. Oh, Stefan's like, my best wishes, but nothing else from my estate. By the time the doors of 909 Nantasket Avenue opened in late January, the bargain hunters were ready. They looked over the jewelry, ran their fingers over the Persian rugs, and scanned artwork for authenticity before opening their wallets. Brian had hit pay dirt. What Brian didn't know was that Jeffrey Ornstein, his father's close friend, had been to the elder Walshe's house before Brian spotted the will, and not trusting his dear friend's only son, taken a picture of it. Ornstein went to the authorities, and according to court documents, on February of 2020, the probate court declared that Ornstein's photograph of Thomas Walshe's will was valid. 1 year later, Brian pleaded guilty to charges related to the art forgeries case and was placed on house arrest until his formal sentencing. It seemed as though he might elude jail time. But on August 2021, just before Brian was to learn if he'd be sentenced to prison, the prosecution caught wind of the alleged destruction of his father's will and the liquidation of assets from his father's estate. If proven in court, these actions would not only have constituted a violation of Brian's pre-sentencing probation, but could have also landed him back before a criminal judge to answer for a fresh set of fraud and embezzlement charges. Prosecutors asked for a postponement of the sentencing hearing to give the government time to investigate. Walshe had fooled people about his wealth, his profession, and his inheritance, and he was finally suffering the consequences. At least, though, he still had honor. Shame. What a nice picture of Anna Walshe. The last night that she... Ooh, don't give us frights like that, court. Just hold on. The last night she was seen alive, Anna appeared to be happy. On that unseasonably warm New Year's Eve, she and Brian gathered around the kitchen counter at home in Cohasset with a dear friend and Anna's former boss, Jem Mootlu, who we are about to see testify based on what the state said, to ring in 2023. The dinner Brian had painstakingly prepared bubbled away in the kitchen while the Walshes' 3 sons played. A note written in lipstick red ink on a box of Lanson Noble Suve presaged a bright future for the couple. Let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna. Moodley later told reporters that nothing seemed out of the ordinary that night between Anna and the man that she said she loved since the moment that she laid eyes on him. Yeah, that bailiff gave me a jump scare there. Okay, so we know the rest of this timeline, I would think, but I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it there. I'm still going to link the article for you if you want to read it yourself. But now what we're going to do is, of course, at the bailiff's command, we're going to switch back to the court feed. Sir, giving us frights over here. Got to resize.
You have a non-Mutlu witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call that witness.
Thank you.
I'll have the jury back in.
I'm sorry?
I'll have the jury back in.
My apologies. Could we have Mr. Mutlu? Jim? Mutlu?
No, you didn't hear me.
I'm sorry.
I asked you, do we have, maybe I shouldn't be so abbreviated with my words. Do you have a non-Mr. Mutlu witness ready?
Yes.
Let's call that witness and get the jury back in here.
Yes, Your
I've had a little lumpy morning, and I want to continue keeping the flow.
Yes, Your Honor.
I just want to make
But we want Mr. Mutlu on the stand. Please? Okay, who else you got?
sure they're still sitting out on the bench. I'm not sure that they are. Could I have 1 second to check?
Sure.
See, the judge likes to run a tight ship, a punctual courtroom, and I do like that. Oh, Brad, are you stressing about Jim? Your former friend testifying, huh? What does he know? What did he see? We've already seen some of his interviews.
Great. Let's get the jury back in. We'll do Mr. Mutlu over the break.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
over that, I mean over the lunch break.
Nice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pixie Dust says, I won't be commenting because I'm watching on my TV. Gee, you and Anna look so beautiful. Thank you so much. If you wouldn't mind, could you hit the like button before you go and watch on the TV? Thank you for your sticker.
Would you like these?
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Brianna Kiesel.
I don't know, Brianna Kiesel. Okay, let's see. And local time now, if you're watching live with me, is almost 12, an hour before the lunch break.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the court and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Brianna Kiesel, B-R-I-A-N-N-A. Last name Kiesel, K-I-E-S-E-L.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's in biology from Arcadia University and a master's in forensic science from Towson University.
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And what unit are you assigned to?
The DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
6 years.
And what are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
I am authorized in processing, interpreting, and reporting samples that were collected from crime scenes, as well as standards collected directly from an individual. I can also technically review other analysts' work when it concerns batch files, which we call files that have standards collected directly from an individual.
And do you have training for this position?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me about your training?
Sure. Our training is a minimum of 6 months, and during that time we have lectures, quizzes, and this all culminates into a final written exam. We also have a practical component in the laboratory where we take several steps sample sets forward. And that all culminates into a final written exam, as I mentioned, and a final lab practical.
And did you pass that written exam?
Yes, I did.
And that's called a competency evaluation?
Yes, that is a competency, the lab portion of it.
And do you also have to take proficiency testing?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain that to the jury?
A proficiency test is an ongoing competency test where we have to take samples forward twice a year to prove that we are that we are knowledgeable and still performing that skill or method according to the laboratory's standard operating procedures.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
I have, yes.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
I have.
So I want to now talk to you about this case, 23-00596. Prior to retrieving any evidence in 23-00596, how did you prepare to process the evidence?
So once I was assigned the samples, I cleaned my bench space with bleach and wiped everything down, every instrument that I was using. And once that was done, I laid down a piece of fresh bench paper.
And directing you now to lab number 23-00596, did you work on items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, and item 9-27.3.1, stain A of the exterior left gray slipper?
Yes, I did process those samples.
And what work did you do on those two items for sample prep?
For sample prep, they were already prepared by our criminalistics unit, so I just went into a secure freezer area to retrieve the packaging. I removed the tubes from the packaging and just visually examined the items within the tube.
Did you also work on item 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, and sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit?
I did, yes.
And what work did you do for that?
Those samples I performed just like I previously mentioned, where I went to the secure freezer area, retrieved the packaging, removed the tubes from the packaging, and just observed the samples within the tube.
So you also just did the sample prep for that?
Yes.
Did you also work on item 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
So in this case, this item was still in a specimen jar, so I retrieved the packaging, just like I previously mentioned, made sure the seal was secure, as I did with the other samples. And then after that, I opened up the jar and sampled a few items from the jar and placed it into a tube for processing.
So you actually had to make the sample for this?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how many samples did you make?
So this was 16-13.1. There were two tubes we referred to as 16-13.1A and 16-13.1B.
And did you do any further work?
No, that is where my work ended.
Okay. And where did the samples then go?
I then passed the samples off to Madison Frank for extraction.
Cross-exam. No cross-exam. The witness may step down.
Thank you.
But we want to just hear, yes, his DNA was everywhere. Anna's DNA too. He is so guilty, right?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Madison Frank.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the court, spelling your name?
My name is Madison Frank. That is Madison Frank.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic and Investigative Sciences from West Virginia University.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been employed there since October of 2019.
And what are your responsibilities?
As a forensic scientist too, I will perform DNA analysis on either known or evidentiary biological samples, interpret those results, and report out my results in a case file.
And have you had training for this position?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed the competency testing that was part of your training?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you now about items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, 9-27.3.1, the stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the tie-back suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the tie-back suit, 9-32.5.1, sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the tie-back suit, and 16.13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster. I believe I just gave you 6 of those samples. Did I mention 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior leg pant of the tie-back suit? So those would be the 6. What work did you do on those?
DNA analysis is a 4-step process, so I perform steps 1 and 3 of that process on those samples.
Okay. And what are 1 and 3?
Step 1 is extraction, and step 3 is amplification.
Okay. And how did you do step 1, the extraction step?
For extraction, I received the samples and I added chemicals to the samples and the controls, and then put them in an oven so that we can break open the cells to obtain the DNA. Then those samples will go on an instrument that helps to clean up the sample so that we're only dealing with the DNA and no other cell parts. Then after the extracts come off of the instrument, then I will take a small portion of that sample and I will put it in a new tube to be used for the second step.
And which instrument did you use or equipment?
An Easy One robotic instrument.
Okay. And how do you use that instrument?
The samples will go onto the instrument in tubes, and then there will be new tubes where the samples will go through processing in the instrument to put out just the liquid and DNA portions of the sample.
And then what is that biological material then referred to?
An extract.
And what is that extract then ready for?
The extract is then ready to be quantified in the second step.
So did you do that second step quantification?
No, I did not.
Who did that second step for those 6 items?
Troy Adams did the second step of quantification.
And why is that?
We use a batching process when we are processing our samples so that it is a more efficient and streamlined processing.
And are you qualified to do all of the steps of DNA, the 4 steps that you described?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then did you do more work on this case with the 6 samples?
Yes, I also did the third step of amplification.
On all 6 of those samples?
Yes.
Okay. And that being 9-27.2.1, 9-27.3.1, 9-32.1.1, 9-32.2.1, 9-32.5.1, and 16-13.1. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you did the third step, and how did you do the amplification step?
So I took the extracts that were generated from the first step, and I took portions of those samples and added chemicals to the tubes with these samples, and then I put them onto an instrument called a thermocycler, and this will have the samples go through periods of heating and cooling, and this is to make millions of copies of the specific DNA that we are looking for to be able to visualize it in further down in our processing.
And which equipment did you use for that?
A thermocycler.
Okay. And then how do you use that equipment?
The samples just go on, they are in small tubes, and they will go on into small holes in the thermocycler, and then it is a metal plate that they are in, and it will go through different steps of heating and cooling.
And what happens next in the DNA process?
So the next step will be those tubes that just went through the heating and cooling, that those tubes will be used for the 4th step of separation.
And who did that step?
Troy Adams.
So you did not do that step?
No, I did not.
And did that end your work on this case?
Yes, it did.
Any cross-examination? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Troy Adams.
Troy, sir, just tell us he's guilty. What did you find?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the court, spelling your first and last name?
My name is Troy Adams, Troyadams.
Thank you. And what is your educational background, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree from Pennsylvania State University in forensic science.
And what is your current occupation?
So I currently work as an investigator for the Lehigh County Coroner's Office in Pennsylvania.
And how long have you been in Pennsylvania?
I've been in Pennsylvania for approximately 3 years now, 2 years working in my current job.
So prior to moving to Pennsylvania, did you work in a different field?
No.
Did you work for forensic sciences in Massachusetts?
Yes.
And can you detail your working history as it pertains to forensic sciences?
Yes. So out of college, I joined the Massachusetts State Police crime lab there as a DNA analyst. I completed all my training protocols and was tested for competency, and then I began performing casework on samples.
And then did you work for a different company in as well doing forensic sciences?
Yes. After I left the Massachusetts State Police, I joined Quest Diagnostics as a forensic scientist in their toxicology division.
And just keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
And have you had training for your position at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and also for your position at Quest?
Yes.
And have you had ongoing training as well?
Yes.
And have you taken proficiency tests?
Yes.
And what were the results of your proficiency tests?
I passed every proficiency test.
And do you have any certifications in your current job?
Yes.
And where are those from?
So I am certified as a national medical legal death investigator.
And how did you receive that?
So I received that after a certain amount of training at my current job, and then going through and taking a certification test.
I want to direct you now to when you were working in Massachusetts. Did you do work on lab number 23-00596?
May I refer to my file?
You may.
Yes.
And did you do work on items 9-27.2.1, a sample from interior of a dark gray slipper, 9-27.3.1, stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cup of a Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of Tyvek suit, 9-32.5.1, the sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit, and 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on those 6 samples?
So I performed the second and fourth step of the DNA analysis process, quantification and detection.
And can you tell us how you did the quantification step?
So I took a sample, I was given samples from the extraction step, and then I added a mix of chemicals and went through repeated processes of heating and cooling, which quantified the DNA.
And then the process was then next ready for the third step, is that correct?
Yes, it was ready for amplification.
And who did the amplification step?
I believe that was Madison Frank.
Okay. And after Madison Frank did the amplification step, what did you next do?
I took the products of the amplification step and performed detection.
And did you do the detection on those same 6 items that we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you do the fourth step, that detection?
I added a mix of chemicals and placed the samples on the detection analyzer.
And then what happened?
And then electropherograms were generated, which were then interpreted by the interpreting analyst.
And where did that data go?
That data was transferred to one of our servers at the State Police Crime Lab.
And did you do the interpreting or did someone else do it?
Someone else performed the interpretation.
Did you do any other work on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
Put the person who did the interpretation on the stand. And we just want to hear it. Finally, it was the first, like, we want to see the surveillance. And then we saw a lot of that, right, from January 1st. There's more surveillance. Are they going to show us everything? I would hope so. But okay, maybe that was enough. Maybe that was enough, but okay. Now we want to hear that Brian Walsh's DNA was all over those incriminating items. I just can't wait.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination of this witness? The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Interpreter, please. Whoever analyzed it and confirmed his guilt.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Emily Oliver, please.
See, it's not only me. It's not only me that's impatient. It's many of us. Southern Calibre says, good heavens, how many people went through this stage? Just give us the results. And Bunny says, just tell us it's Anna's DNA. And Brian is a contributor that is so guilty, okay? His grubby hands were all over that.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Right this way. Let's watch your step. Thank you. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the court?
My name is Emily Oliver.
And can you tell us your educational background?
Yep. I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in 2019.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a Forensic Scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since December 2019.
And can you please tell us your responsibilities?
So at the lab, I perform DNA testing on samples as well as DNA profile interpretation, and I write lab reports.
And what training have you had for this position?
So when I was first hired, I did an in-house training program that lasted over 6 months that involved testing mock casework samples as well as lectures and exams.
And you also have ongoing training?
Yes.
And have you taken competency tests and proficiency tests as well?
Yes.
And have you passed those?
Yes.
Prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So first I clean the area and all the tools I'm going to use with bleach, and then I lay down clean bench paper.
And how are you dressed before you work?
I have a lab coat, gloves, a face mask, and a hairnet.
And why do you take those precautions?
To prevent any contamination from myself onto the samples.
I want to direct your attention now to lab case number 23-00596 and asked if you worked on items 7-13.1, sample from area A on the head of the hatchet, item 7-13.2.1, sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stain. Did you do work on those items?
I did.
And what did you do?
So for 7-13.1, the head of the hatchet sample, I did the first 3 steps of our 4-step DNA analysis process, which is extraction, quantification, and amplification. And on the other 2 samples, I did the first 2 steps of our 4-step process in the lab.
Okay, I also want to ask you if you did any sample prep.
So I did, in the sample, it was more so just making sure I pulled the correct tube with the correct case number and item number from our cold storage room. It was previously prepared by someone else.
Thank you. Can you tell us what you did for the first step for the items that you did the first step for?
So extraction is the step where we add chemicals and heat to the sample to release the DNA from inside of the cells in the sample.
Okay. And which items did you do that for?
For 7-13.1, 7-13.2.1, and I believe it was 9-20.1.
Okay. So for all 3 of those, you did that? Okay. And did you use equipment for the extraction step?
Yes.
And what equipment did you use?
It's called an Easy One extraction robot.
And what is the biological material now referred to?
A DNA extract.
And what is it now ready for?
The second step, which is quantification.
And how did you perform the quantification?
So I took a small droplet from the extract tubes and put them into a new tube. And then I add different chemicals to that new tube and put it through an instrument that estimates the amount of DNA in the sample.
And was that for all 3 of those items?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a 7500 real-time PCR instrument.
Okay. And then what happened in the DNA process?
And after that, the samples go to the third step if they have enough DNA, which is amplification.
Okay. And for which items did you do the amplification process? Did you just do that for 7-13.1?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not do amplification for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
Just due to scheduling reasons, that was worked best for me.
Okay. So who performed the amplification process for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
My coworker, Mary Nagle.
Okay. So talking now about what you did do amplification for, item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet. Can you tell the jury how did you perform the amplification process on that item?
Sure. So I add, again, different chemicals to the extract tubes and put it onto an instrument that creates millions of copies of these specific locations on the DNA that we're looking at.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a thermocycler.
And what happens next in the DNA process?
The last step is the separation and detection step. And that after that last step, we have the DNA profile.
And did you do that fourth step, the detection step?
I did not.
And who did that last step for 7-13.1?
My coworker, Joli, Bregu.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I just have a few.
Go right ahead.
And first off, Oliver, I didn't hear your name correctly.
Oh, Emily Oliver.
And do you have a title?
You can just call me Miss Oliver if you'd like.
Miss Oliver. Can you tell this jury a little bit something about your knowledge of inhibitors that might affect the amplification you're working on?
Sure. So different materials in the environment can kind of limit the reaction and which could affect the DNA profile that we get in the end.
And can you just tell the jurors what are some of the known inhibitors of DNA amplification?
So dye, like dye from blue genes, can be an inhibitor. I don't recall any others off the top of my head.
All right. The fact of the matter is that the DNA molecule is a pretty robust molecule, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that things as common as oil and things like grease, they don't inhibit the amplification of the DNA molecule in this testing, do they?
I'm not sure.
What about the quantities that you're dealing with? Is it fair to say that the quantity that you're amplifying can be measured in nanograms?
Yes.
And what's a nanogram?
I believe it is, so it's just a very small number. I believe it's 1 × 10⁻⁻12.
So is it fair to say that it's about a 1/1 billionth of a gram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And what about a picogram? Can you define a picogram for the jurors?
It is a slightly larger number, but still a very small quantity.
Okay. And in the amplification process that you just told the jurors about, what happens is that you separate the alleles from the molecule, the DNA molecule, and then you amplify those alleles, and then they reunite into a molecule, and a DNA molecule, and then your machine and apparatus that you use, it's able to process it and give a result, correct?
Correct, and that's mostly referring to the fact that DNA is a double helix, kind of looks like a ladder that's twisted, and it becomes single-stranded during part of the process, and then comes back together again.
All right, and finally, you're familiar with the term electrophoregram, correct?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury what an electropherogram is?
So it's just a graphical representation of the DNA profile, kind of like an EKG. There's a bunch of different peaks that correspond to the DNA. That's a printout that we get and that we look at the end of our testing.
So in the State Police Crime Lab, when you look at the electropherogram, does the analyst interpret the peaks to determine the results of the DNA testing, or is it another piece of apparatus that does the analysis of the electropherogram peaks?
So we put our electropherogram through a program called Gene Mapper that does help the interpretation, but a person is still looking over the profile.
All right. So is it fair to say that in the State Police Crime Lab that the final call, so to speak, the final determination of what is or isn't interpreted as DNA, that's done by the analyst, not by the machine?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth will call Mary Nagle.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please sit.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the record and just spell your last name?
Yep. My name is Mary Nagle, Nagle.
And what's your educational background, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry, Cell and Molecular Biology from Drake University, as well as a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences from Boston University.
Can you just pull that microphone a little bit closer? Thank you. And what is your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 3 years.
Can you tell us your responsibilities?
Yep, I am capable of performing all of the lab work as well as reporting and interpreting single source profiles and writing up other reports as well.
What training have you had for this position?
I underwent a 6-month training program that included lectures, exams, and about 50 mock samples for lab practice.
Quick pause. MBP 33 said he didn't yell. The defense attorney, is he watching us? Probably. Someone in chat also said, I think he's missing an opportunity to cross-examine. And guess what? Right after that, he cross-examined somebody. Why did you say that? Okay, sorry. But we do know that they often watch, attorneys to see how they're doing. How are they doing in the trial? How would a jury potentially be interpreting the information, right? And we are like an international mock jury, of course, with lots of research that we did. So in my opinion, Brian Walshe is guilty already. I think so. I think he's guilty based on everything I know. But you know what I mean? A lot of people that are here have never heard of the case. Maybe this is your first day. And so, yeah, the defense will see, how's it going? How is the case going? How does the public perceive this? So thank you for keeping the chat Grizzly. Thank you, mods, also for doing that, of course. And by the way, I didn't call those out. Thank you for spoiling the mods and I with coffees. Okay, now give us the results, right?
And did you pass the exams that you, during your training period?
Yes, I did.
And you also have ongoing training?
Yes, I do.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have to take proficiency tests?
Yes, we take 2 proficiency tests a year.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes, I have.
And do you think Brian Walshe is guilty? And what did you find? By the way, Darrell says, tip 10, if you read this, please stop walking around. I don't think he can. And also to clarify, I don't think the defense is literally sitting there watching it, or the attorneys. It's someone from the office. They usually would have somebody watching, just to gauge it.
Directing your attention to lab case number 23-00596. Did you do work on item 7-13.2.1, the sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on those items?
I performed the third and fourth step of the DNA analysis, which is the amplification and detection process.
And how did you do the amplification step?
For amplification, I was made aware of which samples to process from Emily Oliver. From there, the samples were set aside in a tube, and I took whatever amount was needed specific to that sample item and added chemicals to that. The samples and the chemicals were then put on an instrument that went through a series of heating and cooling, and this process makes millions of copies of that DNA.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, for that, it is mostly just the heating and cooling instrument that is used, and then the pipettes and tubes and instruments like that as well.
And then you said you did the four-step detection?
Yes, I did.
And did you do the detection for both of those items that we previously discussed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that?
So after the third step amplification, the samples are in smaller tubes, and a small portion of that sample is then loaded onto a plate with another set of chemicals. That plate is loaded into an instrument to run, and that instrument then detects the DNA and produces a profile for interpretation.
And did you do the interpretation?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
That was Saman Saleem.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions of this witness? You may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to speak up. Ms. Nagle?
Yes.
Just have a few questions for you. Once again, there are certain known inhibitors that affect the ability to amplify the DNA molecule, correct?
There are, yes.
But there's not very many.
Correct.
Because it's a robust molecule, correct?
Right.
One of the inhibitors is, interestingly enough, the blue dye that we see in things like Levi's, correct?
It can be, yes.
Okay. But it's not something like oil or grease or things like that. The molecule doesn't get broken down by oil and grease and things like that, correct?
Correct.
And if bleach is used on an item that contains DNA and the bleach breaks down the molecule, that molecule will not properly amplify using your equipment.
It will still be amplified, but parts of that DNA will probably drop out at the end of it, but there is still usually DNA at the front of that profile.
When you say at the front, you mean that the shorter alleles, after the molecule is broken down, the shorter alleles will amplify, but the longer alleles won't, because they were broken down by the bleach.
Correct.
And when you look at the results of your amplification, a trained analyst can see that the longer alleles didn't amplify properly, and they may conclude that something like that particular sample might have been affected by bleach or something like that, correct?
We do not look into what could possibly affect the degradation, but we are capable of seeing the fact that the DNA profile will begin to slowly drop in what is present.
Okay, thank you. One other question. Am I correct in saying that a nanogram is 1/1,000,000th of a gram?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that a picogram is 1,000th of a nanogram?
A picogram would be 1/1,000,000th.
And when you're using the quantities that you're using to get the results that you complete in the lab, we are talking about quantities in nanometers.
Yes.
Tiny, tiny amounts, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Joli Bregu.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Right this way. Just watch your step forward.
Stefan says the nano and pico questions are unnecessary, Mr. Tipton. Also, look, I've got a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Thank you for the coffees, everyone. Okay, are we going to get results now? Are we there yet?
Counsel, can you hold up for a second?
Thank you, Vanessa, for the 3 delicious coffees. Also, Sharon Martin was answering Tina and saying the Commonwealth has to be full and complete with the evidence because there is no body. Exactly. This would be, the jury would have to decide if they're going to convict Brian Walshe on first-degree murder or not. And to do so, there would be criteria. Like the state would have to prove that Anna Walshe is in fact deceased. And they have to have all this evidence because they didn't find her body. They found bloodstains and tissue and blood clots and her clothing items and things like that. And then they'd have to see, like we saw, this is now the DNA portion of the trial, but we saw the surveillance and him buying all of those shady things, okay? Everywhere except Walmart, ironically in this case, hey? No Walmart, wow. And then using those items because they were able to recover those and it had DNA evidence on. So yeah, I think it's good that they're doing this. Also to show the chain of custody and all of that, right? Okay, but are we there yet? Either way, are we there yet? Are we going to get results now? What?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your entire name for the record?
My name is Joli Bregu, Joli Bregu.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Boston University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences, also from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been there?
Since June 2019.
Can you tell us your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
Sure. I perform forensic DNA analysis on evidence samples submitted to the lab. So my typical workday consists on processing those samples in the lab, doing the data interpretation, making comparisons with the reference samples, writing reports, testifying in court as needed. I also do administrative and technical reviews.
And what training have you had for this position?
So in addition to my education during my master's degree, I followed a forensic biology and forensic DNA analysis track. And then when I got hired, I was trained at the Massachusetts State Police, specifically in the DNA unit in forensic DNA analysis. The training consisted on lectures, reading of relevant literature, laboratory experience with practice samples, data interpretation, written and oral exams, followed by competency tests.
And did you pass those?
Sorry, did you pass those? I'm sure the answer will be yes. Just I didn't want to miss this comment, Joe. That's what I was trying to imply. Thank you for saying it. You said yes, G. Also the Reed effect, Karin retrial on Massachusetts, the corruption in the chain of custody. Well, I mean, I can't say corruption. There was corruption there, right? Okay, wait. That's going to start an argument. allegedly, somebody was fired, but the point is the chain of custody was in question. So that in this trial, I mean, in every trial, they show evidence like this, and especially with a no body case, all of this would be important. But yeah, just to show that they followed all the protocols and did the right thing. I think it's great to have all of this confirmation. I still can't wait to hear, yeah, Brian Walsh's DNA was all over that.
Competency tests?
Yes.
And do you have ongoing training as well?
Yes, we have ongoing training. Every year we are required to take at least 8 hours of continuing education, which is offered in forms of seminars, webinar, workshops. We usually take more because there's more offered through the year. We're also required to read at least one scientific journal article relevant to our field.
And you have to take testing as well?
Yes, we have to take proficiency testing every year. They are taken twice a year.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I have passed the proficiency testing required throughout my employment. The last one is still in the grading process.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
I performed the fourth step that is used in forensic DNA analysis, which is detection.
And how did you do the detection step of the DNA process?
So I took the samples from the analyst who had done previous work, Emily Oliver. I prepared those samples, mixing them with the required reagents. Then I loaded them in our instrument that does the detection, known as genetic analyzer, and I started the run. And that's where my role ended. After the run is done, the data is saved automatically in the computer and can be imported by the interpreting analyst for data interpretation.
Did you do the interpretation here?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
Saman, Saleem.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
Just a couple.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Bregu?
Yes.
Did I see that right?
Yes, you did.
A couple of questions. You're familiar with the term in the context of DNA testing, allele, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the allele is, why don't you just tell the jury what?
The allele is a variant of a DNA fragment that is amplified during our third step. So it's a person has two alleles, one they inherit from the mother and one from the father.
Okay, and the allele then is the section of the DNA molecule that is then looked at once you've separated the molecule, and it's the part of the molecule that then gets amplified, correct?
Yes.
And so if you have an allele that repeats at a certain locus on the DNA molecule, then you may be a particular type at that particular location on the molecule, depending on how many repeating alleles you have.
It's how many repeats are within the allele. So the allele itself is the entire fragment, and within that alleles, there are we call them short tandem repeats. There are repeats, they repeat themselves different numbers for different individuals, and that's what it's assigned to an allele. How many times the fragment repeats itself within the allele.
And people can have the same repeats of alleles in the molecule, but generally speaking, they don't have the same number of repeating alleles across the molecule, various different loci.
Yes, correct.
And the loci is just plural for locus, right?
Yes, the loci is the location of that particular allele in the DNA molecule.
In the testing that was done in this case, you're using 26 different locations plus the sex area.
Correct, yes.
And that's a melogenic.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness?
No.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You, the judge. days ago, I told you, and I think I read you another stipulation, but I'll remind you, a stipulation is just an agreement between the parties, and I'm going to read you now an agreement that the parties have made. This is a stipulation regarding DNA samples of Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe. It reads as follows. On May 9, 2018, FBI Special Agent Tyler Delorme obtained a DNA sample from Brian Walshe. Special Agent Delorme brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was placed into evidence storage. Also on May the 9th, 2018, FBI Special Agent Matthew Riportella obtained a DNA sample from Anna Walshe. Special Agent Riportella brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was also placed into evidence storage. On January 10th, 2023, Special Agent Kristen Koch took the sample of Anna Walshe and the sample of Brian Walshe from evidence storage at the FBI headquarters in Boston and brought both samples to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. The samples did not leave the custody of the FBI until Special Agent Koch submitted them to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for testing. That's Exhibit E for identification. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Karin Jacobsen.
Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just step for me. Further.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please give us your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Karin Jacobsen. That's Karinjacobsen.
And if I could just ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
Sure.
What is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently employed as a forensic scientist 2 within the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been there?
Since August of 2021.
And what are your duties?
I'm responsible for receiving items of evidence associated with known individuals, taking them through the 4-step DNA process, and making those DNA profiles available for use in comparisons.
And what is your educational background?
I have both a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Bowling Green State University.
And do you have specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us about that training?
The training program within the DNA unit is at least 6 months long. It consists of lectures covering all of our protocols, literature readings covering current and historic methodologies, laboratory processing of at least 50 mock samples, and all of this is wrapped up with a competency test.
And did you pass your competency test?
Yes, I did.
And have you also had ongoing training?
Yes, I have.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And have you passed your proficiency training?
Yes, I have.
I want to ask you about lab number 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this case?
The DNA testing process is 4 steps long. I performed the 2nd step and the 4th step for 2 items.
And what were those items?
These were items 13-1.1 and 13-2.1.
And what were those?
These were the DNA saliva collection kits for Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, respectively.
Okay. So how did you do the step 2? That be the quantification step?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
In the 2nd step, quantification, I received a portion of the extract created in the 1st step. I applied a set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that goes through cycles of heating, cooling, and this produces an estimate of the amount of human and male DNA present within each sample.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was that?
This is a 7500 real-time PCR machine.
And who had done the previous step?
The previous step was performed by Katarina Stashyn.
Okay. And why didn't you do that step?
We batch our samples in the laboratory processing for the sake of efficiency.
Okay. And then when did you become involved again in this process for these samples?
I then performed the 4th step, separation and detection.
Okay. And can you please tell this jury how you did that 4th step?
So the same person, Katarina Stashyn, performed the 3rd step. I received the product produced in the 3rd step from her. I applied another set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that separates each of the copies of the DNA by size. And then with the help of some special software, it turns it into a visual representation of the DNA profile.
And did you use any equipment?
Yes, I did.
And what equipment did you use?
This was a 3500 genetic analyzer.
Okay. And then what is the data next ready for in the process?
After the data is reviewed, it's ready for use in comparisons.
Okay. And who did the interpretation and comparison here?
In this case, it was Katarina Stashyn as well.
And did you do any other work on these samples?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Cross-exam? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Katarina Stashyn.
I think we're getting closer to hearing the results.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me.
Thank
Step
you.
all the way. A little bit further. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell your whole name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Katarina Stashyn. First name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And what is your current occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently a criminalist in the biology section at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab located in Reno, Nevada.
And can you please detail your work history as it applies to forensic sciences?
I was previously a forensic scientist in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for about 3.5 years, from 2021 to earlier this year, 2025, when I got the opportunity to move back to Nevada to be closer to family and pursue a job still as a DNA analyst.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received training at both the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and at my current job in Washoe County. In Massachusetts, I completed an approximately 1-year-long training program that consisted of reading scientific protocols, scientific literature, textbooks, all on the topics of forensic DNA analysis. I also took written exams and oral exams on those topics. I also practiced sets in the lab, both for laboratory processing and for DNA interpretation. Put together practice case files, wrote reports, did comparisons, and all of that training completed with a competency test, of which I passed. And then at Washoe County, I completed an approximately 6-month-long training course due to my experience, where I also did review of scientific literature, textbooks, protocols, practice sets, writing practice reports, performing comparisons or interpretation, et cetera. And that also completed with a competency test, of which I passed.
And have you also had proficiency testing?
Yes, I have also completed proficiency testing.
And have you passed those tests as well?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency testing that I've taken so far.
And have you testified in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So what is a single source DNA profile?
A single source DNA profile is a profile that originates from one person or one contributor. And you can identify this in a profile. Just by looking at the profile, you can see how many people are in there.
And what is a known standard?
A known standard is a sample that's taken directly from an individual. For example, a sample from somebody's mouth, a saliva swab, or a blood sample. It's taken directly from a person to be used for comparison purposes.
And how is a known standard developed into a DNA profile?
A known standard will go through the four-step laboratory process to result in a DNA profile that can then be used for comparisons.
And the four-step process is what?
The four-step laboratory process for DNA analysis is extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection.
So prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So when you first get into the lab to do any of those steps, you're going to clean your lab bench. So that involves using a bleach spray to wipe down your area. You're going to clean all of the equipment, utensils, your pens, pipettes, any equipment that you're using. And then me as a person or any lab analyst, you'll be wearing a lab coat, a face mask, a hairnet. You're in full PPE, wearing gloves, changing gloves frequently.
Why do you clean your area and wear PPE?
We do this just to keep everything perfectly clean, or the cleanest that we can, just to help the integrity of the evidence and help produce the best possible profile.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to Massachusetts Case Lab 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on the known standards in this case?
I performed the sample prep, the extraction, and the amplification on the known standards in this case.
And did you also do interpretation on this case?
Yes, I also reviewed the profiles that were obtained from that process and made sure they were able to be used for comparison purposes.
So I want to ask you about each of the things that you just told us about. So were you working on 13-1 and 13-2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those?
Those were the known saliva standards for both Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe.
And so what was 13-1?
13-1 was the known saliva standard for Anna Walshe.
And what was 13-2?
13-2 was the known saliva standard for Brian Walshe.
And how did you do the sample prep for 13-1?
So both of these samples were known saliva samples, so a swab from the mouth, and I just cut up the swab and placed the cotton part of the swab into a tube, a labeled tube with those item numbers that I said.
Okay, so that's what you did for 13-1, and then did you give it another number?
So once I cut that swab off, it then became 13-1.1.
And so did you do the same thing for 13-2?
Yes, so then the cotton that got cut off of the whole swab became 13-2.1.
And then after you did that sample prep, what did you next do?
Then those samples went through the extraction step of the process.
And how did you do the extraction step?
So extraction consists of adding chemicals to the samples and going through heat variation to help break open the cells present in the sample and release the DNA that is present, and then that DNA is isolated.
And did you use equipment for that?
Yes.
What equipment?
An incubator was used for that heat variation that I mentioned, and an Easy One robot was used for the extraction part, meaning that after it sat in the incubator with the chemicals to break open the cells, a robot is used to isolate that DNA from the rest of the cellular debris left behind.
So you told us about sample prep and step 1. Did you do the next step, step 2?
No.
Why not?
It's just based on scheduling at the lab who was assigned to do what step that day.
And who did that next step?
The second step of quantification was performed by Karin Jacobsen.
Were you qualified to do all of the steps?
Yes.
And so what did you next do?
I next did the amplification step, that third step I mentioned.
And how did you perform the amplification step?
So amplification is the third step, and this is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain fragments of DNA. So this is done by, again, adding certain chemicals and going through heat cycles to make these many millions of copies of DNA. Because we're usually working with a smaller amount of DNA, you need to make a lot of copies to make it visual and able to be detected.
Did you use equipment?
Yes.
What equipment?
We use what is called a thermal cycler, and this is the instrument that performs those heat cycles needed to make the copies.
I can see that some of you didn't listen to the stipulation that the judge gave of how they got the DNA samples for Brian Walshe and Anna. On May 9th of 2018, there was a DNA sample from Brian Walshe and Anna at that time, and on January 10th of 2023, the sample that was stored with the FBI was then given to the Massachusetts State Police. And that was to do with his art fraud charge, right? So they had taken the DNA, May 2018, stored it. And so that's how they have this to make comparisons with.
So did you do the next step, the fourth step?
No.
Who did that?
Karin Jacobsen also performed the fourth step of detection.
So then what did you do next?
So after that full laboratory process was completed, I looked at the data that was produced from those 4 steps, and both items resulted with DNA profiles that I reviewed and made sure were acceptable to be used for DNA comparisons.
And could you visualize a single source?
Yes.
Okay. And did you generate a DNA profile for Anna Walshe?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And were profile sources developed that were appropriate for comparison?
Yes, the profiles developed were acceptable to be used for comparisons.
And they were both single sources?
Yes.
What does appropriate for comparison mean?
When I'm saying appropriate for comparison, I mean that the profile is full, as in data is obtained at every location that was tested, and that it is single source.
And what do you do with the profiles?
That profile is then made into a text file that is made available for the analyst that's going to be doing the comparisons.
And were the profiles assigned a number to identify them?
Yes, so the numbers for the profiles are the same as their item number. So the text file profile for Anna Walshe also had the number of 13-1.1, and the text file profile for Brian Walshe was 13-2.1.
If I might have 1 second, Your Honor.
You may.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you all.
well-spoken witnesses that we saw today, but still no
We're going to
results.
take our lunch break now. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
All rise for the court, please.
Your exclusion. Folks who follow me.
So they said they're going to voir dire Jem Mutlu during the lunch break. So let's see if we see that now. You know, to discuss the parameters of what they can ask. Please say they can ask anything and everything. Now, just to further elaborate on what I was said about the DNA, in case people were confused, I know the judge didn't have the mic at the time. It was a little bit soft, okay? So Anna Walshe provided a saliva sample for DNA analysis in 2018. They said May 9th of 2018. And this was collected via a buccal swab. So did Brian Walshe. And so this sample was obtained during the federal investigation into her husband, Brian Walshe's art fraud scheme. So it's interesting that they took both of their DNA, right? So they said it's part of a routine forensic protocol in the federal case against Brian Walshe. So that would be to exclude or confirm contributors, to trace evidence, just to see, right, if she would be included or eliminated from that investigation. So, yeah, Brian Walshe, your previous criminal activities are going to help get you convicted in this trial, in my opinion. Isn't that ironic? Because if they didn't have that sample, it would be even more difficult. I mean, of course, they could use a hairbrush or a toothbrush or something like that, but this is like, oh, they had Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe's DNA stored. The FBI had that collected. Very good sample of DNA from a buccal swab and stored, which they then carefully handed over to the Massachusetts State Police January 10th of 2023. Why January 10th? Because Brian Walshe was arrested on the 8th. He was arraigned on the 9th. And then on the 10th, they're like, aha, let's get that DNA in and let's start testing things. And now we're still waiting to hear the results, although, I mean, they are listed in the documents, right? Thank you, Southern Calibre. Now let's see if Jem Mutlu, let's see, is he going to be here now? Jury's on lunch.
Does anyone need anything?
No, you're on.
Anything from the defense? You all set? Very good.
What? I thought they're going to voir dire Jem Mutlu in the lunch break. The heck? I was so excited. They keep on. Come on, man. Don't make us wait. What do you mean? Where is he? Jem Mutlu. Huh? That's the guy who was there, the friend of Anna and Brian, and also a friend of William Fastow, who Anna was dating. In fact, he introduced Anna to William Fastow. Yeah, he was there on New Year's Eve for that New Year's Eve party. Ugh, this fan. I don't know. I don't know how people can stare at the fan. I'm not sure. I don't know if it gives me rage or anxiety, but I don't like it. Okay, let me just quickly refresh the feed so that I make sure that we are all caught up. All right. Now, what we're going to do first is just finish this damn article that we've been reading. And then we've got other things to look at. There's other documents, other things, right? Okay. So let's start with this, where we left off. Okay, and I must just quickly, for our own reference, write the timestamp down. So around this time, article part 3. Okay. So, if you missed part 1 and 2 of this article read through, we started reading it at the beginning of the live stream because there was a huge delay. There was a big sidebar. They started an hour late today. And then somewhere there was a break as well. We read some more of it. Okay, more sidebar. So now they're on the lunch break. And so we're going to read some more of this. So Anna met Brian in 2008 at the Wheatley Hotel in Lenox, where she was working as a reservations manager. At the time, she was married to a chef. Oh, that's where the sous chef thing comes in. some of the internet searches get a little confused, saying she may have been a chef. Oh, she was a reservations manager. And at the time, she was married to a chef. That's Mark Knip, or Nip, however you want to say it, Knip. Okay, who had previously worked at the inn at Little Washington in Virginia. Now that divorce was finalized in 2014. Just to give you a timeline. But she met Brian Walshe in 2008, right? And they got married in 2015. Hold on. Let's double check my dates here. They got married December 21st of 2015. And Anna got divorced from that guy in 2014. Okay. So, let me just quickly see what you guys are saying. Okay, cool. Right, so she was married to a chef who had previously worked at the inn at Little Washington in Virginia, where she had her first job as a housekeeper and server after emigrating from Serbia. Next, the couple moved to Lenox to work at the Wheatley. And then, after 2 years, moved south again to work in DC, where she ascended from an assistant front office manager at the Willard Intercontinental Hotel to front desk manager to front office operations manager. As she climbed the professional ladder, Anna stayed in touch with Brian. In 2013, she began dating Brian, according to friends, and her divorce was finalized the following year. She was head over heels for Brian, says Anna's longtime friend from Washington, D.C., Carrie Westbrook. Put Carrie on the stand. Put all the people on the stand. Okay. Anyway, and so Brian was flashy and showy, and that's what Anna liked about him. He appeared to embody the things she wanted. It was almost like she had a mental vision board for the house, cars, family, and lifestyle she wanted, and she thought that he could provide it. Shame. He was a con artist. His mama could, his dad could, him not so much. Unless it was with fraud and scams, right? Oh dear. The couple spent much of 2013 and 2014 crisscrossing the globe, staying in high-end hotels, and in December of 2015 they tied the knot. Anna wore a strapless white gown and veil, while Brian donned a black tux during an intimate wedding ceremony at Boston's L'Espalier. Espalier is how I want to say it. They held a small reception at the Intercontinental, where Anna was now director of the front office. By then, Anna had left behind her life in DC and moved in with Brian and his mother at 225 Beacon. In July of the following year, the newlyweds welcomed their first child. They named him Thomas after Brian's father. The Back Bay brownstone had more than enough space for the young family, plus Brian's mother, but it proved too small to contain both Anna and her mother-in-law's strong and sometimes clashing personalities. In the fall of 2016, Westbrook says, Anna insisted that for the first time in Brian's life, he leave the nest and his swanky address behind. Oh my. Just in case somebody doesn't know, this article is originally from bostonmagazine.com. And it's called The Secret Life of a Cohasset Con Man. And there's also now a follow-up podcast episode where they discuss this. That was 3 months ago on YouTube, and it's called The Secret Life of Brian Walshe. Idiocracy 101 said, law learning class is underway with G. I appreciate the work on this case and presentation. Thank you for no ads. Thank you for supporting the no ads. I really appreciate it. It's because of the community support that I could do that. I really appreciate you sending the sticker. All right. Now, Beth says, name him after the father who disowned him. Yeah. So Dr. Thomas Walshe III, you see, had Brian Walshe, his only son, but he called him Brian. He didn't call him Thomas Walshe IV. So Brian Walshe took control of that situation. When he had his son, he called the son Brian Walshe IV. Oh dear. Okay. Interesting. So then, let me quickly see. Heebie-jeebie said, not a fan either. Yeah, I'm not a fan either. We don't want to look at that fan. Let's just put this on to see if they do something. Okay, no, they're still on lunch break. They lied to us about Jem Mootley. We want to see that voir dire. Okay, moving on. So it says the Back Bay brownstone had more than enough space. Okay, we did that, right? For the first time, leave the nest and his swanky address, his mama's swanky address behind. Over the next several years, Anna built a real estate portfolio of homes the couple would either flip or rent out. After moving to Lynn, they bought a place in Marblehead before moving on to yet another exclusive address, Jerusalem Road in Cohasset. Anna's career aspirations continued to rise. After demonstrating her prowess with real estate, she changed careers and took a job with Jem Mootlu at the Mootlu Group, which specializes in high-end homes. The perception among neighbors in Cohasset was that Anna was more impressive than Brian. I think that's public perception, yeah, all around. Everyone seemed to think Anna was the sharper and more together of the two, says one neighbor, who asked not to be named for privacy. This was also before any of them knew about his legal troubles. From the outside, the Walshes appeared to have everything they wanted. Soon, though, Anna began to complain about her domestic situation, albeit not her marriage, Westbrook says. Wanting to return to D.C., Anna took a job at Tishman's Spire, sold the Jerusalem Road house in 5 days for $35,000 over asking price, and bought a home in the Tony Chevy Chase neighborhood of D.C. Brian and the boys, meanwhile, moved into a rental home in Cohasset, where Anna spent her weekends before traveling to D.C. for the work week, waiting for Brian to resolve his legal woes so that he and the boys could join her in their new home. The commute and distance from her family began to wear on Anna. Other than that, though, few people knew of the trouble in their marriage. But there was a history of trouble that preceded Anna and Brian's wedding. When they were dating and Anna was living in D.C., she reported to police that her boyfriend from Boston had threatened to kill her and her friends. She never named Brian and never pursued formal charges. In 2014, meanwhile, she said that Brian abused her. In a text message to Brian's close restaurant friend, which Boston viewed, she complained that Brian is violent with me. Okay. Brian Walsh's lawyer, Tracy Minor, declined to comment on the text and declined requests for an interview with either her or Brian, who has pleaded not guilty to the murder charges. There was also a cryptic but desperate text message that Anna sent to her mother just a week before New Year's Eve, asking her to come to Boston at once. A few days later, Brian typed into Google, "What's the best state to divorce for a man?" By the time New Year's Eve rolled around and Mootlu joined the Walshes for dinner, though, it was all smiles, laughter, food, wine, and heartfelt wishes for a bright future from a happy-looking couple. Hours later, Brian's wife disappeared forever. And obviously we know a lot more now since that was published, right? Like about William Fastow and all of that. Now, another thing I have for you, hold on one second. We have a few things to look at. I want to show you some video clips. Let's look at this one. Excuse me, open this clip. Okay, wait. Yeah, this one. Okay. Here we go. All right. Okay, now we're too zoomed in. Hold on. That's better.
As we try to learn more about Anna Walsh, her husband.
Of course, we have to first boost it. Moving on. Okay, here we go.
Husband and their relationship. WBZ's Louisa Moeller speaks exclusively with a longtime friend of Brian Walsh's father. She's live in Swampscott with that story tonight. Louisa?
Well, David, we know that Brian Walsh is close with his mother, who lives here in Swampscott, but this friend told us he used to be very close with his father. What happened was a falling out over money and the allegation that Brian destroyed his father's will. Now, this friend asked to remain anonymous.
I was probably as close to the inner dynamics of that family as anyone.
This man says he first met Brian Walsh when he was 6 years old. A close friend of his father's, Thomas Walsh, he describes Brian as well-behaved and entitled.
Brian was not like other young people. He was always dressed in our money, in penny loafers. When he was like 13, I never saw him in dungarees. He just wanted the finest things in life.
Brian is now behind bars, accused of misleading the investigation into the disappearance of his wife, Anna. And this friend says Brian's manipulative behavior started with a falling out with his father over money. He says the two did not speak for over a decade.
This was a kid who never gave his father an ounce of teenage angst. He didn't smoke, he didn't drink, he didn't do drugs. He was very close, and he was very respectful to his father. He was charming, and when he did this, it like stabbed his dad in the heart.
Brian's father, the former head of neurology at Brigham and Women's Hospital, died in 2018. According to court documents, Thomas Walshe cut his son out of the will. Then Brian is accused of destroying the will, appointing himself the personal representative of the estate, and liquidating over $100,000 from bank accounts in the name of Thomas Walshe.
There was indeed a will, and there were specified inheritors, and Brian was not one of them.
Just to also add, Brian was not the only one that wasn't one of them. Brian's dad, Dr. Thomas Walshe, excluded his own brother and some other nephews and cousins. So he wasn't the only one, but he was left out. He was his only son. Antonia, thank you for buying the mods each a delicious coffee. Brian Walshe is an only child. That was Dr. Thomas Walshe's only son. But yeah, they were estranged for a long time, especially since Brian Walshe stole from him. Right, so before and after his death.
2021, Brian was convicted of fraud for stealing a friend's Andy Warhol paintings and selling them, as well as fake versions of them. Despite this history, this man says he is still perplexed by Anna Walsh's disappearance.
He was not trustworthy. He did things that were shameful and horrible to someone he really cared about, but I never saw him raise his voice.
Now, coming up at 6, we dig even deeper into the...
Okay, I'm going to link all these clips for you. Now, I thought maybe you'd be interested in seeing some of the documents there. I know a lot of you are talking about Brian Walsh's mother being sued by the landlord. The landlord testified to that. I do have the document. I find what I found today hotter tea. We'll do that at some point, especially on a break. We could look at that document. That lawsuit has not been resolved, from what I understand. That the landlord of the house where it is alleged that Brian Walshe murdered Anna Walshe, the landlord sued Diana Walshe because, you know, she was paying for it, for damages, especially after the investigation and all that. I think he sued her for like $400,000 and she countersued and all of that. So this is going back and forth. Okay, so what I want to show you though is, let's just move all the stuff off my desk. My goodness. Let's go to, well, we could see how Brian Walshe wrote a letter, or just hold on. There's a few things here that we could look at. Okay, let's look at this one. And now I shall resize again. So Andrew Walshe, I was wondering, I'm sure I read nephew, and I did. It's Brian's dad's nephew, Brian's cousin. So after Thomas Walshe died, he traveled to India and died in September of 2018. Then Brian Walshe decided that he's going to be the executor of his father's will, and he just basically took over. And I can read you Brian Walsh's reasoning for that. But then other family members stepped in and said, no, not only did he destroy the original will, which others had taken pictures of, so he's lying, but he's just appointed himself, and he's just cleaned out the house, stolen his father's stuff, like fine art and jewelry and all his, you know, collections. And also we read earlier that he was like, ooh, you can, there's a car up for sale as well. Damn. So let's read what Andrew Walshe said, who's Brian Walsh's cousin and Dr. Thomas Walsh's nephew. Okay. Southern Caterpie says, are we going back to having spicy lunches? Well, yes. But I thought that maybe it would involve Jem Mutlu on the stand, but apparently not, right? Apparently not. Okay, so affidavit of Andrew Walshe. I, Andrew W. Walshe, I try to redact as much as possible. This is public record, though, just a quick YouTube disclaimer. So YouTube, this is public record. It is a court document from a court case involving Brian Walshe, where he tried to steal from his dad. Okay, Christian Oliver, thank you for buying the mods coffees. Now it says, I, Andrew W. Walshe, under oath. Thank you to Grizzly Cat, by the way. Thank you, Grizzly Cat. I'll see you here for the documents. If you want to buy her a coffee, her link is in the description box. I, Andrew Walshe, under oath, depose and state as follows. I'm the nephew of Thomas Moorcroft Walshe III. I reside at Redacted. My uncle had told me that he had named me as his personal representative of his estate. Over the years, my uncle Thomas Moorcroft Walsh III had told me that he had a severe falling out with his son, Brian R. Walsh. Brian R. Walsh had ran off with a significant amount of his money. He had almost zero contact with Brian R. Walsh over the last 10 plus years. I was regularly in contact with my uncle, approximately once per quarter. During the summer of 2018, my uncle, who had just recently left the hospital after a heart issue, advised me that he was going to travel to India. Time passed. I emailed my uncle during the fall of 2018. I sent him a Christmas card in December of 2018. I got increasingly worried. I contacted one of my cousins who I knew was also in regular contact with my uncle. I inquired if he had heard from my uncle. He advised he also had no responses. By the spring of 2019, I started contacting my uncle's contacts to see if anyone had heard from my uncle. I just redacted this guy's name, but he's mentioned in many documents. But okay, Ornstein returned my call, that's a friend of Dr. Thomas Walsh, and advised that my uncle had died in September of 2018 in India. I contacted another friend, Pescatori, MD, who was a close personal friend of my uncle's. He advised me of the actions he was going to undertake as he discovered that Brian had filed an administration indicating that there was no last will and testament. Brian had been appointed personal representative and cleaned out the whole house, as in Hull, that's an address. They didn't spell whole wrong, okay? But he also cleaned out the whole house. Rodney Munch, thank you for your $4 Australian sticker. This person had personal knowledge that my uncle had in fact executed a last will and testament, and it had been in his home in Hull, which Brian had entered. The friend filed an equity action against Brian, found at Plymouth County Probate and Family Court docket number C Exhibit A, and received a restraining order to restrain Brian from transferring, mortgaging, or encumbering the whole property. An affidavit from Ornstein was filed in the equity action. The affidavit in pertinent part relates that he was a long-time personal friend of my uncle. After my uncle's death, he entered my uncle's whole home and saw the executed last will and testament in my uncle's office right on top of his cabinet. He left it where he found it, but took photographs of the original last will and testament, see Exhibit D. And it says E, okay? The affidavit in my pertinent part relates that he was a long-time personal friend of my uncle. He witnessed my uncle's execution of the last will and testament on May 1st of 2016, and his wife was the other witness. An affidavit of redacted Bailey was filed in the equity action. See Exhibit F. The affidavit in pertinent part relates that she has known my uncle for 15 years and witnessed my uncle's execution of the last will and testament on May 1st of 2016, and her husband, Lewis, was the other witness. After Brian was appointed personal representative, he emptied the whole property. My voice is going, hold on. Excuse me, voice box, work with me. Okay. After Brian was appointed personal representative by himself, he's self-appointed, he had emptied the whole property of valuable items of personal property. Brian then proceeded to list the whole property for sale. My uncle's thank you Brenda, last will and testament purposely excludes his son, Brian R. Walsh, from inheriting anything of his estate and nominates me as his personal representative. My uncle's last will and testament confirms what he had told many people over the years, that he did not want his son Brian to inherit anything from his estate. It is clear that Brian destroyed the last will and testament, which excluded him from any inheritance when he gained access to the whole property. I am ready, willing, and able to perform as personal representative of my uncle's estate. My cousin, Brian R. Walsh, should be forthwith removed as the personal representative and be held to file a forthwith account of all assets that he took possession of, including, but not limited to, the personal property, artwork, collections, financial accounts that he took possession of as a personal representative, and to return all paper and electronic records that he received from the whole property or otherwise. Melanie, thank you for your $20 Australian sticker. You said 4:21 a.m. in Australia. Gee, and I gotta check out. No Armani and penny loafers for you in prison, Brian. Well, yeah, he's gonna have his little jumpsuit and white Crocs. I don't know, his little prison outfit. Okay, no loafers for him. So let's just see what else we have here. I think this is worded the same, but here it changes. It says my uncle's last will and testament is attached here too. So it says Article 3. Purposely excludes his son, Brian R. Walsh, his nephew, David, see he's excluding others as well, the nephew, and his brothers, William L. Walsh and David E. Walsh. Article 4th is definitions. Article 5th bequeaths his son, Brian R. Walsh, his best wishes and nothing else. Imagine when Brian Walsh saw that. This is the will, and you're literally saying, I wish you the best and nothing else. You can have nothing from my estate. Emma Louise Critchlow, thanks for being a member for 27 months. Article 6th was hand-stricken by my uncle and initialed by him. Article 7th directs his executor to offer any interest he has in the Montserrat property to his friend and co-owner, the friend Pescatori, and leaves all his shares in Easy Flyer Aviation Antigua Ltd., including the ownership of the plane, to this friend. Article 8 leaves the rest, residue, and remainder of his property in percentage to his sister and various nieces and nephews, and provides that if his sister predeceases him, which did not happen, then her share to three of her children, again excluding David Gillespie, and if any others predeceased, then their respective shares to the other listed devisees. Article 9 provides for the encumbrances and liens, and the 10th for the survivorship and all of that. Okay, so we go there. The last will and testament was acknowledged by Thomas M. Walsh, this says Welsh now the third, as his last will and testament, that he signed it voluntarily, declared he was of the age of majority and legally empowered to make this will, was executed without undue influence. The will was witnessed by 2 individuals that knew my uncle for a long period of time. Sudarsky and Bailey were longtime friends of Thomas, and they were the ones that witnessed this, right? Thomas will purposefully excludes his son, Brian R. Walsh, from inheriting from his estate. Brian R. Walsh acquired a key to Thomas's whole home, and now Thomas's original will cannot be located. Oh my word, did he rip it up? I think he ripped it up, and then these are just exhibits. Okay, so we have that. Now I want to show you what Brian R. Walsh wrote, so that you have the other side of the story. And to me, this gave me a glimpse of how he cons, you know. Okay. Affidavits of objections of Brian Walsh. Okay. My name is Brian Reza Walsh, and I reside at my mama's house. Okay, I'm the only son and one of only 2 legal heirs. He is not, but okay. 2 legal heirs to Dr. Thomas Moorcroft Walsh III at the time of his death on September 21st of 2018. This also gives us some of his childhood story, his childhood trauma, some of his background, and why I speculated earlier that when he, in my opinion, found out that Anna Walsh was having an affair, it triggered a similar feeling as he experienced in childhood. Like, oh my word, she's got a better life, she's got a happy life, she's going to leave me. And he lost everything and everyone already because he scammed all of his friends with the art fraud, right? And I mean, he had his kids, but maybe obviously you would think, whoa, like I might lose my kids too. And he already had an ankle monitor on and was probably going to prison. Yeah. He was sentenced in February of 2024 to 3 years in prison for that art fraud, which I'm guessing he'll have to serve that as part of whatever happens here in this trial. You know what I mean? So he says, I am the father of his eldest, the only grandson of Dr. Thomas Moorcroft Walsh III at the time of his death. A third legal heir was born after my father's death, so he's naming his children here. My father had done research to name our second son. He gave me the name suggestion during a long conversation in March of 2017. Dr. Thomas Moorcroft Walsh III's estate mainly consists of 2 pieces of property, the whole house and one half of a house. See, that almost sounds like the whole house and one half of a house, but it's the whole house and one half of a house on the island of Montserrat. The whole was last on the market for $850,000 in April of 2019. The Montserrat property is co-owned with a Fred Pescatori and has an approximate value of $250,000 to the estate. Therefore, I estimate the estate is worth over $1 million. My wife and I were at True North Coffee in Burlington, Massachusetts on the morning of September 21st of 2018. We were going to finalize a home purchase in Marblehead with an in-law studio apartment. The in-law unit was for my father when he needed more care as he grew older. My father and I spoke about these arrangements in March of 2017. Before my father left for Montserrat in March of 2017, he was still very ill, but starting to feel better. See, I think this is all BS, because everybody else says he was estranged from his father. So now he's like, I was going to have an in-law unit. I mean, he is not in-law, he's your father, but okay. An in-law unit, as the property might call it. Like a granny flat for my dad. I was going to take care of him. Okay, but bro, he doesn't want to talk to you. Like he's written you off long ago after you stole $1 million from him. Okay, and just... So you see what I mean? I think that this is a glimpse of how Brian Walshe manipulates people, the courts, scams, cons, all of that, right? Okay, so he says, we had a long conversation about our relationship, and it was the first time we'd spoken candidly since a family therapy session in 1996. My father expressed interest in a retirement plan that would allow him to live part-time in Montserrat and Massachusetts. My father said at the time, I don't know if it'll work out. He made it clear that he was worried about how long he could live without constant care. Thank you, Sally, for the 5 delicious coffees. During the conversation, he said that he thought he had a year or two before he needed to reduce his independence. Sometimes he would refer to it as simplifying his life. I told him that my wife, Anna, and I could find a house with an in-law suite or unit for him to be able to live with us in the future. My wife and I began making plans for him to spend his golden years with us and his grandchildren. My father said, we aren't at that point yet. I told him when we reached that point, his family would have a place for him, which would meet his needs. We had a good conversation that evening. He apologized for leaving me when I was 8 for his alternative lifestyle. He said, I was the father, I should have done more. I told him that I was sorry that I'd been angry about his new lifestyle and how it took him away from me, how he spent more time with his partners than his only son. He said that I had the right to be angry and that he was glad that we could be together now. He also thanked me for sharing my son with him so freely. See right there, I think that could be a trigger. Just insert Anna's name there. Oh, did he think, oh damn, you've got this new lifestyle, huh? Fancy job, huh? DC. Then I think he found out about the new man. We kind of know he did already. You know what I mean? Because he Googled William Fastow on Christmas Day. Okay, so my father and I had been estranged several times over the years since he left my mother and I in 1983. We had reconnected in June of 2015 at the time of my gallbladder surgery. This guy, he's full of sob stories. He's got to pepper that in. But he also misses the whole, I stole $1 million from my father and I'm writing this so that I could steal his property and everything in it. Okay, but it worked. It worked initially, it worked. That's the scary truth. He did manipulate the courts this way. They did say, well, that we can't find anyone to even to get, according to Brian Walshe, his father's body back home from India and all of that. Brian Walshe claims to be the hero in this story. Okay, so it says, we didn't speak regularly until the birth of my son, which would be the eldest. Unfortunately, at that time, my father's health was very poor. He had been having terrible heart problems and survived a stroke. He told me during our conversation in March of 2017 that the doctors had glued him back together and that he was doing much better. Are you sure a neurosurgeon's going to say that? I mean, maybe he did, but I'm like, Brian Walshe, I don't know. Sounds like you're speaking for him. Putting words in his mouth, huh? Okay. In August of 2016 and again in March of 2017, my father made it clear that he had great difficulty reading and writing since his medical problems had begun in 2015. I don't have exact dates without medical records and interviews of his doctors. He said that email updates from his grandson's school were too much for him to keep up with because of the brain damage he suffered. My father stated that he recently bought a 2-family house in Hull and that maybe that would work better than buying a new house in Marblehead. I said that Hull wouldn't have the schools that we need for the young Thomas, but we could move to Hingham to be closer. However, that the commute would be very long for Anna, who works in Boston. I mean, I don't think the dad was trying to buy the whole house for Brian to occupy or look after him or parasite and leech off him, right? Man, my father understood, but was very keen on keeping his water views in Hull. I said, We could consider getting water views in Marblehead or buy a boat once he arrived to live with us full time. My father stayed in Montserrat longer than anticipated during 2017-2018, but we continue to make arrangements for his future should things change with his health suddenly. He was trying to reel him into Parasite off him, huh? I became worried that my father would not be able to endure the harsh New England winters and that a small in-law with an alternative warm weather destination would make the best solution for him in the future. I became worried about my father in the summer of 2018 when he arrived back to Hull. He was low on energy and had lost a great deal of human contact that was very important to him. I think Brian Walshe is projecting here. He stated on several phone calls, "I am just sitting here." Again, I think he's projecting. Look at the time. Summer of 2018. Brian Walshe, that's when you got accused of art fraud, eventually convicted, and you had an ankle monitor. So I think you were saying, "I'm just sitting here," and that you had lost a lot of your human contact and friends, right? I was worried that he was losing his livelihood and sense of purpose. That's you. Look in your plastic mirror, Brian, and say it to yourself. My father was always an avid reader. He said my father was always an avid reading since childhood. The inability to read had truly made things heartbreaking for him. My father made it clear from the time of his stroke in early 2016 until his death that he had great trouble reading. He further had great difficulties writing and signing documents. See, that's the point he's trying to make. During the summer of 2018, my wife and I began looking for housing solutions as we believed the time was coming when my father would need more of our attention and care. We had found a reasonable house in Marblehead and were scheduled to close on the day my father died. My mother called with news that my father had died in India while we were at True North Coffee at around 10:30 a.m. on September 21st of 2018. We left Burlington and postponed the closing of the house to confirm the news that we had received, as it was unbelievable. Late that afternoon, around 4 p.m. on September 21st of 2018, I spoke with the U.S. Embassy in India. They sadly confirmed the death of my father, Dr. Thomas Moorcroft Walshe III. At that moment, my only interest was bringing my father's remains home to our family. That evening at 10 p.m., I spoke with Redacted. Redacted told me that he was in contact with my father and knew he was sick while in India, but at no time did he consider contacting his family, the people who truly loved him. I'm like, okay, Brian Walshe, where are we going with this now? He knew my father's travel partner and described him as a misfit. We have a first name, Redacted, but no last name yet. Okay. Brian, are you launching an investigation here? At the time of my phone call with Jeffrey, I directly asked if he knew of anybody that was designated to deal with my father's affairs. He said no, but that my father had met with an estate lawyer to get his affairs in order. Later, in January of 2019, I found an engagement letter that my father had signed to begin organizing his affairs with attorney Michael Fleming, which made perfect sense to me in light of the fact that on July 19th of 2016, my wife gave birth to our first son, who he named after his father. We shared the joy of our newborn child with my father, which brought him great joy during the remainder of his lifetime, as evidenced by numerous emails and pictures which I found in a drawer at my father's whole residence. Oh, so you don't have the pictures, the messages, the evidence. You just dug in a drawer while stealing his will, ripping that up and making a new one before you ripped out all the art and all the antiques from his house. Sure, Brian, well, sure. Anyway, my father was creating end-of-life plans, just as we had discussed in March of 2017. My father had signed the engagement papers on his grandson's second birthday. I have attached a copy of attorney Michael Fleming's letter bearing my father's signature on the second page as Exhibit A. On the same evening of September 21st of 2018 at 7 p.m., I spoke with Dr. Timothy Lynch. Dr. Timothy Lynch has worked with my father for 14 years at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. He was the one who received the first call from India in regards to my father's death. They found my father's medical credentials after he collapsed at the British Airways counter. Shame. Damn. If his father collapsed at the British Airways counter, he was probably like on his way home. Damn, okay. Kathleen said earlier he wanted to get his clutches on daddy's purse strings by controlling him in his elder years. Yeah, no care intended here is what you're reading, right? It's highly manipulative, right? You could feel that now, definitely, hey? Wow. And he's already sitting there with his ankle monitor. Okay. So, Dr. Timothy, we read that, right? Okay, he collapsed. He says his father collapsed at the British Airways counter. I asked him directly if he knew of anyone designated to take care of my father's affairs. Dr. Timothy Lynch said no, that Dr. Martin Samuels was his healthcare proxy since 2010, and Dr. Louis Sadarsky also didn't know of anyone. Dr. Timothy Lynch made it clear that he had tried to bring my father home via the hospital, but the U.S. Embassy needed a first of kin for that purpose. Dr. Martin Samuels had known my father for over 45 years and had no information about a will or a person other than me. This is a lie. There was a will. There were 2 or more people that were there as witnesses signing. Dr. Thomas Walsh's close friends whom he trusted. So Brian Walshe was lying here. Okay, so it says, there's no other person other than me to deal with my father's afterlife affairs, according to my conversation with Dr. Timothy Lynch. Dr. Louis Sadarsky had known my father for about 40 years and also on September 21st of 2018 had no information about a will or a person other than me to deal with my father's afterlife affairs, according to my conversation. See, he keeps saying according to whoever he's throwing under the bus. Dr. Louis Sadarsky told Dr. Timothy Lynch on September 21st of 2018 that he didn't know who was designated to handle afterlife affairs for my father and that he should contact his only son, Brian Walshe, according to my conversation with Dr. Timothy Lynch, right? If Dr. Louis Sadarsky had known of a will designating Andrew Walshe, that's Brian Walsh's cousin, as the executor, it was his duty to say something at the time of my father's death, when his body was in India and the U.S. Embassy needed a true heir. He should have not allowed Dr. Timothy Lynch to contact me with misinformation. At no time did Dr. Louis Sadarsky inform me of any existing will or any information that would help with the difficult process of bringing my father's remains back home. My father was suffering from severe heart problems at the time of the alleged signing of the suspect will. He calls it the suspect will. The original will, he's calling it the suspect will. Yeah, he's the suspect. Anyway, which is the subject of this petition. My father was unable to read or write clearly from brain damage he had suffered from a stroke. It would have been medically impossible for him to write a will by himself, much less sign it. The friends that saw him do it disagree. The signature is a possible forgery, says the fraudster, says the forging guy. Oh my word. My father never signed his name with the third. If he did, he would not have forgotten middle initial M. We have several bank signatures of my father's as exhibits to prove that he never signed documents with third. Furthermore, we have a handwriting sample from my father after his stroke dated August 8th of 2016 that proves his hand deteriorated, where his handwriting is almost illegible. Finally, we have his signature from the estate planning engagement letter that he signed on July 16th of 2018, further proving that point. Andrew Walshe, Brian's cousin, states in paragraph 9 of his affidavit that Mr. Pescatori had knowledge of a will in the Hull house. However, Pescatori said nothing either to me or redacted at the time of my father's death, when we were in search of a true heir. Why would he be searching for a true heir when he believed he's Chuck Bass, the true heir? You know what I mean? Gossip Girl reference. My word, Brian Walshe. So it says, I never spoke to Mr. Pescatori, nor did he make any attempts to contact me about information he had about my father's last wishes, until he filed court papers for a preliminary injunction to stop the sale of my father's residence. In the affidavit at paragraph 21, he states that he sent pictures of the suspect will to Mr. Pescatori on September 23rd of 2019. However, Pescatori at no time notified me of an existing will, and all these other people say Brian Walshe went into his father's house after he found out his father died and ripped up the original will, destroyed it, it's gone, it's missing. But the others had taken pictures of it, and that's how they counteracted this petition and eventually got him, as he was meant to be, disinherited. Joy said, so who are the people that inherited it? The father had a whole list of people, sisters and nieces and other nephews. So he left a few out, 1 or 2 out. I think maybe people that didn't approve of his alternative lifestyle, as Brian Walshe called it. Maybe. I'm not sure why, but he had a fallout with some. So there was like Brian Walshe left out Thomas Walsh's brothers left out, and some other nephew also left out. But many were on the list, right? So, let me just quickly, I just want to quickly check here. Okay, they're still on their lunch break. Good, good, we're just checking. And thank you all for being here as we explore this, which I found very interesting reading it for the first time, right? Do you find it interesting? Okay, so it says, I began to make arrangements to bring my father back from India, since I was the true and only heir to my father, and that my son, right, the eldest. This process took until November 6th of 2018, when my father's remains cleared customs at Logan Airport. I was in contact with Redacted the entire time of this process with updates through text. I was contacted by Redacted on September 23rd of 2018. He had gone to my father's house without my permission. And that's what the others all say about Brian going there. He says he had gone without my permission or knowledge and left a key to the back door under a mat for me to enter the house. I mean, like, how dare somebody go there without my permission and leave a key for me to enter and steal everything? Okay. So at no time did we discuss him going to my father's house. And it's odd that he went when he knew I didn't need any help getting into the house. I didn't want to make a big deal about it, and it seemed that he was trying to help in his own misdirected way. I kept updating him as we began the process of bringing my father home from India. We exchanged over 20 text messages about the laborious and complicated process of securing a death certificate for my father and having him moved from the morgue to the funeral home and then sent home to us in the United States. At no time did Mr. Ornstein tell me about a will or any other information that would have been important during the return of my father's remains. At no time did Dr. Louis Zadarsky or Mr. Pescatori tell me to let me know about a will or any information that would help my father's estate. After a terrible difficulty of picking my father up from the international cargo area at Logan Airport on November 6th of 2018, I began to deal with his estate. Oh my. When I arrived to my father's house in Hull on September 25th of 2018 with my wife, there was no will in plain sight. According to everyone else, there was, especially the person who went to the house before. It was on the table. It was like on a cabinet. Anyway, in plain sight. Okay. So, as Redacted states in his affidavit in paragraph 15, during the period of bringing my father home, I hired attorney Sarah Briones to start the paperwork associated with dealing with my father's afterlife affairs. I gave her all the necessary information. She asked if he had another wife, child, etc. I said not to my knowledge. Attorney Sarah Briones took out an advertisement in the Hull Times looking for a will from my father, and no will was procured. Attorney Briones checked with other lawyers that had dealings with my father, which she found through public records, and asked if they had organized or knew of a will. All avenues pointed to the fact that there was no will. Again, that's a lie, right? In case anybody's wondering what we're doing, we're just reading a petition from Brian Walshe where he tried to, and successfully did for a while, convince a judge to let him be the executor of his father's will, claiming there's no will, he's the only one, he's the true heir. And what happened was, he'd already stolen about $1 million from his father. Some quote 100,000, sometimes many articles I've seen and documents will say it's up to $1 million, and people that knew Brian Walshe. And that is why he was estranged from his father. His father wrote him off years ago. So the minute Brian Walshe found out, oh, my father died, he's like, ooh, I'm going to go get his property. I'm going to go in there and I'm the true heir, right? I don't care if he wrote me off. I'm the true heir. I'm coming to collect. And he did. Cleaned out the house. Paintings and all. Expensive items from all over the world, as in collections, Marona glass and Persian rugs and paintings and all sorts of artifacts. Okay, and he got very greedy, went in there, sold all of it. Jewelry, he went in there, sold it. So you can see this guy is not good at grieving, hey? Doesn't grieve, he's got no heart and soul. Because look what he did to Anna Walshe. That he pleaded guilty to. He's like, oh no, she died suddenly in bed. Then I dismembered her and threw her away all over the place. Yeah, no. So even here, he's like, ooh, jewelry, art, let's sell it all off. Yeah, Liesel says, I took care of his estate. So it says, and there's still, we are at page 7 of 10, right? And there's other documents we can look at. Let's see the time quickly, hold on. There's other clips I want to show you as well. Oh my word, the time has flown. Okay, go, let's read. Was it interesting? I love it. So yeah, to my knowledge, it would have been medically impossible, that's what he said, right, for his father, Dr. Thomas Walshe, to create a will given his medical condition in 2016. It would have been a challenge for him to have signed a will in May of 2016. I was appointed by this court as the personal representative of my father's estate, December 13th of 2018. And this is while his art fraud case is going on. Federal, whoa. At the same time, many of his bills hadn't been paid, including the house insurance, says the fraudster. At the same time, in the winter of 2018-2019, the pipes burst in the whole house, which led to substantial damage. The whole house experienced severe flooding that led to several weeks of repairs. Convenient, Brian Walshe. Had I not been going to the house several times a week and addressing the issues, the whole house would have been unsalvageable. If the water had not been turned off immediately, the house would have been sold for the value of the land and nothing more. Hero Brian. We sustained damage inside the walls to the point where the plumber cut over 12 holes in different walls around the house to stop the leaks. We had water gushing out of the light fixtures and the ceiling. I feel like it feels like tampered with, don't you think? Okay, anyway, it might not be, but remember, when Anna Walshe went missing, ironically, like within a week, there was another house that they had owned before that just burst into flames. And the police said that wasn't related, but I always think about that because of Brian Walshe, right? Okay, so it says, most of the downstairs floors had to be redone completely or repaired. Since the entire downstairs was flooded, many of my father's documents were lost. You mean like the original will that you destroyed? Were lost, and we sustained damage to some of his, he says, to his belongings. I had to have major repairs done to the whole house before it could be put on the market, which he did illegally, including new flooring and repairing openings in the walls. This was a very difficult project to oversee because I lived 2 hours away from the house and needed to be there several times a week. During this time, I organized and removed, organized and removed my father's belongings so that the house could be staged for sale. Oh, he calls that organized and removed. Stole. Okay? We had to remove all of his old files and, like the will, and damaged water-drenched papers, objects, etc. Collections. We hired a dumpster to remove all garbage and belongings that didn't sell in the estate auction. This is everything of his dad's he sold off. Old food from the refrigerator. Old clothing, old art supplies that were not usable, old kitchenware, etc. Once I was able to finish the repairs to the house, I placed it on the market for sale. Illegally, bro. You weren't supposed to do that. Furthermore, our estrangement had nothing to do with money, but had to do with his friendship with, redacted, and others of that alternative lifestyle, specifically how it affected my time with my father over the course of our lives. The dude has the audacity to end the document with, furthermore, our estrangement had nothing to do with money. It had everything to do with money. I'm sure there are other things too, but the dad could not believe that Brian Walshe stole money from him, swindled his own father out of money. It's everything to do with money, Brian Walshe. You stole from your own dad. You're the only son, and then he wrote you off. He says, I can't speak about any criminal allegations, but I am more than confident that I'll be vindicated before this matter set for trial. Signed under penalties of perjury on this 30th day of October 2019. And there's his signature. Oh, really? And this, what was this? Attorney Fleming. I could see the fannies back on. Let's just quickly see what this is. Yeah, he's just showing his little proof, which was no proof at all. Okay, so let's minimize that. And we are waiting for the court to start. I'm going to refresh, hold on. See the fan is on. Okay, cool. And quickly, let me show you this. Wait. Oh. I think it is this. Let's just watch this clip quickly.
Coverage for you tonight, starting with Boston 25 News reporter Bob Ward in Cohasset. And Bob, you just learned police have a key new piece of evidence.
Well, it's really interesting on the investigative front. It's been kind of slow, right? But state police are still gathering evidence. They're waiting for test results to come back from the crime lab before they take the next step. But we have confirmed that state police are now in possession of video surveillance of Brian Walshe outside a dumpster in Swampscott near a liquor store, near a Whole Foods. That's the area where he said he was on January 1st, which is the day that Anna Walshe disappeared. So very interesting development there about the existence of this video surveillance of Brian Walshe near that dumpster. Meanwhile, out here in Cohasset, where Brian and Anna Walshe lived, people here in this town are trying to come to terms with this disturbing case.
The cozy South Shore town of Cohasset is the kind of place outsiders might consider a New England seaside town would look like. But the mystery over Anna Walshe's disappearance and the arrest of her admitted conman husband, Brian Walshe, on a charge of lying to investigators is giving outsiders a different glimpse of Cohasset. And people here don't like it.
Totally unexpected. You know, I've been here my entire life, 52 years, and haven't seen anything like this before, so it's quite a shock.
For nearly a full week, the Massachusetts State Police have been a constant, unsettling presence in Cohasset. They recently wrapped up a search of the family's rented home on Chief Justice Cushing Highway, as well as a massive search of woods in and around town. And then there was the fire Friday at the Walshes' previous home on Jerusalem Road that authorities say is not related to Anna's disappearance.
See, remember that? If you watch from the beginning, we covered this case from when Anna Walshe was missing, hoping she'd be found. And then the next minute we're like, oh crap, they've got surveillance, he's at dumpsters, and there's like this handsaw, and like, wait, what? Things escalated quickly to a very dark place.
All of it a lot to process for this town of less than 9,000 residents.
It leaves you speechless, really. I can't wrap my brain around it.
At the heart of this is Anna Walshe herself. She's still missing. And after a week of heart-stopping headlines about hacksaws, transfer stations, internet searches, and a husband held on high bail, people here are unnerved and thinking about the secrets their neighbors keep.
It wasn't about the money for her, I don't think, because she was the breadwinner. But there are people, I guess, you never know what your next-door neighbor is capable of.
Meanwhile, across the ocean in Anna's native country of Serbia, concern grows. The Serbian consulate writing, "We had a pleasure of meeting Anna in person, and we remember her as a lovely lady. Her disappearance has been a cause of a great concern for the Serbian community in the U.S. as well as for people back home."
Now, there's one more member of the Walshe family that we have not heard about, and that is the family dog. Brian and Anna Walshe own a purebred German Shepherd. That dog is now homeless. Now, there is kind of a happy ending, I guess you could call it, to the story, and that is that dog has been sent to the animal control shelter over in Braintree and is now in foster care. And the foster parents are a state police trooper who is not connected to this case and his family. So they're taking care of that dog at night. I'm told the dog has a great demeanor, answers commands in German, and the troopers and the detectives that were working this case over the weekend, they just kind of fell in love with the dog, and they wanted to make sure that the Walshe dog was taken care of. So at least a moment of a bright spot, I guess you would say, in this tragedy that's been unfolding here in Cohasset, that the family dog at least is being taken care of. Reporting.
Shame. That's Hans, the dog. He's like, answers to commands in German. Okay. Also, let's quickly look at this one. Hello. Did you see this? No. They're not back yet, okay? Yes, okay, this.
One of the victims in his art fraud case.
And he spoke with 5 Investigates' Karin about what it was like dealing with Brian and Anna.
I was a victim of a scam.
Ron Rivlin is the owner of Revolver Gallery in Beverly Hills, home to the largest collection of Andy Warhol's artwork in the world. He's also one of the victims of Brian Walshe's art fraud.
I've bought over 1,000 Andy Warhol artworks, and he was the one and only guy who got one past me.
Walshe's charisma, expensive home, and documentation proving he had authentic Warhols satisfied Rivlin, so he sent his assistant to Boston with a check for $80,000.
They met at the Four Seasons Hotel in the lobby, and he treated her to lunch. She told me he's a nice guy, he's, dressed nice, seems totally legit. They were on my desk in my gallery the next morning when I arrived, and I knew immediately. I could see that the paint was fresh. I tore the back paper off the frame, the structure bar, and saw underneath that the canvas wasn't aged.
Walshe had sold him forgeries he had made in New York and sold the real paintings to another dealer. Rivlin reached out to Anna Walshe after Brian stopped returning the calls.
She seemed like kind of scared by the whole thing and said there's no way my husband would have done something like this. And she was the one who got Brian to call me back and work out a resolution. She was very kind and respectful, and I picked up on her being kind of scared by an accusation from my side.
But when Brian didn't pay him back, Rivlin went to the FBI. He has sued them both, but wonders what Anna really knew about her husband.
What if she wasn't in on the art thing, and what if she didn't really know who her husband was?
Brian Walshe pled guilty to the art fraud case and was supposed to pay Rivlin back what he was owed. But Rivlin says the day before the sentencing, the money disappeared. Walshe is still awaiting sentencing in that case.
He was sentenced in February of 2024 to 3 years in prison and, it was 37 months in prison and 3 years probation, which is yet to serve. So we have that. Then, I have more, but there's more because they haven't started yet. So we might as well watch these clips that are prepared for us here.
Is home today around 3, wrapping up their days-long search.
What is their future going to be?
Anna and Brian Walsh's 3 young boys in DCF custody. Their mother has been missing for more than a week, and their father is being held on $500,000 bail.
That's one of my concerns is what about the children?
Starting out as her employee, then evolving into a friend, Stephen Fleury watched over Anna's 2, 4, and 6-year-olds while she supported her husband in court, facing federal charges for selling fake paintings. Fleury describes Anna as fiercely loyal and knew something was wrong when he heard she went missing.
So there is no way, once I was told that, I was like, there's no way Anna would abandon her children or her job. Immediately, I'm like, something is not right.
Fleury says he met Brian Walshe on a few occasions and never knew of any issues between the couple.
To my knowledge, there wasn't any signs that there was issue in their marriage.
But days before Anna Walshe went missing, her mother, who lives in Serbia, says she texted her, "Please, Mama, come tomorrow." In an interview, she says it means that clearly there must have been some problems. Friends of Anna's are distraught and devastated by her disappearance and can't help but worry her young boys won't ever get the chance to make more memories with their mother.
What the mothers have done, how much of a wonderful person she is.
State prosecutors say investigators found a bloody knife inside the basement of the home. No word yet on what else they have found. We're live tonight in
We're seeing a whole bunch now. These are old clips from way back then, like 2 years ago. Okay, so I could see the judge. That means they're back. So hold on one second. Let's make sure that we've got the boost on. Okay. Ready to resume. Probably more DNA testimony. We want to see Jem Mutlu take the stand. Okay, here we go.
All right, where are we, counsel?
Your Honor, we can either do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, or we could continue on with DNA and do Saman Saleem.
Well, if we go back, if we stay on DNA, which I'm happy to do, is that going to end the day, or we're going to hit Mr. Mutlu at some point today? Is he going to hit the stand at some point today?
I think DNA is going to go about another hour to 90 minutes. It could go 2 hours.
So I'm going to take it from that the answer is no.
It's possible, I guess is my answer. I don't like, I know we don't like to hedge bets, but I'm going to hedge my bet on this one because I don't want to be shy a witness when we can still do work.
Well, in light of what you've told me about the schedule, I will be happy to let the jury go at 3:30 today.
Oh.
If that happens.
Damn it, we're not going to see Jem Mutlu today. That means we're going to probably see Jem Mutlu tomorrow. Now, during my reading of the document, while I'm not an octopus and do not have many eyes and many arms, I can't see all over I could only see the document. I did have a glance and I saw some people arguing amongst themselves. I'm not too sure why. Just remember that in the document, Dr. Thomas Walshe's sexual orientation has nothing to do with anything. Some people had asked, like earlier I just answered Gloria, was when Brian's dad died, was he still married to Brian's mother? I believe they got divorced when Brian was about 8, which is what he was specifying in that document. And Brian resented him deeply from then. And I think that's also, he gave himself an excuse to then steal from him. You know? But his mother's side of the family is Persian. And apparently her side of the family is very wealthy as well. So that's interesting because I think he, you know, when one of his best friends from when he was younger said he was like 13 years old in Armani with loafers on, he just said they were always into the finer things in life. And on that recent podcast I told you about, which I'm yet to find where that's published, I'll put it in the description box for you. It's based on the article we read earlier. Lost my train of thought. They said, oh yeah, that Brian Walshe and Anna connected on that. Both of them really wanted the finer things in life. So when people keep saying, what did they see in each other? What did Anna see in him? They both had the same goals and dreams and everything. The only problem is that Brian Walshe lied about who he was, that he didn't have any of that foundation for himself beyond his mother's wealth and his father's wealth, which his father disinherited him, right? Okay, so, damn it, we're going to see some more. I do like the testimony coming up, but we'll see Jem Mutlu then tomorrow, and the judge sounds like she's going to let the jury go home early today.
Okay.
And we are still on the same schedule.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, we are.
Look at the judge's face.
All right, well, we'll talk about that again at the end of the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what I'll say with regard to that is you're in a better position to evaluate how long a voir dire would take. I don't need the jury in the building while we're doing a voir dire.
Yes.
So I guess it would be my mild preference to just continue on where we are today, talking about DNA, and then tell the jury that they can come back later in the day, tomorrow, instead of a 9 a.m. start. Maybe we'll do a 10 a.m. start for them and do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu in that time while the jury's on their own time and not on our time. How does that all sound?
That sounds like a very good idea, Your Honor. And I can tell you I have the keeper of records from Home Goods here just in case. And that would take about 20 minutes if we did Angelo.
All right.
Nice.
And how long, I won't hold you to it, but Mr. Mutlu's voir dire, as I understand it, and frankly had to remind myself through the pleadings what exactly it is we were voir diring him on. Now that I have reminded myself of what we're voir diring him on, how long do you anticipate, and I'll go to your brother in a second, but how long do you anticipate it will take you to present that evidence?
I think about 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the outside, Your Honor.
All right. I was thinking it was relatively short. More, I was checking to make sure that there wasn't a big disconnect between my expectations and what you're thinking. Do you agree, Attorney Tipton?
This is Attorney Porges.
Do you agree, Attorney Porges?
I do.
All right. So there's other matters we could handle in the morning tomorrow as well. Be prepared for those, including what I said to you at the side of the bench the other day with regard to the first 2 or 3 pages that I was looking for from you. Do you understand?
We do, Your Honor.
Attorney Tipton? Excellent. All right, we can bring the jury in.
Put the keeper of records for Home Goods on the stand. Tell us all the shady things he bought, right? Also, with the document that we read, which was Brian Walshe's petition to take over his father's property and all of that, we'd read some of what Andrew Walsh said, the cousin, and then we read Brian Walsh's petition. There's much longer documents where the cousin was also documenting a whole bunch and basically just debunking everything that Brian Walsh claimed. So he's a liar, stole from his father in the past, and also after his death. Tried to steal his house, tried to sell the house, tried to claim it for himself, and stole things from outside, from inside his house, paintings and things that he'd collected over the years. Okay.
Hold them up for a minute. Not you, them. I just don't want the Commonwealth not at their desk.
Thank you.
You're all set now. Thank you.
So not only might the jury go home early today, but they'll also probably come in late tomorrow, according to what the judge said, like Caroline Fenton says. Voir dire tomorrow morning before the jury comes in at 10. Can't wait. So we're going to start then, you know, to see that. We might start a little bit later to defluff, but we'll be seeing that.
Actually, I don't think there's a problem. I disagree with that. That's the way you should do it.
Ooh, hot mic, hot mic.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do. Thank you. Be seated.
Right this way. Just watch your step.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your full name and spelling your name?
My name is Saman Saleem, S-A-M-A-N. Last name is S-A-L-E-E-M.
And could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Boston College in biochemistry and a master's of science in forensic science from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I currently work as a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab within the DNA unit.
And what is a forensic scientist 3?
A forensic scientist 3 is a supervisory position within the DNA unit where I manage other analysts, forensic scientist 1 and 2, that work within the DNA unit.
So how many people do you supervise?
I supervise 6 people currently.
And what are your responsibilities in supervising those people?
As a supervisor, I manage their caseload by assigning them cases to work on in the laboratory, as well as for interpretation of DNA profiles for evidence items that are submitted to the DNA unit. I also train them in the methodologies for DNA testing. For example, if there's any new hires in our laboratory, I would be part of their training program where I would teach them about the laboratory work that's conducted, as well as give them presentations on the theoretical background of DNA testing. In addition to that, I also work on my own cases, so where I'm assigned cases by my manager, and I do the interpretation of DNA testing on those cases and review the cases of other people and what they've worked on.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
When I first began at the DNA unit 10 years ago, I went through an 8-month-long training program where I learned about the theoretical discipline of forensic DNA testing, as well as the practical application of it. I tested mock evidence samples in the laboratory to determine what those DNA profiles were and learned about how to do that testing. Additionally, since that training, every year we go through continuing education where we learn about new methodologies that we're adopting in the laboratory and also any kind of changes that are happening in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
So you said that you've had testing, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Have you had testing?
Yes.
And what kind of testing have you had?
So every time there's a new technology adopted or there's new training that I go through, at the end of that training, we do a competency test where we are tested on if we have understood that methodology by taking a written exam or oral exam as well as a practical exam in the laboratory. In addition to that, twice a year, we go through proficiency testing.
So have you passed the competency testing that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
And you said that twice a year you have proficiency testing. Who monitors that or provides that proficiency testing?
So the proficiency test samples are provided by an external agency, and those samples are tested in our laboratory as we would process any casework samples as well. And then the answers for those items of evidence, the DNA profiles we obtained, are submitted back to that external agency who will then grade us to ensure that we obtain the correct DNA profiles.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I've passed all the ones I've taken over the 10 years.
Thank you. Are you familiar with lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I am.
And what type of DNA testing was conducted in this case?
In this case, we conducted a type of testing known as STR-DNA testing, which follows a 4-step process in the laboratory, at the end of which we obtain a DNA profile.
Okay. So just generally, can you discuss that 4-step process?
Generally, that 4-step process starts with extraction in the first step, where we break open the cells in which the DNA is found. This is similar to like cracking open an egg, where the DNA is found within the yolk of it, and we extract that DNA. We use heat and chemicals to do this. The second step is known as quantitation, where we determine how much DNA is present in that sample so that we can proceed with the next step. The next step is known as amplification. In that third step, we make millions and millions of copies of the DNA that is found there, targeting certain locations within the DNA. In this case, we target 26 locations that are found throughout the chromosome, as well as a sex-determining locus as well. And then the last step is capillary electrophoresis. During that step, we analyze those copies of DNA to generate a DNA profile, which can then be interpreted for comparison purposes.
And then once the raw data is generated, you said that you're able to make some comparison here?
Yes.
And how is that done generally?
So generally, the first thing we would do is interpret the DNA profile, which means that we would observe that DNA profile to see what is in that DNA profile. So what are the different characteristics of the DNA that we're observing at these 26 locations that we have tested? We will determine how many individuals are in this mixture, so the number of people that make up this DNA profile. Is it coming from one person or multiple individuals? And then that profile, once we've determined what it is, we can compare it to a known standard or somebody whose DNA profile we know to see if they would be included in that sample or excluded from it.
And in this case, 23-00596, there were many items that were tested by multiple people in the lab for DNA testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And all of those people did the 4-step process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was your role here?
At the end of that 4-step process, data is generated on a computer. At the end of that process, my role comes in at that point where I look at that data. So it comes off in a form that we have to interpret using a software program. So that's where my role starts, where I interpret that data.
So I'm now going to start to ask you about what you did here and about each individual piece of data that you looked at with each individual item that you looked at. Is that okay?
That's okay.
So let's start with the first round of testing and the first items that you looked at. I want to ask you about item 9-27.2.1. What is that item, ma'am?
Do you mind if I look at my notes?
You may look at your notes.
Thank you. That is a sample of an interior of dark gray slippers found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 270 million times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
So what does that mean?
So the statistic we report is known as a likelihood ratio. The first part of this is determining what the DNA profile is. In this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of 3 contributors, meaning that the profile that was observed on this item came from 3 individuals. In this profile, when we do a comparison, we compare the characteristics at each of these 26 locations to see if the profile that is Anna Walshe's profile matches those or is consistent with the ones that are observed in the DNA profile. And through the statistical analysis, what we learned is that it is at least 270 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it did not, and 2 other individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. The likelihood ratio is a statistical calculation that shows us how likely it is to observe a DNA profile given two propositions. One, that the person would be included in the DNA profile, or the other, that the person is excluded or not included in the DNA profile. And the value of that likelihood ratio can tell us which of these propositions is more likely to observe this DNA profile given either of these propositions.
So how do you calculate the likelihood ratio?
That is calculated using a software known as STR-Mix or STAR-Mix. And in that software, we use calculations that we derive from the general population of how common or rare certain characteristics are at these 26 locations observed. And we use that in the general population in the US, and we use that information to calculate the likelihood ratio.
Can you explain when you said this was a mixture of 3 contributors?
So that just means that the DNA profile that we observed at these 26 locations, what I observed is that I would see DNA from multiple people, in this case, 3 individuals. We receive half our DNA from our mother and half from our father. So we would expect to see for a single source profile or something coming from one person would either have one characteristic or 2 characteristics at each of these locations. In some of these locations, I saw 5 or 6 characteristics, which means that there's at least 3 people here in this mixture.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 12 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
What is a quintillion?
Quintillion is 1 followed by 18 zeros.
So we finally have a result for an item, the dark slippers. Okay, Anna's DNA and Brian Walshe is included, not excluded, as a contributor. Thank you, Texas woman, for your sticker.
Can you tell when the DNA was contributed?
I cannot, through the testing that we do, we cannot determine when or how the DNA was deposited on an evidence item.
Does DNA have to be contributed at the same time?
No, it does not.
Moving to item 9-27.3.1. Can you tell me what that item is?
That was a sample from stain A on the exterior top left of the gray slipper, bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And can you tell me what's the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 16 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 77 times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals, unrelated individuals. This provides limited support for an inclusion. Our DNA unit validation studies have shown that there is an inclusion of non-contributors in this range, likelihood ratio range of about 2 to 1,000, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what does that mean?
So when we do these calculations for the likelihood ratio, we're relying on the DNA profile that we observed in that evidence item. The more data we have there, that means the more of these 26 locations where we observe this DNA profile, the higher the statistic will be for an inclusion, and that's because there's more support and more data observed. When there is limited support for an inclusion, it means that the data for that contributor in that mixture, so it doesn't mean everyone in that mixture had less DNA, just that one or more contributors had less DNA available there for comparison, so the statistic is lower because of it. In our validation studies, what we did see, because all humans do share some DNA with each other, that we would see some non-contributors, meaning that people who really shouldn't, we made mixtures where we knew who was in those mixtures. And so we would have some non-contributors get a likelihood ratio that's inclusionary, show that they're included when they really shouldn't be included. And it's because they happen to have some alleles that are common with what was observed in the DNA profile. So in this case, for the statistic, even though there is support for an inclusion, that support is limited, meaning that there is less data available.
What is an anillion?
An anillion is 1 followed by 30 zeros.
What type of cells is DNA found in?
It is found in all kinds of biological cells that we have, such as our blood cells, which are our white blood cells, our hair cells, skin cells, saliva, anything we could have in our body that has a nucleus. Any cell that has a nucleus would have DNA in it.
And what of those is potentially found in a shoe?
From a shoe, it could be if there's a biological process that's deposited on there, that biological fluid could contribute DNA, or more typically for clothing and shoes, it would be from skin cells that are from wearing that shoe multiple times.
Do your results tell you what type of cells these came from?
No, they do not.
And do the individuals have to contribute the same type of cells?
No, they do not. One of the things that could cause a mixture of DNA profiles is if there's different types of cells from different individuals that are contributing to the same evidence item.
What is item 9-32.1.1?
That is a sample of an interior sleeve cuff of a Tyvek suit that was found in bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile for this item was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 4.8 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 100 trillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Okay, finally getting somewhere with these results. Tyvek suits, slippers and things, hey? Brian Walshe included, and Anna Walshe.
So when you say things like this supply provides support for an inclusion, is that standard language that you're using?
Yes.
And standard language for whom?
The standard language for forensic DNA analysis in general, and then at our laboratory, we've adopted this language as part of it. Many laboratories would use very similar language.
What is item 9-32.2.1?
Sample from stain A of the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And is this the same Tyvek suit that we just discussed previously in 9-32.1.1?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, there was the DNA profile was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this single source female DNA profile.
What does that mean?
So the single source DNA profile is probably the easiest ones for us to do a comparison because we should be able to see if the single source profile we have from the evidence matches the one profile we have from our known standard or the reference we have. So when I say somebody's excluded, it means that the two profiles don't match each other.
What is item 9-32.5.1?
And that is a sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit.
And is this the same Tyvek suit as discussed with items 3 and 4 that we previously discussed?
Yes.
But is this a different stain?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 110 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And what is sextillion?
A sextillion is 1 followed by 21 zeros.
I'm sorry?
21 zeros.
Thank you. Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is estimated to be 6 times more likely if it originated from two unrelated individuals than if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual. This provides limited support for an exclusion. Similar to before, the MSPCL DNA unit validation studies have shown that exclusions for the inverse likelihood ratio range of 2 to 1,000 have shown known contributors could be excluded, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what is limited support for exclusion?
So it's very similar to the inclusion one I described in our validation studies. We also looked at profiles where since we knew who those mixtures were made of, those individuals, we would compare this to those individuals. And when there's limited data available, again, for comparison for one or more of the contributors in a mixture profile, the statistic would be lower, but it's on the exclusion side. And when it is a lower statistic on the exclusion side, we would like to report it as a number, just so we can be clear that there's a possibility that somebody who is truly meant to be in this mixture would be actually excluded from it because of there being limited data for support. So in this case, there is support for an exclusion, but there is only 6 times more likely for that support. The likelihood ratio, it's in that range of 2 to 1,000 again.
What is item 16-13.1?
This was an unknown tissue that recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
So I want to move on now to the next round of DNA testing. What is item 5-1.1?
This is a sample from swabs of red-brown stain K on a basement floor in 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 15 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. And again, this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10.3.1?
This was a sample of stained area C on the blade of a hacksaw, placard number 8, 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, a female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
But that was just for a stain on the hacksaw, not that his DNA is not on it at all, I would assume.
What is item 7-10.4.1?
That is a sample of the handle of the hacksaw, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support that Anna Walshe is included in this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Show us Brian Walshe. Stefan says the handle of the hacksaw, no Brian DNA. I guess he was wearing gloves, but they also refer to it as a stain, you know, on the hacksaw. There were two areas. So I don't know if they're just talking about the stain or what. Maybe we'll hear elsewhere that his DNA was on it, you know. Either way, the jury's hearing all of this, which will prove that Anna Walshe is in fact deceased, because that'll be part of, the criteria in getting to the first degree murder conviction. If they find him guilty, there's a whole bunch of, boxes they have to tick. That would be one of them.
What is item 9-22.1.1?
That is sample from stain A on a white towel, number 1, with red-brown stains on it. That was found in bag number 2 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-28.1.1?
This was a sample of stained area A on apparent hairs found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
What was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed on this item originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-31.1?
That is a sample from cutting of red-brown stain on a piece of rug from bag number 5 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
Moving on to the third round of DNA testing. What is item 7-13.1?
It is a sample from area A on the head of a hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result from this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 33 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-13.2.1?
That is the sample from the handle of the hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile from this item was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. Due to limited information available, contributor 2 was deemed not suitable for comparison purposes.
So, were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 2.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
And what does it mean, due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison?
It just means that in this mixture DNA profile, the data that is observed for one of these two contributors is so low level that we would not be able to make a comparison to any known reference standards. So we test 26 locations. We require in our DNA processing that data must be observed at a minimum of 3 locations for us to be able to do any comparisons to it. In this case, data was observed at less than 3 locations for this second contributor.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And you said that you were able to provide support for Anna Walshe, but were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from the first contributor that's suitable for comparison in this DNA profile.
So what does that mean?
So since it's a mixture of 2 contributors and I can only compare one of the 2, that one contributor, the DNA profile shows that it's the likelihood ratio shows support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile, but Brian Walshe is excluded from that suitable for comparison first contributor in this profile.
What was item 9-20.1?
That was sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains on it, found in bag number 2 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a male DNA profile obtained on this item originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Anna Walshe was excluded from this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 23 octillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support that Brian Walshe is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes. Cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This might take up the rest of the day.
I think you said it in your in some of your answers in regards to the first round of testing that you testified to. And was that testing, was the report issued on January 13th of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
And in the context of some of your answers to the testing results that you told this jury about, for instance, sample 9-27.2.1 at paragraph 1 on page 2, you indicate that it was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors.
That's correct.
Now, as you were explaining that and some of the other conclusions and the results of testing, you used the phrase at least 3 people, correct?
That's correct.
So when you write this report and you include the phrase, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, it's more accurate to say the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of at least 3 contributors?
No, when we are doing our testing, we are using the information that we have in our profile. And in order to do any comparison analysis or further any kind of interpretation on it, we have to determine the number of contributors. So in this case, the data that I observed showed that there was 3 individuals in this. There could be more, but it's not in the data that I observed.
There could be more, though.
Yes, obviously the instrumentation we use, there could be contributors that are there that are not detected, but the ones that I observed, the profile showed a mixture of 3 contributors, which is how I interpreted this profile.
And when you interpret the number of mixtures, like you've just explained to the jury, am I right in saying that since we each inherit one allele from our father at a particular locus and one allele from our mother, then we typically have 2 different alleles at that one particular locus. Is that fair to say?
We could have 1 or 2 alleles at a locus, depends on if you inherit the same characteristic from both the mother and the father, or you inherit 2 different characteristics from the mother and the father.
And when you inherit the same allele, your father gives you the same allele as your mother, that would be a homozygote. That would be another way to frame that.
That's correct. That's a scientific term for that.
As opposed to 2 different alleles, your mother gave you one allele, your father gave you a different allele, then you'd be considered a heterozygote at that locus.
That's correct.
So what you're doing is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what you're doing is you're looking at all the alleles that you have in front of you on a particular sample, and you're trying to determine how many, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to determine how many peaks you have at a particular locus. And for instance, if you had, 2 heterozygotes combined in a 2-part mixture, you would probably expect to see 4 different alleles there?
If we were looking at a mixture of 2 contributors, we would expect to see up 3 or 4 characteristics at the location. When we are looking at the DNA profile, he mentioned the word peaks. They kind of look like an EKG. If you can imagine like peaks and valleys on an EKG, that's what our data looks like. And so when we're looking at that, we are trying to just not only look at how many of those peaks are present, but what the level of each of those peaks is, because that can also tell us if it's coming from different individuals. So you would expect that if the same individual is contributing DNA to it, at all of these 26 locations, they would contribute similar amounts of DNA at all the 26 locations. And so if we see some high peaks in one location and low peaks in a different one, that could also tell us that there is a mixture present as well. So not only looking at the number of peaks that are present, but also the level of these peaks.
And so there are some assumptions being made about the way you interpret the data.
The assumptions we're making is based in science that we inherit half our DNA from our mother and half from our DNA from our father. So we expect to see 1 or 2 alleles or peaks at each of these locations. So we're using that information to then assess the profile to see how many contributors are in this profile.
And without complicating this too much, and I don't intend to do that, but there is observed in DNA testing data, not just at a particular allele, 1 allele if it's a homozygote or 2 alleles if it's a heterozygote, but there's actually times when there's a triallelic allele, all right?
That's correct.
And so that's all I meant about the assumptions. And I understand they're scientifically based, but there are assumptions being made, correct?
Right, so if there is something like a triallelic pattern, there is a pattern to them, and we do know what those patterns look like. And what triallelic is that during the process, during the cell formation that happens, there's a mutation that occurs in the DNA that causes an extra copy to be present, either of either the allele from your mother, or allele from your father, or a form of that allele. And that would cause, instead of seeing 1 or 2 peaks, we would see 3 peaks present for that person. But those usually have a pattern to them, and we can look at that, especially in single source profiles, and determine that. I did not observe any such things in the profiles that I saw in this testing that we did.
It's very clear, isn't it, that you have, in a lot of these samples, if not most of these samples, you have concluded that a profile that was associated with Anna Walshe from a known sample, you could see the same profile in many of these samples, correct?
For any of the ones that were single source contributors, meaning there's only one person, that's where I can make that exact matching from the reference.
And then the ones that are mixtures?
The ones that are mixtures, those we would have to compare the whole profile as a whole. So it wouldn't always just be a matching of the two different peaks that we see. It would be a matching of looking at that plus the information we have on the levels of that contribution to see how likely it is to observe that profile if they were included in this mixture versus not included in this mixture.
Thank you. We appreciate your very clear answers. And what I would like to ask you now is something that you said early on direct examination. Your DNA testing and your results that you're reporting to this jury, it does not inform you of how a particular biological substance or a nuclear cell that resulted in the DNA profile, how it was deposited on that particular object that appears here in the reports, correct?
That's correct. We cannot determine how the DNA was deposited.
And if I were to tell you and suggest to you that for many of these items that were tested, if they were found combined with other items in a bag, and those other items came into contact with each other, you would agree with me that you can't tell this jury if the biological substance that was tested on one object might not have been transferred simply from another object that it came into contact with in that bag, correct?
Overruled.
That's correct. It could be transferred from one item to another item in a bag.
And would that transfer, that word you just used, would that transfer also occur if two items or more were placed in a single bag, and then that bag was actually compressed by a compactor that compressed that bag very tightly to reduce its size? Would it be even more likely that there would be a, quote, transfer between those two objects of biological material?
Objection to the hypotheticals?
Rephrase your question.
Would transfer be more likely if two or more objects were placed in a bag, placed after that into a compactor, and compressed together where the items within that bag were compressed together?
Objection, same question.
Same result.
If two items come into contact with each other, there's a possibility of transfer of biologic material on those two items, correct?
That's correct.
And does the possibility of transfer between two items, would it increase if those items are pressed together tightly for a period of time?
I'm not sure if the chances would increase or decrease if they're pressed together, but if two items were to come in contact with each other, there would be a likely transfer of DNA.
And why were those items in a bag in the first place? And why did your client throw it away there, far away from his own house? Why do we have Arno's clothing and a hatchet and a hacksaw and all a Tyvek suit? Huh? Why is that in a bag, compressed or not? Which it wasn't. Nothing was ruined. Nothing was super compressed. They were able to track the trash down from Swampscott to Peabody and get like 8 bags of evidence. Very sinister evidence. So, okay. Yeah, I'm sure the jury would also be like, but why? Why is the bag even there? Mm-hmm.
Based on all of your based on all of your observations of the data and the results here, once again, you can't say how any of the biological material was deposited on any of these items, correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot tell the jury, and it's the limitation of the DNA testing, you can't tell when it was deposited, correct?
That's correct.
And for instance, if there is a particular object like a tool, let's say a hatchet, you cannot tell from your DNA testing if that hatchet actually ever came into contact with the biological material.
Objection.
I didn't finish, but maybe I'll start over again. Let me start over again. The DNA testing on a particular object does not tell you that that object was ever used against a person whose DNA profile appears on that object.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you have told us that the biological substance that was tested does not tell you anything about how that biological substance got on that item, correct?
That's correct. The DNA testing that we do cannot tell us how or when the DNA was deposited on an item.
And I think you told us this on direct, but I just want to make sure I understood it completely. The DNA testing that you conducted here on the biological samples, that can result, the DNA profile can result from any nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct.
And so we heard you refer to skin cells, correct?
That's correct.
And we heard you refer to blood cells, correct?
Yes, except for red blood cells, all other types of blood cells do have nucleuses.
Okay. And so when you are given samples to test, you do not determine in your laboratory, and you can't determine based on your DNA results, whether your DNA results are the result of a profile coming from a skin cell or a blood cell or some other nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct. We would not be able to determine the cell type from which that DNA profile was obtained.
And even though sometimes you might get a sample that's identified as a red-brown stain on an item, especially an item of clothing, even if you got a full profile from that particular stain, you still don't know if the profile you got came from epithelial cells or skin cells versus blood cells, correct?
That's correct. We would not know if it came from any blood cells that were present on that item or skin cells that might have been present on that item as well.
And on sample 7-13.2.1, I think that's the sample that you explained to the jury that it was a mixture of two contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And even though you concluded that it was a mixture of two contributors, you said that due to the limited information, the contributor two, and you put in, you actually referred to it as contributors, and you put the S at the end of contributor in parentheses, contributors, two is not suitable for comparison, correct?
So a contributor is just, it's just one contributor. Contributor two is not suitable. The reason there's a parentheses S there is because we use similar conclusions when we have multiple contributors that may not be suitable for comparison. The wording that we use, like I said, it's from our protocols that is designed to sort of kind of cover all different types of DNA profiles that we can see. So in similar conclusions can be written where we would say contributors 2 and 3 would not be suitable for comparison, which is why there is a parentheses S there. In this case, the only contributor that I'm talking about that is not suitable for comparison is contributor 2.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Let's see if they'll be redirect. I just see a question here. Where is it? There. Adam Blue Fire said, did the family manage to hold a funeral for Anna without any body? So I think it was either on day 2 or 3. It was somewhere there in a lunch break, and it will be linked in the description box, the link. But there was a celebration of life held, and that was on January 19th of 2023, organized by her friends and colleagues. So I don't think, from what I can find, that there was any formal funeral, because, yeah, they never found her remains, which is very sad.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
See you at the side of the bench.
Ooh, see you at the side of the bench. Tom Hartley said, it comes to this. Does the jury in the murderer trials find out if he has pled guilty to the body dispute? Brian Walshe admits mess. Massachusetts needs... What is it? Money? More? Thank you for your sticker, Tom Hartley. Are you stressing now, Brian Walshe? My goodness. Let's go forward a little bit here.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Roddy.
Michael Roddy, who's that? Wait, what's the time? Local time is 11 past 3. Local, let's see. I said local twice. Local time is 11 minutes past 3. The judge said the jury might go home early. So let's see.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
Right this way. A little bit more. There you go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Michael Roddy, R-O-D-D-Y.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for Home Goods.
And what do you do for Home Goods?
I'm a district loss prevention manager.
And can you tell us what is Home Goods?
It's the place you go when you want to buy stuff for your home.
Okay. So I take it by buying stuff for your home, it's a retail store.
It is.
Okay. Now, Home Goods, is it part of a larger corporation or umbrella of stores?
It is. It falls under TJX, which also has TJ Maxx, Marshalls, HomeSense, and Sierra.
And how long have you been?
And we know Brian Walshe went there. Are we going to see surveillance? Please, surveillance, or is it receipts or what? Please, surveillance.
With Home Goods, sir?
Home Goods itself, 9 years, TJX 19.
And can you tell us about your responsibilities for Home Goods?
Sure. At the core, it's really protecting the assets of the company and the business.
And so how many, do you have a geographic region that you're responsible for?
I do. I cover 11 locations.
And of those 11 locations, are you familiar with a location in Norwell?
I am.
What location does Home Goods have in Norwell?
It's store number 122 in Norwell. I believe it's on Washington Street, Washington.
And that store in Norwell, are there any other TJX properties in that same plaza?
There's TJ Maxx right next to it. Same plaza.
Now, sir, are you familiar with surveillance videos that were turned over by Home Goods in this matter?
I am.
And have you had the chance to review them prior to coming to court today?
I have.
Oh, yes. More surveillance. So that would be from, it should be from January 4th when he went there.
Have they been altered in any way?
They have not.
Now, sir, Home Goods, does it maintain its surveillance videos in good faith?
It does.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
It does.
And when it's surveillance videos, I take it they're recorded digitally, correct?
They are.
So when they're recorded, they're going to a server?
They do.
And who has access to the server of surveillance videos?
Myself, direct reports of mine, and home office loss prevention.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Publish it,
Mr.
show it,
Roddy?
do it now.
Do you recognize this thumb drive I'm showing you?
I do.
Did you have the opportunity to review the videos from this thumb drive?
I did.
And they have videos from the Norwell Home Goods store for January 2nd and January 4th.
Yes, they do.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive with the Home Goods surveillance videos for January 2nd and 4th marked as the next.
Say you may, say you may.
Any objection to that?
No.
I believe we're at 251, is that correct, Madam Reporter? That thumb drive is now admitted into evidence, the Home Goods Norwell thumb drive.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the Commonwealth publish videos from the drive?
Yes, you may.
So, Ms. Gilman, could we have the first video for January 2nd of entrance? And if you could pause right there, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Roddy, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the camera. It's a public view monitor. When you walk into the building, this is the one you can see yourself on.
Now, Mr. Roddy, the date and time at the bottom for Home Goods, are those accurate or are they off in any way?
No, those are accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Wait, 2nd of Jan. He went there on the 2nd and he went there on the 4th. My goodness. Good look at the bottom there. 1/2/2023, huh? Quickly, January 2nd, he Googled hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Which he's saying in his own words that he murdered somebody, right? His own Google search is like, should I throw away my crime scene clothes or wash them? Oh, what crime scene are you talking about there, Brian Walsh? So, on January 2nd, it says, can you identify a body with broken teeth? That was another one of his Google searches. Now, he went to Home Goods in Norwell between 9:30 and 9:44 a.m. He purchased 3 rugs and other items. So that's what we're going to see now, okay? Then he went to the Press Juice Bar with his son. So I'm thinking his son's going to be with him here. I hope they blurred his face again. Yeah, January 2nd. Okay, here we go. Oh, he's alone on this one. So he must have gone home after this and then got his son, or what? Or the son's in the car. Huh.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video register home? And Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store in Norwell?
So that is the front in our queue line. It's another public view monitor as you're walking towards the registers.
And when you say queue line, so are there items for sale in this line?
There are, yes.
There he is with his new rugs, which he needs on January 2nd. The other ones were all cut up and covered in blood. Yeah, Brian Walsh. Nothing to see here.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could stop for the record, we're stopping at 1 minute and 16 seconds on the media player. And Ms. Gilman, could you go to the third video, purchase home? Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the register. I believe that's register number 8, and it's a camera right above the registers behind them.
Scented candles. That's the other thing he bought. Oh my word. Rugs and scented candles. Worried about the scent of your crime scene home, Brian Walsh? Kiesel says a man of style and atmosphere, a man of mystery, a man of fine taste. Setting the ambiance. January 2nd. No one else knew Anna was missing at this point. William Fester was getting a little worried. Whose card are you paying with now, Brian Walsh? Remember he researched if he could use his missing wife's credit card? My word.
Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that video and bring us to the fourth one. And pause if you could. Mr. Roddy, where is this in the Norwell store?
So that is an exit mullion. It's in the vestibule between both sets of doors to go outside.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play, please. And Mr. Roddy, what is the time upon exit? If you need to see it again, we could just bring it back up.
Yes, please.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
9:47 a.m. and apparently at 9:58 a.m. he was present at the Press Juice Bar, which was not far away. So I'm thinking he had his eldest in the car or what? Because he took his eldest there for ice cream, which was like a smoothie, or sometimes he said ice cream, sometimes he said a smoothie, but okay, they went there.
What is the time upon exit for the record?
9:48 and 2 seconds.
And it's January 2nd?
January 2nd.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Roddy, you recognize this document I'm handing to you?
I do.
What is this?
This is a receipt for a purchase on January 2nd.
Does Home Goods maintain its receipts in good faith?
It does.
Normal course of business?
Yes.
And I take it it's generated at the point that the sale occurs?
Correct, once it's completed.
And this was also turned over to law enforcement in January 2023?
It was.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from January 2nd marked, the receipt from January 2nd at Home Goods as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The Home Goods receipt from January the 2nd is now in evidence as 252.
Yeah, show us the new carpets, the rugs you bought, huh? And scented candles.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 252?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, I have some questions about 252, Exhibit 252. At the top, it says TGX. Is that generated internally, or is that what's given to the customer?
That is internally.
And so the customer would get a Home Goods at the top?
It would say Home Goods, correct.
In store 280122, is that the Norwell store we were talking about?
Yes, that's the Norwell location.
And now, sir, what does POS 8 mean, POS 8?
That is register number 8, point of sale.
And then cashier,
Yesterday everyone was saying POS, huh? That's Brian Walsh. Little Philly 4135, thank you for your $50 sticker. You said, love your trial coverage, learned so much from you and your chat. Thank you so much.
Number, and then there's a name underneath it. What is the significance of that?
The cashier number is the identifier to the associate who's ringing the register.
And sir, are you familiar with the codes with the S underneath them next to the items?
Yes, those are the department numbers.
What is the 35 significant of, S35?
Department 35 is our candle department.
And going further down, what is S75 significant of?
Those are rolled rugs.
What was the total for the sale, sir?
Total's $245.35.
And how was it transacted? Was it cash or charge?
It looks like 2 store value cards were used.
What are store value cards? And I'm sorry, I was interrupting you.
No, those are just, they're cards. They work just like a gift card would work, same thing.
And if we could scroll all the way down to the bottom, there's a date and time.
Yes, January 2nd, 2023, 9:44 and 36 seconds in the AM.
So keeping this up on the redemption area, you had mentioned there are store value cards?
Yes.
So with these store value card numbers, were you able to track down when these cards were issued and where?
Yes, we were.
Whose card was it?
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Roddy, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's another receipt.
It's another receipt, but is it from Home Goods in Norwell?
It is not. It's from Marshall's.
And this Marshall's receipt, what does it have to do with the store value cards?
So this looks like a return without a receipt at a Marshall's in Maryland. So when a return is done without a receipt, the customer receives a store value card, store credit.
And on this receipt, does it denote the last 4 digits of the store value card?
It does.
And so, sir, understanding that, do they bear any similarity to the redemption cards used on on this receipt that was done on January 2nd?
Yes, it does. On here, it shows the last 4 is 0256, which matched the purchase receipt.
And as a result of being a member of the TGX umbrella, are you able to get access to the Marshall's receipts to find out which card was issued in corresponding to the redemption that was done on January 2nd?
Yes, we can see each brand.
And this is the card that was issued, that was one of the 2 cards that was issued to do that redemption?
Correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this receipt from Marshall's as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The Marshall's receipt. Is there a date on that so I can identify it for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize. The Marshall's receipt, sir, before I get the date wrong, can you just...
It is December 28th, 2022.
Thank you.
Marshall's receipt from December 28th, 2022 is now in evidence as Exhibit 253.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 253, the Marshall's receipt from, it's labeled Baltimore receipt.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, what's been marked as 253, where is the location of the Marshalls?
It shows it's in Baltimore, Maryland.
And this is the type of receipt a customer would receive, right? Because it doesn't have the TGX brand at the top?
Correct.
And what is the name of the customer?
Anna Walsh.
And could we scroll all the way down to the bottom? Pause, I'm sorry. So in there's issue of merchandise credit. Is that the card that you were speaking of?
It is.
Okay. And could we go all the way down to the bottom? And sir, can you tell us what you see as far as a date and time for the receipt?
Yes, it's December 28th, 2022, and the time is 4:30 p.m.
So, sir, that was for one of the 2 cards ending in 0256. Were you able to find an additional receipt that corresponded to the second card?
Yes.
And before I go any further, did that card end in 4563?
It did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Sir, do you see this document?
I do.
Is this a TGX receipt that corresponds to the issuance of the card we were just talking about as far as the second redemption card?
It does.
And again, these are kept in the normal course of business and in good faith?
Yes, they are.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this receipt marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor. This would be Washington, D.C. receipt. And can you tell me what type of store this is for? This is a TJX at the top.
This one is TJX. That one I couldn't be positive about.
You can just tell me it's a TGX store, but you can't tell me the brand.
Exactly, correct.
But could I mark this as the TGX Washington, D.C. receipt, Your Honor?
There's a date on that one?
Mr. Roddy, can you tell us if there's a date on this one?
There is. Also, it's December 28th, 2022.
Thank you.
Any objection? The Washington, D.C. TJX receipt 12/28/22 is in evidence as 254.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 254, the Washington, D.C. receipt?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, where is the location of this store that issued the card?
It is Washington, D.C.
And if we could scroll down, Ms. Gilman, how much was the card for, how much was issued as far as a card?
$216.44.
And what are the last four digits of the card?
4563.
And if we could continue to scroll down, where it says returned refund, is there a date as far as what is the December 2nd date that we're looking at opposed to a December 28th date?
The December 2nd date would be the date of the original purchase of the merchandise being refunded.
And so the date at the bottom, December 28th, is when the refund was actually issued?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Now, sir, you also had the opportunity to review videos from January 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is...
So, because Anna was in Washington, D.C. around that time, the December 28th time. I think also on... Was she there on December 2nd? Possibly, right? She went to Dublin, Ireland. I'm trying to piece this all together for Thanksgiving. Then to Serbia to visit her mom, and then came back. I'm not sure what date she got back. But anyway, so if that was bought, something was bought in Baltimore, Maryland. They also, Brian and Anna, actually Anna, had property in Baltimore, Maryland. So maybe she was there managing a property or something and bought a bunch of, it seems like kids' toys and things, and maybe returned it then, which what? Date of original purchase, December 2nd. 28th refunded. She was in Washington, D.C. on the 28th, so that checks out. Either way, Brian Walshe is using a gift card. Am I understanding that right? He's using a gift card from a return after she had bought stuff for the kids. She's got a gift card. Okay. And he's using that to buy new carpets and scented candles after allegedly murdering Anna Walshe and dismembering her. What? Caroline says, I also thought, that's in the back of my mind, you said she was back by December 2nd, I think. I think so as well. Interesting. Either way, he's doing shady things.
Also, what's already been marked into evidence, and at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to publish videos from January 4th, Norwell Home Goods Store.
Is that on the same thumb drive?
Same thumb drive, Your Honor.
251?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the first video for January 4th?
Oh, now we get to January 4th. Okay, so he went to Home Goods and TJ Maxx. He bought 3 white towels and 2 bath mats, and then bought various articles of men's clothing at TJ Maxx. Mm-hmm.
And pause, Ms. Gilman. Sir, Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the public view monitor again at the entrance.
And looking at the bottom of the image, can you see a date and time?
I can.
Can you tell us what the date and time is?
It is 9:57 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video? Mr. Roddy, what view are we looking at here, sir?
This is another register view right behind the registers.
By this time, the kids, two of the kids, the younger ones, were back in daycare from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and the eldest was in school. Those don't look white, so the document said white towels. I saw not a white towel. But bath mats, it looks like, huh? Those are blue. You're replacing that too, huh, Brian Walsh? Interesting. They found white towels and what looked like bath mats in the trash, covered in blood. And this was the day he started calling Anna's colleagues. And when the head of security, Hugh Dunleavy, then called the Cohasset Police Department. And this is what, 10:07 a.m. it looks like? Around 10:58 a.m. is when Hugh Dunleavy said on January 4th, they went to Anna's townhouse to go check it out, right?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Can we go to the third video in that file? Mr. Roddy, what part of the store is this?
That is the exit mullion again in the vestibule between the two doors.
And if you could pause, Ms. Gilman. What is the date and time on the video? And for the record, we're at 7 seconds on the media player.
It is 10:07 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Roddy, were you able to produce a receipt for this transaction?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Roddy, is this receipt also maintained the same way that the other Norwell Home Goods receipt is maintained?
Yes.
And does this receipt correspond to the transaction for that video?
It does.
And what is the date on this receipt?
January 4th, 2023.
And at the top, this says TZX, so is that an internally produced receipt opposed to what a customer would see?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, January 4th receipt from Norwell Home Goods.
Any objection?
No.
The receipt from 1/4/23 from the Norwell Home Goods is now in evidence as 255.
Your Honor, if I may publish 255, the January 4th receipt.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, I have similar questions. Going down the receipt to the body of the goods purchased, what is the significance of 36?
36 is our towel department.
And what is the significance of 68?
68 is our bath mats or bath rugs.
And going down to the bottom of the receipt, sir, how is this transaction negotiated?
It looks like there was 2 SVCs, 2 credits used.
And was one of them the 4563 that you previously testified about?
It is.
And going down to the bottom of the, is there a date and time on the receipt?
There is January 4th, 2023 at 10:05 a.m.
And you said there was a second SVC card. Were you able to find the receipt or the transaction for that in the TGX systems that issued that second card ending in 4481?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, do you recognize this receipt?
I do.
Is this from a Marshall's store?
It is.
And does this receipt show the issuance of the card that you just mentioned, the second card used to transact the sale?
Yes, it does.
And what was the date that this transaction occurred that issued the card?
It was December 8th, 2022.
And where was the store, where was the Marshalls located?
Hingham, Mass.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the Hingham Marshalls December, what was the date again, sir?
12/8/22. Any objection? The 12/8/22 Marshall's receipt is in evidence as 256.
Your Honor, may I publish 256?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, looking at this, what is the address for the Marshalls?
400 Lincoln Street in Hingham, Massachusetts.
And the initial transaction date is what, sir?
The original was December 2nd, 2022.
And going down, sir, what is the first, understanding this is not your store, so you don't know 23s, next to the item, what is the description of the item that was purchased?
Men's Best Brand.
And then the second item that was purchased?
Children's toys.
Now, sir, going down, if we could, amount due to customer is what, sir?
$155.91.
And there is a merchandise credit number ending in what, sir?
4481.
And going down, sir, going down, Ms. Gilman, all the way to the bottom, the date for it is what, sir?
December 8th, 2022.
Okay, December 8th. I'm sorry, I might have heard you as December 28th, my bad. Now, sir, on this receipt, is there a name for the customer?
If we go up. So on this one, it is a return with receipt where we don't need ID to process those.
So there's no customer name at the top like there was in the prior ones?
There is not.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Right ahead.
Oh boy, we got some cross. Okay. Cross-examination coming up, everyone. Oh my. So whether he used Anna Walshe's card or coupons like refunds linked to the card, he did not use his own money. He didn't have any. Or his mom's, clearly not his dad's either. Oh. So he literally is that low. He's going to be like, ooh, better replace. Okay, I'm going to go and get some new bath mats and towels. Okay, I'm going to use this coupon here because he thought he's a very fancy, smart little boy. And yet here we are looking at all of this. Again, there's a little thing called surveillance. And they tracked his location with the cell phone because he had one cell phone on January 1st and then used another cell phone for all the other days when he was doing all this. Yeah. Okay, then.
Questions? Regarding these cards, the last couple of cards you just told the jury about. So am I right to just say that, or to suggest that there was some purchases made in or around the Maryland, D.C. area? at some point in December?
Yes, I'd have to see it again. I'm not sure if it was a purchase or a return.
Okay, purchase or return. There was a transaction.
Yes.
And then whoever transacted that transaction, that's not a very good way to put it, but whoever did that, they eventually got some store credit that was applied to that card, right?
Correct.
And then they walk out of the store with that card, right?
Correct.
And then that card, of course, finds its way down to Massachusetts, and that card is eventually used in Massachusetts sometime around January of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Nothing unusual about that if a family is trading cards back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Did the Commonwealth, the state of Massachusetts here, did they ever ask you to try to get video of those transactions that occurred in December, for instance, from those Washington area?
From myself, it wasn't home goods, so not from myself. If it was from a Marshall's or TJ's district loss prevention manager, I'm unsure.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to suspend there for today. I thank you for your work today. I bring you some updates with regard to the schedule. Tomorrow, I'm going to have you return to
The judge is not near a mic, so I'm going to boost it a bit more for us, okay?
the courtroom an hour later, because I don't want you waiting around for me. I need to attend to other matters that don't require your
That's as much as I can do.
And so I don't want you waiting around for me to be clear. So you get a little extra time for yourself tomorrow morning. Be here for a 10 a.m. start. I expect, although I don't really know for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early.
Stop it.
And so you may have a shortened day tomorrow. I just tell you these things to keep you as best informed so things don't come as a surprise to you. They happen that way.
Might finish the evidence tomorrow early. You mean like the state might rest? Or do you mean just like we'll finish early tomorrow? What? The evidence. We might finish the evidence early tomorrow. Oh. Put Brian Walshe on the stand.
Right. So that's the update on the schedule for tomorrow. I wish for you all a good night. And while you're having a good night, I remind you of your responsibilities, those orders. Don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about the case. Don't go on any social media or any news media of any kind. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Have a good night. See you back here at 10.
All rise for the court, please.
Close your notebook.
Close your notebooks. Follow me.
Close your notebooks. Wow. Brian Walshe, get ready. You might take the stand sooner than we thought. Yeah, Stefan said, I thought 2 more weeks for the state. Well, damn, did they think cross-examination would take that long? Probably. Interesting. Okay, setting up the teleport for where we're going next. Damn. Which is to tomorrow. Okay. What? Like, exactly. So, Erilyn says, thank you, Judge Frenier. And Southern Calibre says, verdict watch on Friday. Oh, my word. Just stop it. I'll be so excited just to see Brian Walshe take the stand because he has to. How else is he going to explain that crazy defense? Get your ass on that stand. Fancy, fancy boy. And let's hear about your life, okay? Having oysters, you know, mingling with the finest. Tell us more.
I don't have anything other than what we've discussed previously about your responsibilities of getting things to me. Other than that, I have nothing on my radar for tonight, anyway, before we suspend tonight. Does anyone need to discuss anything else?
Not from the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Not at this time.
All right. Well, all of you have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Man. Judge Frenier, say that again.
Goodbye.
Listen here. Well, that was very polite of Zoom, saying goodbye. Listen here, we're not ready yet, okay? So tomorrow we're going to see who? Jem Mutlu and the babysitter, and that's it? Who else are we going to see? Wait, just hold on. Let's just quickly have a look at, don't we need more surveillance? What about the, wait. Yes, we do. What about the Home Depot? With all the orange buckets, huh? We need to see that surveillance. Home Depot, please. Anyone else that we're anticipating to see? Let me know. I know the babysitter, Jem Mutlu. And the Home Depot surveillance, certainly. Anything else? Let me know. Okay. Well, we're going to teleport now to day 8 of the Brian Walshe trial, which tomorrow should be very exciting. Now, they did say that the jury will start at 10 a.m., but they want to voir dire Jem Mutlu before then. So I'll monitor the feed. I've set it to start half an hour after they're supposed to start at 9-ish, you know, but let's just monitor it. We do like to defluff a little bit here and there. So I'll keep an eye on it. Make sure your notification is on. Subscribe, bell on, all that, in case I go live sooner or later than intended, okay? We keep an eye on it. Thank you, everyone. Looking forward to read your comments below. I do wonder, there's a few things that still bug me. Why did they blur out Anna's face on that one photo? Why did they do that? Do you remember that? They like redacted her face, but not her hand, so it's not about a ring or something like that. Like, I don't understand. That was so weird. There's so many things, right, to discuss. So I'm going to now do timestamps for you in the trailer for tomorrow, and I'll see you at in the pre-live stream chat for day 8 of this trial. Thank you for watching with me. Thank you for all your support. Thank you, mods, and bye, everyone.